Chapter 1605. The law of fire burned everything in the world. The power of law fell from the sky. This was the will of the universe, and no one could stop it. The scorching flames made the fifth brother, who was a life and death emperor, constantly retreat for fear of being affected. When a martial artist broke through, they would receive the baptism of the law. This was the safest time to be protected by the will of the universe. The fifth brother wanted to give up the battle and wait for Feng Qin to finish his baptism. However, the moment he turned around, he saw Yuan Gu's gloomy face. Suddenly his fighting spirit soared, and he stopped in his tracks. A sinister look appeared in his eyes. A plan appeared in his mind, and that was to destroy Feng Qin's baptism. I broke through to the life and death realm with the law of fire. With the protection of the law of fire, I shouldn't be stopped by the will of the universe. Thinking of this, the fifth brother's body was wrapped in flames as he walked towards Feng Qin step by step. Fifth brother. Below, the boss saw that something was wrong and roared loudly. However, it was too late. The fifth brother was already close to Feng Qin. As long as he took another step forward, he would enter the baptism range. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face turned green, and he did not speak. Sanguinati, go to hell. Under everyone's gaze, the fifth brother's fist-wrapped fist fiercely blasted towards Feng Qin. His fist rushed into the range of the nomological baptism and immediately merged with the sea of fire. Crack! However, before it could touch Feng Qin's body, a look of horror appeared on his face. With a cracking sound, his fist exploded, and a bloody mist gushed out. Ah! A miserable scream came out of the fifth brother's mouth. In an instant, his body was wrapped in the power of law and directly blasted into pieces. The will of the universe was irreversible. It was not something a human could resist. Fifth brother. The boss looked at the martial arts stage with scarlet eyes and cried out miserably. Watching the fifth brother die without being able to do anything, no one could understand this kind of pain. Fifth brother, I will definitely avenge you. The boss clenched his fist and said word by word. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, the baptism continued. Feng Qin's body, bathed in the power of the law of fire, was undergoing a transformation. Yu won. Within his sea of qi, the nine-pointed star gradually shattered. Instead, it evolved into a stream of laws. At first, there was only a trickle of water in the stream. However, as the power of the laws of fire in the sky continued to pour in, the stream began to grow larger and longer. After a few breaths, the stream had turned into a small river. After that, the small river became a large river. In the end, it turned into a long river of laws. Feng Qin, who was undergoing the baptism, also sensed the changes in his qi sea. He was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, when a martial artist broke through to the life and death realm, their qi sea would at most evolve into a stream of laws. And after he broke through, he skipped the stream of laws and directly evolved into a long river of laws. Most importantly, an ordinary long river of laws was not even 1% of the qi sea. As for Feng Qin's long river of laws, it had already reached 20% of his sea of qi and was still increasing. This, Feng Qin was ecstatic. Along with the rapid beating of the golden heart, the long river of laws grew rapidly. After a quarter of an hour, the long river of laws finally stopped growing. Feng Qin looked inside his qi sea and was directly shocked. The long river of laws actually occupied the space of his qi sea. If others knew, they would definitely be shocked. In history, when the most outstanding genius of the human race just broke through to the life and death realm, the long river of laws occupied 30% of their qi sea. As for Feng Qin, he had forcefully raised this record by 20%. This was truly unprecedented and would never happen again. While Feng Qin was shocked, the undying flame had also completed its final transformation. The current undying flame was the flame of the true ancient divine beast, the undying bird. When the undying flame emerged, Fang Chen's body actually emitted a trace of the undying bird's aura that was difficult to detect. On the square, all the martial artists felt an extreme pressure. Hoo! The power of the law of fire dissipated, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. Is this the life and death realm? Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Only after stepping into the life and death realm did he realize that compared to the creation realm, the gap was really big. After stepping into the life and death realm, his physical body had also improved a lot. Martial artists pursued the realm of immortality, and he could be considered to have reached the initial stage. Yu too, with a thought, flames spread all over his body. This is the power of law. The power of law was different from spirit chi. This kind of power was illusory. It could not be seen or touched. However, Fang Chen was the only one who knew that this was real. It formed part of the order of the universe, and the power of law was very tyrannical. Only by controlling the power of law could one be considered to have truly stepped into the martial Tao. Sanguinati, give me your life. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Old Four suddenly roared and jumped onto the stage. I want to avenge Old Five. After saying that, he displayed his power of law and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen urged the power of law of fire, and the undying flame surrounded his body. In the sky, the two powers of laws collided together, forming a terrifying vortex that shook people's hearts. Hiss! What was unexpected was that the power of law that Old Four was so proud of was completely suppressed by Fang Chen's power of law of fire. How is this possible? Old Four's eyes widened as he roared in anger. On the rostrum, Tai Laiyuan took a deep breath and could not help but sigh. This kid's strength has improved a lot. He had just reached the life and death realm and had just grasped the power of law, yet he could use it to such an extent. He was really a genius. With his power of law suppressed, Old Four used his trump card. I'll let you have a taste of my attack. He once again displayed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. However, this time, his attack power had increased by 80 times. 80 times. Fang Chen's face was overjoyed. The 80 times increase in power completely suppressed Old Four. In a short while, Old Four was defeated. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stood upright on the martial arts stage. His body was like a sharp sword, extremely terrifying. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade's faces were gloomy to the extreme. Fang Chen's breakthrough had brought them great shock. Yu 3! They did not want to believe the truth in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. The result could not be changed. Old Four was defeated. So far, Fang Chen had won all 8 battles. Moreover, he had broken through to the life and death realm during the battle. This breakthrough directly indicated the rise of a generation's genius. Do your best. Yuan Gu closed his eyes and transmitted his voice to the other 3. Buzz! In the Yuan race's forbidden area, a loud sword cry resounded. Everyone trembled. Yuan Gu and the other 2's gazes all turned toward the forbidden area. This sword cry was emitted by the Yuan demon sword. Swish! The Yuan demon sword appeared from the forbidden area once again, carrying a suffocating aura as it hovered above the stage. Congratulations on breaking through to the life and death realm. The Yuan demon sword vibrated and emitted a fluctuation. Fang Chen raised his head and nodded lightly. Then the Yuan demon sword said, Don't kill the Yuan race people. This is a presumptuous request of mine. Fang Chen was indebted to the Yuan demon sword. Since it said so, Fang Chen directly nodded and agreed. As long as they don't attack me, I won't attack the Yuan race people, Fang Chen said. The Yuan demon sword emitted a fluctuation again, as if communicating with Yuan Gu. A moment later, the Yuan demon sword returned to the forbidden area. In the square, all the martial artists were completely dumbfounded. The Yuan demon sword actually appeared for Sanguinati and communicated with Sanguinati. At this moment, Yuan Gu stood up and waved his hand, indicating for the crowd below to be quiet. The noisy square instantly became incomparably silent. The competition for the sword origin fruit is over. The 8 of them and Sanguinati each have a sword origin fruit, Yuan Gu announced. Emperor Blackblade had no objection to this result. Patriarch, the battle is not over yet, the eldest protested. That's right, Patriarch. The battle is not over yet. Why did you announce the result in advance? Patriarch, the sword origin fruit can't be given to Sanguinati. With the eldest in the lead, everyone disagreed. Although Sanguinati was getting stronger as the battle went on, they were unwilling to give up the sword origin fruit. Yuan Gu sighed and shook his head, helplessly. This is the will of the Yuan demon sword and me. Yuan Gu's words were full of unquestionable authority. Chapter 1606. When he was in the creation realm, he was able to suppress most low-level life and death realm emperors. Now he had stepped into the life and death realm with his outstanding performance. Moreover, he had entered the Tao through the Fire Tao. The Fire Tao itself was a law that increased one's attack power. It was very domineering. After entering the life and death realm with the Fire Tao, Fong Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The original demon sword had once followed Fong Chen. It was the latter who had awakened it. If it hadn't seen the sword embryo in the ancient Eastern Alliance, it wouldn't have recovered its memories and followed Sanguinati. After sensing that Sanguinati had entered the life and death realm, the original demon sword had personally persuaded Yuan Gu. No one knew what the original demon sword had said to Yuan Gu, but it was clear that Yuan Gu's attitude had changed greatly after listening to the original demon sword's words. He immediately cancelled the rest of the round-robin matches and announced the results of the competition in advance. One should know that in the past, with Yuan Gu's temperament, he would never give up the sword origin fruit. But now he had no choice. Tai Lai Yuan smiled. He felt that Fong Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. Although there were still many voices of opposition in the square, Yuan Gu was the patriarch. His orders were unquestionable. Thank you, Patriarch Yuan. Fong Chen cupped his fists. He was secretly delighted. He had finally obtained one of the 3 fruits needed to restore the old faker. The competition for the sword origin fruit ends here. Those who didn't obtain the sword origin fruit will be heavily rewarded by the Yuan clan. I hope that after this competition, you will all benefit, Yuan Gu said indifferently. The boss's heart burned with anger. One of his brothers had been killed by Sanguinati. Now, even the sword origin fruit had been taken away. He couldn't accept it. Deep in his eyes, there was a strong killing intent. Endure it, the boss warned himself. Obviously, he couldn't make a move against Sanguinati in this situation. However, he would never forget this enmity. Sanguinati, I will kill you. The boss swore to himself. Whoosh! Just as Yuan Gu's voice fell, a vast wild aura came from the depths of the Yuan clan's forbidden area. This terrifying aura was filled with the aura left behind from ancient times. It was extremely shocking. Is the sword origin fruit ripe? On the square, everyone's eyes widened as they looked into the depths of the forbidden area. The original devil's sword vibrated and let out a shocking sword hum as if it was talking to the sword origin tree. Fong Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the void and stared into the depths of the forbidden area. He could vaguely see a towering tree that looked like an old swindler looking down on the world. The towering tree was surrounded by a suffocating aura. 9 golden fruits hung from the lush foliage. Every single one of the fruits was shining brightly. Sword origin fruit. Tai Lai Yuan widened his eyes and stared at the sword origin tree. The Yuan clan's sword origin tree was also very well known in the lower realm. At the same time, the experts from the other 3 holy lands sensed the terrifying aura spreading out. Their gazes fell upon the Yuan race's sacred ground. Within the Pterosaur danger ground, Under the leadership of the Blood Fiend Emperor and the Heaven Primordial Ruler, SHMO and the other void creatures finally took root in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land temporarily. SHMO was very strong. He personally set up the defenses of the Pterosaur Forbidden Land. He was very confident in his methods. Even an Eternal Realm expert wouldn't be able to discover them. On this day, SHMO found the Blood Fiend Emperor and the Heaven Primordial Ruler. "Tell me about the situation in the lower realm," SHMO asked. Leader SHMO, the human race is now the dominant force in the lower realm. They have absolute control, the Heaven Primordial Ruler said. Hegeman Qianyuan said, "However, compared to you void creatures, the human race is nothing. The strongest human is the Holy Lord of the Holy Lands, an eternal realm expert," the Blood Fiend Emperor added. "Only one eternal realm expert?" SHMO asked. The two nodded. SHMO pondered for a moment and said, "If we were in the Chaos Void with my strength, I would be able to fight against an early eternal realm expert. However, I have come to the lower realm and am not a native. If I fight with my full strength, I will be rejected. Therefore, we need to endure for a while. After our people secretly take control of the human race's territory, we will launch an attack." SHMO was very thoughtful. This was also why the powerful void creature had chosen him to enter the lower realm. His goal was clear, to take control of the lower realm. Leader SHMO, what you said makes sense. We need to look at the long term when dealing with the human race. There's no rush. The Heaven Primordial Ruler nodded. After generations of inheritance, the human race's foundation was too deep. The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Blood Fiend Emperor had a deep understanding of this. They hated the human race to the core and naturally hoped to destroy them. However, it was better to be cautious. Just as the three of them were talking, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. SHMO jumped to his feet, as though he was facing a great enemy. The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. "What's going on?" SHMO asked in a low voice. "The Sword Origin Fruit. This is the Yuan race's Sword Origin Fruit. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness the ripening of the Yuan race's Sword Origin Fruit." The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were excited. After all, the Sword Origin Fruit was a legend. It only ripened once every 30,000 years. Sword Origin Fruit. SHMO had heard of the Sword Origin Fruit before. His heart stirred when he heard the words. That's right. Looking at this aura, it should be the Yuan race's Sword Origin Fruit. I wonder which lucky fellows obtained it this time. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said inwardly. Ask around who obtained the Sword Origin Fruit. SHMO said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler already knew what SHMO was thinking. Leader SHMO, the Sword Origin Fruit is the Yuan race's supreme treasure. It ripens once every 30,000 years, and there are only 9 fruits each time. It should be the Yuan race's people who obtained it. If you want to seize one, it'll be a little difficult. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said bluntly. It'll be a little difficult, but there's always a way. After speaking, the Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler went to ask around. Using the life and death realm captives who had sneaked into the lower realm, they quickly obtained the information. Leader SHMO, the Heaven Primordial Ruler, flew over with a smile. What did you find? SHMO asked. A great piece of news. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said. The chance to seize the Sword Origin Fruit has come. I didn't expect the Yuan race to give one to an outsider. The guy who obtained the Sword Origin Fruit is a 9th level creation realm martial artist. We have a chance to seize his Sword Origin Fruit. Oh, SHMO was tempted. I'll leave this matter to you. If you complete it, there'll be a great reward. Leader SHMO, don't worry. I'll instruct the captives to do it. The heaven primordial ruler naturally wouldn't kill Sanguinati, personally. If he did, he would definitely be exposed. Yuan races, sacred ground. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Gu stood on the sword origin tree and plucked 9 sword origin fruits. Immediately, his figure flashed and arrived on the rostrum. The sword origin fruit was emitting a strange sword chi, giving people a visual shock. That's the sword origin fruit? Feeling the sword origin fruit's aura, the golden heart started beating rapidly. This sword origin fruit is indeed extraordinary. Yuan Gu looked at the 9 sword origin fruits. With a wave of his hand, 8 sword origin fruits were sent to each person. Holding the last sword origin fruit, his gaze fell on Feng Qin. Sanguinati, the Yuan clan never gives away the sword origin fruit. You're an exception. Yuan Gu said in a deep voice, this sword origin fruit will write off the grudge between you and the Yuan clan. What do you think? Hearing this, Feng Qin was stunned. The leader of the Yuan clan actually said such a thing. In the entire square, all the disciples of the Yuan clan were shocked. Was it worth it to do so for a mere Sanguinati? Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing at the side, was also slightly stunned. However, he quickly thought about it. Now that he thought about it, the sword origin devil must have said something to Yuan Gu. Otherwise, Yuan Gu's attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. In the past, I was immature and did something that angered the Yuan clan. However, from now on, our grudge is written off, Feng Qin said. Since Yuan Gu had already said so, of course, he had to give him a way out. Moreover, the leader of the Yuan clan, the leader of the 3 god clans, wanted to make peace with the sword origin fruit. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Swoosh! Chapter 1607. With the sword origin fruit in hand, Feng Qin was extremely excited. Although there were 3 kinds of fruits in the world, he had finally gotten one of them. Finally, he had to think of other ways to get the remaining 2. Feng Qin could hear some other meaning from Yuan Gu's words. To Yuan Gu, there were countless disciples of the Yuan race. Although the loss of Yuan Ming made the Yuan race very angry, it was not to the extent of hurting them. Previously, the Yuan race had always been targeting Sanguinati. However, there were always experts who came out to help the latter. Putting aside the human race's holy lord, the biggest contributor in the battle against Crimson Eye, the mysterious expert. Even Tai Lai Yuan, who ranked first on the weapon refinery roll, personally came to cheer for Sanguinati. This made Yuan Gu puzzled. What was this kid's background? It was not until the demon origin sword said something to him that he changed his opinion of Feng Qin. As the demon origin sword said, if the Yuan race wanted to achieve glory, they should not be enemies with Sanguinati. It was best to turn the enemy into a friend. Yuan Gu gradually understood the meaning of the demon origin sword's words. Therefore, he used this precious sword origin fruit to resolve the grudge between him and Sanguinati. Good, very good. Yuan Gu laughed heartily when he heard this. The previous matter had vanished like smoke in thin air. Since he wanted to befriend Sanguinati, he had to show enough sincerity. Sanguinati, since the establishment of the Yuan race, you are the first person who has obtained the sword origin fruit as an outsider. Yuan Gu had a high opinion of Feng Qin. In fact, Yuan Gu knew from the beginning that Sanguinati was very talented. However, he did not expect him to be so strong. Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing aside, also laughed when he saw the situation develop to this extent. The sword origin fruit that ripens once every 30,000 years has been distributed. The Yuan race should celebrate together and hold a big banquet. Yuan Gu waved his hand and said in a deep voice. In the following time, the entire Yuan race's sacred ground was filled with joy. Yuan Gu even invited Feng Qin to attend the banquet, but the latter declined. For one thing, he really didn't like this kind of banquet. Secondly, the disciples of the Yuan race didn't like him. So why should he ask for a snub? Therefore, Fang Qin bid farewell to Yuan Gu and Tai Yuan and left the Yuan clan's sacred ground in advance. As for Tai Yuan, he was directly dragged to the banquet by Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu was not stupid. Through the sword, origin fruit, and Fang Qin, Tai Yuan's impression of the Yuan clan had greatly improved. He would definitely use this opportunity to rope Tai Yuan in. Yu won. Even if they couldn't rope him in, they had to maintain a good relationship with him. It would be convenient for some matters in the future. When the other 3 holy lands learned that Sanguinati had obtained the sword origin fruit, they were extremely shocked, especially those of the younger generation who had competed with Fang Qin. Jiang Quang, Tu Tianjian, and the others from the ancestral sacred land, Lingming, Lingyu, and the others from the spirit clan sacred land, Luo Qinghan and Luo Feng, are from the Luo clan sacred land. These people were all shocked. When they first entered the ancestral land of inheritance, they had never thought that this guy, who was not even worth mentioning in their eyes, would be so powerful, to be able to achieve such achievements in the future. The sword origin fruit was a secret of the Yuan race. Looking at the history of the Yuan race, no one had ever obtained the sword origin fruit from the Yuan race. Even the strongest human of this era, the bone progenitor, had never tasted the sword origin fruit. However, Sanguinati had done it. Moreover, the news that he had become a life and death realm emperor quickly spread in the 3 holy lands. Everyone was even looking forward to when Sanguinati would be able to enter the universe battle power ranking. The universe battle power ranking was the standard to measure the strongest battle power in the lower realm. While the 3 holy lands were shocked, Fang Qin silently stepped on the path back. Because of the grudge between him and the Yuan race didn't have a teleportation formation directly to Green Bamboo Island. He needed to go to Old Hua Islands first, and then return to Green Bamboo Island. While with a flash of white light, Fang Qin returned to Old Hua Islands. Coincidentally, he met an acquaintance in the teleportation formation, Torvosaurus. At this moment, Torvosaurus gave Fang Qin a feeling of vicissitudes. He could feel that Torvosaurus seemed to have a story. However, since Torvosaurus didn't want to talk about it, Fang Qin didn't force him. "Senior apprentice brother Fang, why are you here?" Torvosaurus was a bit surprised. "I'm preparing to return to Green Bamboo Island," Fang Qin said. Torvosaurus chuckled. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He pulled on Fang Qin's sleeve and said, "Senior apprentice brother Fang, I'm currently living in Skyflower Island. Why don't we go and have a drink?" Fang Qin nodded. Soon, Torvosaurus brought him to his residence. You too. Kid, you're pretty good. Your residence is so luxurious." Fang Qin patted Torvosaurus's shoulder lightly. "How can I be as amazing as you, senior apprentice brother Fang?" Torvosaurus sighed. "Who in the lower realm doesn't know how amazing you are? Sometimes I really envy you." Fang Qin shrugged and asked casually, "Where's Murong and Tai Izuan?" "I saw them a while ago. They're flying around together and training," Torvosaurus said. Fang Qin looked around the residence. It was very luxurious. He asked, "Right, why are you living in Skyflower Island?" Skyflower Island was the core island of the Old Hua Islands. It was also the headquarters of the Old East Alliance. "I have a mission," Torvosaurus said softly. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal the details of the mission. Fang Qin nodded. He knew the rules of the demon-subduing world, so he didn't ask any more. "Come, let's drink. We're not going home until we're drunk." Torvosaurus took out 2 jars of wine and placed them on the table. Skyflower Island in a secluded courtyard. A group of warriors gathered here. They were discussing something. "Sanguinati has left the Yuan race's sacred land. He's currently on Skyflower Island," one of them said. "This is our best chance. If he returns to Green Bamboo Island, we won't have a chance," another person said. The others all nodded. They were prisoners of the void creatures and were under their control. They could only do their best to complete the mission. No matter what, we have to get the sword origin fruit back, the leader said. Don't worry. According to our intelligence, Sanguinati is only a creation realm warrior. With more than 10 life and death realm emperors, he'll die for sure. Only the 4 sacred lands knew that Sanguinati had broken through to the life and death realm. The news hadn't spread yet, so these prisoners didn't know. Okay, let's move out in the morning. Torvosaurus residence. The two had been drinking wine and exchanging feelings. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, their friendship was everlasting. Gulp. Torvosaurus took a big gulp of wine. His face was a bit red. With the help of the alcohol, he said slowly, "Senior Brother Fong, my life is yours. If it weren't for you, I would have died many times over." "Why are you saying this?" Fong Chin shook his head. "You 3." There was no need to say anything more between them. "Ha ha ha, come let's drink." Torvosaurus laughed and raised his wine cup to toast with Fong Chin. Just as Fong Chin was about to drink, his face suddenly changed and he frowned. This detail was caught by Torvosaurus. "Senior Brother Fong." Before Torvosaurus could ask, Fong Chin signaled with his eyes. "Come, let's drink," Fong Chin said with a smile. However, he transmitted his voice to Torvosaurus. "There are people hiding in the surroundings. Senior Brother Fong, should we?" Torvosaurus asked. Fong Chin shook his head and signaled Torvosaurus to keep quiet. Soon after, Fong Chin and Torvosaurus drank 2 cups of wine. Then he stood up and said, "You drink first. I'll go take care of it." After saying that, Fong Chin left. Voila! Fong Chin went to a dark place and used the time book to enter the space-time. Then he walked in the void and soon saw some martial artists who were hiding in the dark. More than 10 life and death realm emperors. Could it be the Yuan race? Fong Chen's face was gloomy as he thought to himself. When he looked down, he could see more than 10 life and death realm emperors surrounding the mansion. There was a large distance between each life and death realm emperor. Fong Chin sneered. His figure flickered and silently appeared behind a first-level life and death realm emperor. Illusion. Without saying anything else, he directly used the illusion true intent. 88-8. A dense illusion aura instantly enveloped the first-level life and death realm emperor. The latter had no way to resist and fell into the illusion. At the same time, Fong Chen used the law of fire and burned the undying flame. In the blink of an eye, the first-level life and death realm emperor was burned to ashes. However, the other cultivators had no idea. If it's not the Yuan race, then who wants to deal with me? Chapter 1608. No matter where they came from, they were probably here for him. After all, many people knew that he had obtained the sword origin fruit. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could silently kill low-level life and death realm cultivators. After the undying flame absorbed the law of fire, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. Its power was countless times stronger than before. A mere first-level life and death realm emperor couldn't resist its power. A first-level life and death realm emperor was instantly incinerated, leaving no evidence behind. Immediately after, Fong Chen arrived in front of the second life and death realm emperor. This person's cultivation was at the second level of life and death realm. However, in front of Fong Chen's undying flame, he couldn't resist at all. In just a few breaths, Fong Chen silently killed half of the other party's people. At this moment, the leader still didn't know. Number 4. Did you find any traces of Sanguinati? Sanguinati's sudden departure attracted Number 1's attention, so he asked Number 4. Number 4 immediately replied, "I didn't find him here." As soon as his voice fell, Fong Chen's palm pressed against his back. He subconsciously turned his head. When he saw Fong Chen's figure, he wanted to roar, but he found that he was trapped in a sea of fire. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't roar. Hiss! Under the powerful undying flames burning, Number 4 also fell. When Fong Chin killed number 5, he was finally discovered. Damn it! Number 1 was burning with rage and directly walked out of the darkness. Sanguinati, hand over the sword origin fruit. When they came, there were 10 people. Now only 3 of them were left. Number 1 glared at Sanguinati. They had underestimated Sanguinati's strength. They didn't expect that he could kill 7 of them in such a short time. Who are you? Fong Chin asked calmly. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that if you can't take out the sword origin fruit, you will die without a doubt, number 1 said coldly. In reality, even if Sanguinati handed over the sword essence fruit, he would still die without a doubt. The sword origin fruit is on me, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take it. Fong Chin sneered. Senior brother Fong. Torvosaurus ran behind Fong Chin and was a little worried. Barbarian dragon, stay away. These trash are not my opponents. Fong Chen's words completely infuriated the 3 of them. Let's work together and kill him. Following number 1's order, the 3 of them attacked together. Number 1's cultivation base was at the 4th level of life and death realm, while number 2 and number 3 were at the 3rd level. With such a combination, even a peak 4th level life and death realm martial artist would be able to contend with them. In their eyes, Sanguinati was like an ant. Boom Fong Chin unleashed his aura. The power of the law of fire surrounded his body, and the undying flame emerged instantly. Life and death realm, number 3 said with some astonishment. Humph. So what if you're at the life and death realm? Number 1 roared. Soon after, a strange aura erupted from the 3 of them as they charged at Fong Chin. Voila! Fong Chin used the time-space book and concealed his figure. Where did he go? The faces of the 3 attackers were filled with confusion. They looked left and right, but couldn't find Sanguinati's silhouette. Humph, if you don't appear, we'll kill him. Number 1's gaze fell on Torvosaurus. Soon after, he took a step forward and charged at Torvosaurus. Just as he charged at Torvosaurus, a frightening aura descended from the sky. The primordial killing array instantly covered the ground and trapped the 3 of them. Rumble! A frightening killing power whistled unceasingly. The 3 of them resisted the primordial killing array's power with all their strength. Fong Chen coldly looked at the 3 of them and then entered with the hidden star sword in his hand. Pucci! His sword stabbed out, directly piercing number 3. The latter's eyes went wide as he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Boom! Undying flame revolved around number 3 and burned him to ashes. Then, Fong Chen walked towards number 2. Using the same method, number 2 didn't even have the chance to fight back before disappearing. In a flash, only number 1 remained in the primordial killing array. Damn it, the information was wrong. Only now did number 1 realize how frightening Sanguinati was. But it was already too late. Number 1 risked his life to send this information back to Winged Dragon. Then he suffered Sanguinati's all-out attack. He only lasted for 2 minutes before being burned by undying flame. Voila! At this point, all 10 life and death realm members had fallen. Fong Chen removed the primordial killing array and said regretfully, "Just which power do these people belong to?" He originally wanted to capture number 1 and interrogate him, but he would rather die than submit. Senior apprentice brother Fong, are you all right? Torvosaurus's eyes went wide as he looked at Fong Chin like he was looking at a monster. Fong Chin shrugged. I'm fine. Torvosaurus circled around Fong Chin and then cried out, Senior apprentice brother Fong, you've broken through to the life and death realm. Fong Chin nodded. Torvosaurus laughed wildly. Senior apprentice brother Fong, you're too amazing. I thought the gap between us would shrink a bit, but it seems it was just wishful thinking on my part, sighed Torvosaurus. Your progress isn't bad either, comforted Fong Chin. Torvosaurus nodded, no longer dwelling on this topic. Right, Senior apprentice brother Fong, who are these people? Why did they attack you? They came for the sword origin fruit. As for who they are, I don't know, said Fong Chen. Could they be from the Yuan race? Asked Torvosaurus. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and then shook his head, rejecting this idea. It definitely wasn't the Yuan race. It should be someone else. Not the Yuan race. No matter what, Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, you're in danger right now. Quickly return to Green Bamboo Island, said Torvosaurus. A battle between life and death realm experts caused a huge commotion. With Torvosaurus's strength, he couldn't help at all. He was somewhat worried about Fong Chen, afraid that those people would launch another sneak attack. Fong Chen also realized the complexity of this matter. After exchanging a few words with Torvosaurus, he hastily took a transportation array and returned to Green Bamboo Island. Winged Dragon Danger Zone. Blood Fiend Emperor was smiling as he waited for the good news from Sanguinati's captives. At this time, Heaven Origin Ruler returned from outside. Blood Fiend, what are you smiling about? Asked Heaven Origin Ruler. I've already sent people to kill Sanguinati. It won't be long before the sword origin fruit is delivered back to Winged Dragon Danger Zone. Blood Fiend Emperor chuckled. It could be seen that Shenemo was greatly tempted by the sword origin fruit. If he could snatch the sword origin fruit, Shenemo would definitely attach more importance to him. Perhaps he might even bestow him some divine arts. Of course, this was only Blood Fiend Emperor's fantasy. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Blood Fiend. Heaven Origin Ruler smiled. The two of them were currently subservient to void creatures for the sake of revenge. Their race had been exterminated, and their hearts were filled with rage. As long as the human race was exterminated, they were willing to do anything. Blood Fiend Emperor nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. Heaven Origin Ruler noticed this and hastily asked, Blood Fiend, what's wrong? Boom! Blood Fiend Emperor's powerful aura soared into the sky, overflowing with killing intent. Blood Fiend Emperor clenched his fists, causing his bones to creak. One could see that Blood Fiend Emperor was thoroughly enraged. The intelligence was wrong. The 10 life and death captives were all killed. Blood Fiend Emperor coldly said. Hearing this, Heaven Origin Ruler cried out in alarm. How is that possible? Heaven Origin Ruler was astonished. Even if Sanguinati broke through to life and death realm, he couldn't have killed them all. Blood Fiend Emperor gradually suppressed the fury in his heart and gravely said, No matter what, the mission failed. We're at a low point in Sanguinati's strength. However, a single failure doesn't mean anything. In any case, only the captives died. It has no effect on the void creatures. Heaven Origin Ruler said, Right now, we shouldn't be angry. Instead, we should think about how to deal with Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Emperor nodded. After this assassination, Sanguinati would definitely be on guard and return to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was currently impregnable. Once he returned, it would be troublesome. Sanguinati, this time your soul will scatter. Blood Fiend Emperor said gravely, Don't act blindly without thinking for now. It won't be too late to make a move after gathering enough information. While we were away, the lower realms changed greatly. It changed so much that even we felt somewhat unfamiliar. Heaven Origin Ruler advised. Chapter 1609. Late at night, it was pitch black on Green Bamboo Island. Everyone had already fallen asleep. Fong Chen silently appeared in front of the teleportation formation, attracting the attention of the guards. However, they relaxed when they discovered that it was the island master. Fong Chen returned to the island master's residence. He scanned with his divine sense and instantly discovered that Saber 3 and Lu Xiong were still awake. Crash! Fong Chen arrived at their courtyard. Who is it? Saber 3 suddenly asked. It's me. Fong Chen smiled and walked straight to Saber 3's side, sitting on the stone bench. Brother Fong, why are you back? Saber 3 and Lu Xiong were a little surprised to see Fong Chen. I have already obtained the sword origin fruit. Fong Chen's words shocked Saber 3 and Lu Xiong. The sword origin fruit was one of the Yuan clan's most precious treasures. It only ripened once every 30,000 years, and only 9 fruits would be produced each time. Fong Chen had actually obtained one. Brother Fong, you're really amazing. Lu Xiong praised. He couldn't help but admire Fong Chen's strength. To be able to obtain the sword origin fruit safely from the Yuan clan was enough to show his strength. At this moment, Saber 3 discovered the change in Fong Chen. Brother Fong, you've broken through? Saber 3 asked in surprise. Fong Chen nodded. He didn't hide anything from Saber 3. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about breaking through to the life and death realm. Amazing! Saber 3 raised his finger. After chatting with Saber 3 and Lu Xiong for a while, Fong Chen went to rest. During this period, Fong Chen had been inquiring about the whereabouts of the other 2 fruits. However, he hadn't found anything so far. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, these 2 fruits were rare in the world. He would need enough time to find them. A few days later at night, darkness enveloped the void ocean. There weren't any waves on the calm surface. Suddenly, some black figures walked out of the void ocean. Their bodies were filled with intense killing intent. This time we must kill Sanguinati, one of the black figures said. They were the captives that Monarch Blood Fiend had sent over. This time, almost all of the captives were mid-level life and death realm monarchs. Moreover, most of them were at the 5th level, while a few of them were at the 6th level. The strength of this batch of captives was much stronger than the previous batch. The Blood Fiend monarch wanted to kill Sanguinati. Of course, he had investigated beforehand. Apart from Sanguinati, there are no other life and death realm monarchs on Green Bamboo Island. Therefore, the success rate of assassinating Sanguinati was still very high. However, they were discovered by the old faker as soon as they landed on the Green Bamboo Island. Although the old faker was recuperating, he could still monitor the whole Green Bamboo Island. Kid, there's a group of suspicious life and death realm members on Green Bamboo Island. They seem to be coming for you. The old faker immediately sent a message to Fong Chen. When the latter heard the news, his face was filled with gloominess. They're really in hot pursuit. Fong Chen's face was filled with killing intent. He sent a message to Blade 3, informing the latter of the situation. Blade 3 and Fong Chen hid in the void, preparing to deal a powerful blow to this batch of captives. Brother Blade 3, don't show yourself first. I'll go and meet them. Fong Chen said. If he could deal with the battle, he wouldn't need Blade 3. Breaking through to the life and death realm required constant tempering to stabilize one's cultivation base. All right, be careful. Blade 3 hid in the dark, paying attention to Fong Chen at all times. Voila! Fong Chen's figure shuttled through the darkness and soon arrived in front of this batch of captives. Sneaky, where are you going? Fong Chen stood there quietly and sneered. In the silent darkness, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the group of shadows to be startled at the same time. Soon after, their faces changed greatly. They stopped and looked up. After looking around, they discovered that there was only one person in front of them. Sanguinati. Someone immediately recognized Sanguinati. They had seen his portrait before. Seeing Sanguinati alone, the captives were very happy and surrounded Fong Chen. Who sent you? Fong Chen asked calmly. Dead. People don't need to know so much, the leader said coldly. Soon after, the captives attacked at the same time. Rumble, a terrifying attack, instantly landed on Fong Chen's body. However, Fong Chen used the space-time book to flicker. These people couldn't even catch his figure. On the other hand, Fong Chen quickly shuttled through the void and launched sneak attacks on these cultivators. Voila! The scorching, undying flame instantly enveloped a fifth-level life and death realm sovereign emperor. The latter let out a miserable shriek. In the blink of an eye, his body turned to ashes. Don't get enveloped by his flames. End the battle quickly. Seeing this, the leader growled. Soon after, the captives formed a joint attack formation, trapping Fang Qin within. Dong! The joint attack formation's attack power was very strong. Fang Qin couldn't resist it. He used the burial sword art of heaven and earth. The 50-fold increase in strength from the third layer of the sword scripture emerged and slashed at one of the black shadows. However, he was shocked to find that although the sword slashed at the black shadow, the power was distributed to all the black shadows. What joint attack formation is this? In the lower realm, Fang Chen's achievements in Formation Dao were quite extraordinary. An 8-star Formation Master was already at the peak of Formation Dao. However, he couldn't see through this joint attack formation. What a strange joint attack formation. I've never seen it before. He couldn't find any information about this joint attack formation in his memory. The more he fought in the joint attack formation, the more he felt how powerful it was. It's too exquisite. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. He really couldn't understand. There was actually such an exquisite joint attack formation in the lower realm. After a fierce battle, Fang Qin finally sent a voice transmission to Saber 3, asking the latter to attack. Swoosh! A resplendent saber light suddenly appeared in the darkness. This saber light tore through the void, carrying a vast power as it swooped down. With lightning speed, the saber slashed at one of the black shadows. This black shadow couldn't resist at all and was split in half, dying on the spot. The sudden turn of events shocked the captives. Form the formation. A black shadow was killed, and the joint attack formation collapsed. The leader roared, wanting to form another formation. However, it was too late. After Saber, 3 obtained the inheritance. His strength improved by leaps and bounds. He was invincible among mid-level life and death realm imperial emperors. Even if he encountered high-level imperial emperors, he could challenge them. Pucci He killed one person with a slash as if he was cutting vegetables. Devil. In the blink of an eye, several captives were killed by Saber 3. At this moment, Saber 3 showed his domineering side. The strength of the Golden Shield cultivation system was fully displayed. Fang Qin also attacked at lightning speed, dealing with a 5th-level life and death realm imperial emperor. Pucci after Saber 3 killed 7 life and death realm imperial emperors. The leader finally felt fear. Retreat. The mission this time ended in failure. The leader's figure flashed, and he took the lead to escape. When the others saw this, they also used their escape skills and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Saber 3 slashed with the long saber in his hand. Immediately, the void was torn apart, and a terrifying saber light slashed at the escaping captives. Crack! Several captives couldn't dodge in time and were split in half by the saber light. However, there were still a few captives who escaped. They charged into the void ocean without any regard for their own safety. Saber 3 wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Fang Qin. Brother Saber 3, don't chase a cornered enemy, Fang Qin said. Brother Fang, who wants to kill you? They actually sent such a large lineup, Saber 3 asked. Fang Qin shook his head, thinking, to be able to send so many life and death realm imperial emperors at once, they are definitely not ordinary small factions. Only the 4 great holy lands can do that, Saber 3 said in a deep voice. You obtain the sword origin fruit. Could it be that the Yuan race wants to kill you? Fang Qin shook his head. The aura of these people doesn't seem to be from the Yuan race. At this point, Fang Qin came to a few corpses, squatted down, and carefully examined them. A moment later, his face was a little gloomy. Brother Saber 3, can you recognize the power in their bodies? Fang Qin asked. Saber 3 shook his head, indicating that he couldn't. The power in their bodies is unheard of and unseen. It's too strange. Saber 3 was surprised. Could it be a major force hiding in the dark? Saber 3's words made Fang Chin a little vigilant. That's right. Why didn't he think of that? Chapter 1610. Pterosaur Danger Ground. Another failure infuriated the blood-fiend monarch. This time, even Shimo was alarmed. A bunch of trash. You can't even defeat an early life and death expert. Shimo said in a deep voice, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Leader Shimo, there's a very powerful life and death emperor on Green Bamboo Island. Our people are no match for him. One of the escaped captives said. They were lucky enough to escape from death. Moreover, that Sanguinati is much stronger than we imagined. Another captive said. Leader Shimo sank into contemplation. Blood Fiend Emperor was apprehensive. Leader, this matter is my fault. I shouldn't have acted rashly before investigating the situation. Blood, Fiend Emperor said. I await leader's punishment. Shimo glanced at Blood, Fiend Emperor. This was his first time in the lower realms, so he wasn't familiar with this place. Why would he need Blood, Fiend Emperor's help? Forget it. Let's end this matter here. Shimo said, Don't leave Pterosaur Danger Ground in the near future. The formation I've arranged is about to succeed. Once it succeeds, the human race will be thoroughly refined. Yes, Leader Shimo. Blood, Fiend Emperor, and Heaven Origin Ruler withdrew. The escaped captives also turned around and left. Shimo's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. He was setting up a peerless array. If he could set it up successfully, it would turn the lower realm into a huge furnace. At that time, all the human race warriors would be melted and die. Just wait. It won't be long before I complete the mission Master left behind, Shimo said. He vaguely remembered the words the void creatures had said to him when they sent him to the lower realms. They had told him to control the entire lower realms. This was incomparably important to the void creatures. Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor returned to their residence. Along the way, Blood Fiend Emperor was silent. Heaven Origin Ruler only glanced at him and guessed his thoughts. Blood Fiend, don't be impulsive. Heaven Origin Ruler warned. Heaven Origin, Sanguinati, has repeatedly ruined our plans. Our race's annihilation is related to Sanguinati. This time, I almost made what Mo Shua blame me. Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. He knew that although Chief Shimo didn't blame him, he had already remembered him in his heart. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with endless anger. Moreover, don't you feel that Sanguinati's growth is too fast? He hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, yet he's already entered life and death realm. Moreover, he's already able to contend against mid-level experts. If he is allowed to grow, there will be endless trouble in the future. Monarch Blood Fiend said in a deep voice. Hegemin Chen Yuan nodded heavily when he heard Hegemin Blood Fiend's words. This Sanguinati has tremendous potential, Hegemin Chen Yuan said. Therefore, I want to personally kill Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Monarch said, With my means, I can definitely sneak into Green Bamboo Island silently. Once I get close to him, Sanguinati will definitely die. But what if we alarm human experts? Hegemin Chen Yuan was somewhat apprehensive. Have you forgotten that the Void Ocean was once my domain? As long as I sneak into the Void Ocean, even eternal ancient realm human, Saint Lords, won't necessarily be able to find me. Blood Fiend Monarch was very confident in his own strength. Seeing Hegemin Chen Yuan still hesitating, Blood Fiend Monarch said decisively, Chen Yuan, help me keep this a secret. I'll be back soon. Green Bamboo Island. Fan Chen and Saber, 3 carefully inspected and confirmed that these people weren't from Yuan race. Fan Chen was very puzzled. Just what kind of power wanted to kill him? He was certain that the other party had come for the sword origin fruit. However, he couldn't think of anyone who could send out batches of life and death embers. Without any other choice, Fong Qin could only ask Realm Lord Fuming Demon, "Realm Lord, I've encountered some problems." Fong Qin's clone found Realm Lord Fuming Demon and told him what had happened. After hearing this, Realm Lord Fuming Demon fell into deep thought. After a long time, a complicated expression appeared on Realm Lord Fuming Demon's face. He then asked, "Are you sure that the blood flowing in the bodies of the martial artists you killed has a bit of green in it?" This was a very serious problem. Realm Lord Fuming Demon could only make a decision after confirming it. Fong Qin nodded heavily. This was an indisputable fact. "This is bad." Realm Lord Fuming Demon shook his head. "Realm Lord, what did you find?" Fong Qin hurriedly asked. Realm Lord Fuming Demon stood up with his hands behind his back. He said slowly, according to your description, "These people shouldn't be from the lower worlds." "What do you mean they don't belong to the lower worlds? Are they from other god realms?" Fong Qin asked in shock. "If I'm not wrong, they should be from the endless void." Realm Lord Fuming Demon said, "There are many void creatures in the endless void. Although the ones you killed looked like humans, they weren't real humans." "Realm Lord, are you saying that the void creatures invaded our lower worlds?" Fong Qin asked. "We still can't be sure if it was an organized and premeditated invasion by the void creatures. Maybe a few void creatures accidentally entered the void crack and came to our lower worlds," Realm Lord Fuming Demon said. Fong Qin was very confident in Realm Lord Fuming Demon's words. Realm Lord Fuming Demon was from the god realm. Naturally, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. "Then what should we do? Should we inform the human sacred land?" Fong Qin asked. However, right after Fong Qin's words left his mouth, his clone's body suddenly stiffened. His aura began to dissipate. Realm Lord Fuming Demon's expression changed drastically. There was only one way to end this situation, and that was that the original body was facing a great threat. "What's going on?" Realm Lord Fuming Demon frowned and said, "At the same time, in the Island Lord's residence on Green Bamboo Island, Fong Qin had just separated from Sword 3 when Blood Fiend Emperor suddenly appeared. "Sanguinati, go to hell!" Blood Fiend Emperor roared and instantly burst out with life and death realm strength. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire Island Lord's residence, directly enveloping Fong Qin. Not good. Fong Qin cursed inwardly. Without another word, he activated the space-time book. Whoosh! Before Blood Fiend Emperor's attack arrived, Fong Qin's figure merged with the time-space book. Dong! The entire ground trembled. Blood Fiend Emperor's punch directly blasted a big hole in the space, and a majestic mist gushed out from it. How is this possible? Fong Qin opened his eyes wide and looked at Blood Fiend Emperor, who was crazily attacking. Weren't Blood Fiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler forced into the endless void? Why are they here? Thinking of this, Fong Qin felt relieved. However, there was no time for him to think. He had to use the time-space book to escape. Boom! Fist lights bombarded the void, causing the ground to tremble. The buildings in the island Lord's residence collapsed. Not good. A life and death realm expert is invading. Vice Island Lord Ian Fong and the other experts were the first to discover. Sword 3, who had just returned, sensed the terrifying aura and his face changed. Whoosh! When Sword 3 rushed over, Fong Qin was already nowhere to be seen. The ground was in tatters, and Blood Fiend Emperor was crazily attacking. Brother Fong. Sword 3's eyes were scarlet. Sword 3 rushed into the battlefield and clashed with Blood Fiend Emperor. Scram! Blood Fiend Emperor's plan was extremely meticulous. After killing Sanguinati, he would retreat. However, he couldn't even catch a trace of Sanguinati. Just as he was vexed, Sword 3 appeared, and he could vent his anger on Sword 3. With a sudden punch, he sent Sword 3's body flying. Sword 3. When Sword 3 felt threatened, Fong Qin appeared from the void. He flashed continuously and arrived in front of Sword 3, supporting him with one hand. Blood Fiend Emperor, you're still alive. Fong Qin glared at Blood Fiend Emperor. Humph, I'm here to kill you. Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Weren't you forced into the endless void? How did you return? Fong Qin asked. He was deliberately stalling for time. Just a moment ago, he had already notified Luo clan head, and the latter was on the way. Brat, you're trying to stall for time. Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Your life will end here. Chapter 16:11. Only now did Fong Qin realize that the two groups of assassins had something to do with Blood Fiend Monarch. Brother Saber 3. Fong Qin supported Saber 3. The latter's injuries weren't light. Brother Fong, hurry up and leave. Seeing Blood Fiend Monarch attack, Saber 3 pushed Fong Qin away and went up to meet the attack. Bang! Without any suspense, Saber 3's body was sent flying like a kite. Fortunately, Saber 3's cultivation system was different from the human race's. His golden shield cultivation system focused on the strength of the body. Although this attack had heavily injured Saber 3, it wasn't life-threatening. Seeing this, Blood Fiend Monarch was a little surprised. He didn't expect this mid-level monarch to be able to block his attack. Seems like Green Bamboo Island is also filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Blood Fiend Monarch laughed sinisterly as he walked towards Fong Qin step by step. My tribe was annihilated because of you. Blood Fiend Monarch's face was malevolent as he raised his palm. A frightening energy revolved around his palm. In an instant, he slammed his palm down. Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb. His body was restricted, and he couldn't use the time-space book. Damn it! Fong Qin cursed. However, just as Blood Fiend Monarch's palm was about to envelop Fong Qin, a ripple appeared in the void. Immediately after, a furious roar resounded. Stop! The clan head of the Luo clan had arrived. Instantly, he appeared before Fong Qin and sent out a punch, blocking the attack of the Blood Fiend Monarch. You can't stop me. Blood Fiend Monarch's eyes were bloodshot. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Sanguinati. Rumble. Blood Fiend Monarch and Luo clan head clashed while Fong Qin rapidly retreated. Brother Luo, let me help you. While Luo clan head and Blood Fiend Monarch were fighting, Spiritual clan head had also arrived. He sensed the battle fluctuations on Green Bamboo Island and hurried over. With the two giants joining hands, Blood Fiend Monarch felt a trace of pressure. Just one more step. The Blood Fiend Monarch's heart was filled with indignation. He was just one step away from killing Sanguinati, but in the end it was all for naught. Retreat! Emperor Blood Fiend forced the two giants back with a punch. Then, with a flash, he fled into the distance. Where are you going? The Blood Fiend Monarch's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the edge of the Green Bamboo Island. As long as he entered the void ocean, he would not be afraid of anyone. Right at that moment, a furious roar was heard. Yuan Gu had arrived. He used the Yuan race's technique. A ball of laws condensed in his palm and blasted toward Blood Fiend Emperor. When the latter saw this, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the void ocean, risking injury. Dong the Law Sphere exploded in the void ocean, and terrifying waves surged into the sky. Hu the Luo clan leader and the Spirit clan leader rushed over. Brother Yuan Gu, where is Monarch Blood Fiend? The Luo clan head asked solemnly. He fled, Yuan Gu said. The void ocean is Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's world. There's no way we can catch up with him after entering. The Spirit clan leader nodded his head. He could understand why Yuan Gu did not give chase. What happened? Yuan Gu asked curiously. We came over because we sensed the battle, the spirit clan leader said. Let's go to the island master's residence. Before long, the three giants arrived at the island master's residence. At that moment, the island master's residence was in a mess. It was almost turned into ruins. Fang Qin supported the injured Saber 3 and kept asking about his injuries. Saber 3's face was covered in blood. He grinned. Brother Fang, don't worry. I won't die. Brother Saber 3, go and treat your injuries first. I'll take care of this place. After saying that, Fang Qin got Lu Xiong to support Saber 3 to rest. Then he got Vice Island Master Yin Fang to take care of the funeral. Right at that moment, the three giants arrived. Seniors, please follow me, Yi Fuqian said. Fang Qin brought the three of them to the meeting hall. This building was the only one in the entire island master's residence that was intact. After entering the meeting hall, the three of them looked at Fang Qin. What happened? Yuan Gu asked. Yeah, didn't Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor enter the chaotic void? How could he appear here? Even Eternal Realm experts would get lost in the chaotic void. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor must have some secrets. Fang Qin nodded his head and explained, This matter started when I left the Yuan clan. Fang Qin immediately told the three giants about the 2 waves of assassinations he encountered after obtaining the sword origin fruit and leaving the Yuan clan. After hearing this, the 3 of them nodded their heads slightly. If they were not mistaken, these 2 waves of assassins should be Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's men. Seniors, have you heard of the void creatures? Fang Qin asked. Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly became serious. You mean? Yuan Gu hurriedly asked. There was a tinge of green in the blood of the assassins I killed previously. I've vaguely seen some introductions about void creatures in some ancient books. Fang Qin said in a panic. The assassins who killed you were the void creatures? Yuan Gu opened his eyes wide and asked hurriedly. The 3 of them naturally heard of the void creatures, but they were not very clear. If they were really the void creatures, then they would be in big trouble. I suspect that after the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were forced into the Chaos Void, they accidentally encountered the void creature. Then they brought the void creature back to the lower world with the intention of destroying the human race. Fang Qin voiced his guess. The 3 of them fell silent at the same time. If what Fang Qin said was true, then it was too terrifying. Void creatures were able to soar in the primal chaos void. They were so powerful that it made people gasp in amazement. We have to investigate this matter carefully. Yuan Gu said, We will go to the human tribe's holy land to ask the Holy Master about this matter. After speaking, the 3 giants left. After this battle, more than half of Green Bamboo Island was destroyed. However, under the leadership of Deputy Island Master Yin Fang, everyone began to rebuild. Through the void ocean, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor escaped back to the Pterosaur Forbidden Land. Huff huff. As soon as he returned, he felt that his body was locked by a powerful aura. Come to my place. This voice was filled with anger. It was Shu Mo's. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor was shocked and immediately went to Shu Mo's residence, helplessly. You idiot, you actually acted on your own. Now, the human tribe has noticed us. Shu Mo said in a deep voice. Leader Shu Mo, we are so hidden here. The human tribe shouldn't be able to find us. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor said. Keeping you by my side will only ruin my plan. Shu Mo's words were filled with killing intent. Although the human tribe can't find this place for the time being, it doesn't mean that we are not exposed. I hope that your stupidity won't affect my plan. After speaking, Shu Mo stood up and a green light appeared in his palm. Leader Shu Mo, please let me go this time. I am willing to atone for my sins. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor was shocked and begged for mercy. Leader Shu Mo, please let Blood Fiend Emperor go this time. Ruler Qian Yuan also pleaded for Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. What's the use of keeping you alive? Shu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's body trembled. He didn't want to die in Shu Mo's hands like this. Suddenly, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor seemed to think of something. Leader Shu Mo, I discovered something important that might be useful to you. You only have one chance. Shu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor took a deep breath and said, I went to deal with Sanguinati this time and didn't come back empty-handed. On Green Bamboo Island, I found a quasi-divine tree that I had once cut in half. Shu Mo was silent. The quasi-divine tree didn't attract him at all. When I thought of the sword origin fruit that Sanguinati obtained, I suddenly thought of something. Perhaps Sanguinati obtained the sword origin fruit to help the quasi-divine tree recover its cultivation, said Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. He had once seen a method in an ancient book that involved 3 kinds of fruits. You mean the sword origin fruit, the moon prosperity fruit, and the peaches of immortality? Shu Mo asked. I am 90% sure. Sanguinati has a close relationship with the quasi-divine tree. It is only natural that he would do such a thing for it, said Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. And then, we can use the remaining 2 fruits to lure Sanguinati and even the upper echelons of the human tribe, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor said with a sinister smile. Chapter 1612. Recommended reading. Human's Sacred Land. The 3 great leaders arrived at the same time, and the Great Elder welcomed them personally. Great Elder, we want to see the Sacred Lord for something important, Yuan-gu said. The Great Elder looked helpless and said, To be honest, the Sacred Lord is still in seclusion, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Great Elder, go and inform him. This concerns the survival of the human race, the Spirit Clan leader said. This was not an exaggeration. If their guess was right and the void creatures attacked, it would be really dangerous. You should know that the Sacred Lord is in seclusion, and I have no way to wake him up, the Great Elder said. Although he was the Great Elder of the Sacred Land, he was above everyone else. However, he did not dare to violate the rules set by the Sacred Lord. The place where the Sacred Lord was in seclusion had a strong restriction, and unless the Sacred Lord appeared, it would be difficult to open it. Bring the 3 of us to the place where the Sacred Lord is in seclusion. The Great Elder was also a person who could distinguish right from wrong. The 3 great leaders came at the same time, and the matter must be very serious. The Great Elder nodded and brought the 3 great leaders to the forbidden grounds. However, they did not expect a voice to be heard the moment they arrived. Creak! The door of the seclusion grounds opened, and the human race's Sacred Lord walked out. Sacred Lord. The Great Elder called out. The 3 great leaders greeted the Sacred Lord. I already know why you are here, the human race's Sacred Lord said. Oh! The 3 of them looked at each other. The Sacred Lord continued. The void creatures used the Blood Fiend Monarch and Qian Yuan ruler to tear the void and come to the lower world. Their aura was rejected by the universe will, and I noticed it when they came in. So the Sacred Lord already knew about it. I wonder if the Sacred Lord has any countermeasures, Yuan-gu asked. Yes, the void creatures invaded to occupy the lower world and enslave the human race, the Spirit Clan leader said. Since the void creatures came to the lower world, why did they hide and not attack the human race? The Luo Clan leader was puzzled. The universe boundary wall is very strong, and even if an Almighty opened the boundary wall and formed a space-time tunnel, the Almighty would not be able to send the Almighty down because of the universe will's rejection. Once it exceeds the tolerance range of the space-time tunnel, the tunnel will explode, and the void creatures that enter will definitely die. The human race, Holy Master said, Therefore, there are no experts above the eternal ancient realm among the void creatures that entered the lower world. Hearing this, the 3 leaders sighed in relief. What they feared the most was Eternal Realm experts. In the face of an Eternal Realm expert, even if they joined forces, it would be useless. Since they don't have any Eternal Realm experts, we can take this opportunity to kill them all, said Yuan Gu, who was in favor of war. The human race's Holy Lord shook his head and sighed. If this was before, we could take the initiative to fight. But now I haven't fully recovered, and my strength has decreased a lot. The human race's holy masters' words made Yuan Gu and the others' faces darken. The human race's greatest reliance was the Eternal Realm Holy Masters. Without the help of the Holy Masters, the human race had no chance of winning. The battle prowess of void creatures was abnormally tyrannical. Presumably, there would be quite a number of life and death realm monarchs entering the lower realm this time. What should we do? The spirit race master asked worriedly. Since the void creatures have entered the lower realm, they must know about my situation. The reason why they don't dare to attack is because they are afraid of me. Therefore, I can't attack. Once they know about my situation, a disaster will befall the human race, said the human race's holy master. All right, I'll go back and deploy. Send out all the experts in the race to search for the void creatures, said Yuan Gu with cupped fists. I'll go back too. The three leaders went back one after another. The human race's holy master looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Then he returned to his seclusion place. Under the leadership of Vice Island Master Fong, the battered and exhausted Green Bamboo Island was completely repaired in less than half a month. The current Green Bamboo Island didn't look like it had been through a battle at all. On this day, Fong Chen sat comfortably on the old faker's body. Old faker, I've already obtained the sword origin fruit. I'll work hard to find the remaining 2 fruits. Don't worry, I'll definitely gather all 3 fruits to heal you and help you enter the God realm, said Fong Chen. The old faker was touched, but he didn't say anything. Leave everything to fate. You don't have to worry about it. The old faker said, you have great potential. Now that you've entered the life and death realm, it won't take long for you to enter the eternal realm. Hearing the old faker's words, Fong Chen nodded. However, at this moment, Fong Chen received a message. The message came from Realm Lord Fu Mo. What? The moon dragon sky fruit appeared? An excited smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. After asking around for so long, the moon dragon sky fruit finally appeared. Realm Lord, where did the moon dragon sky fruit appear? Asked Fong Chen. Before long, the Realm Lord transmitted back. Someone saw the moon dragon sky fruit appear on a remote island. Starry Sky Island. Realm Lord Fu Mo told Fong Chen the location of the Starry Sky Island. The latter was very excited. Old faker, I've already found the whereabouts of the moon dragon sky fruit. Just you wait. It won't be long before I bring it back. After saying this, Fong Chen left Green Bamboo Island with a swoosh. He boarded the Star Field Dragon boat and headed to the Starry Sky Island at the fastest speed. At the edge of the endless void ocean was a huge island called the Starry Sky Island. Originally, there were humans living on this island. However, after a great battle, there were no signs of life. Fong Chen's target was the Starry Sky Island. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the Starry Sky Island, Blood Fiend Emperor's face was gloomy as he looked below. Blood Fiend, if it's as you guessed, Sanguinati will definitely come to the Starry Sky Island. Once he enters the Starry Sky Island, he won't be able to return. Universe, Lord smiled sinisterly. This place was very far from the pterosaur danger ground. Even if the humans knew it was a scam, they wouldn't think that they were hiding in the pterosaur danger ground. In fact, the reason he chose the Starry Sky Island was because it was far away from the human domain. Even if the big shots of the human race rushed over, they would need some time. There were already many captives hiding on the Starry Sky Island. As long as Fong Chen entered, he would die without a doubt. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Sanguinati. At the same time, he had to kill some human experts. However, what Blood Fiend Emperor and Universe Lord didn't know was that there was an extremely terrifying force hiding in the void not far from the Starry Sky Island. Silver Moon Island. For a long time, the Silver Moon Island was unknown. Even the human races, Saint Lords, didn't know of its existence. The distance between the Starry Sky Island and the Silver Moon Island wasn't very far. However, the Silver Moon Island was surrounded by a dusky mist, completely concealing it in the void. This was the protection of the Silver Moon Island's ancestors for their descendants. Only an Eternal Realm expert could sense it. Otherwise, Life and Death Realm Emperors wouldn't be able to find it. The Silver Moon Island stood aloof from worldly affairs and had always been peaceful. However, today the people of the Silver Moon Island had gathered together. Elder, a suspicious martial artist, has appeared on the Starry Sky Island. Elder, they might be coming for our Silver Moon Island. Should we counterattack? Elder, we're waiting for your decision. Many people were waiting for the Elder's decision. Everyone, our Silver Moon Island has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and has always lived here in seclusion. Don't act rashly for now. If the location of the Silver Moon Island is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Elder said solemnly, I'll first ask the Saintess for her opinion on this matter. Just as the Elder's words left his mouth, the azure-robed by Ching-Ching with a beautiful figure walked out. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Her every move was so beautiful. Greetings, Saintess, everyone shouted. The Saintess' position on the Silver Moon Island was extremely high, second only to the Silver Moon Island's ancestors. Many people obeyed the Saintess' orders without question. I already know what happened on the Starry Sky Island. It's not against the Silver Moon Island. Everyone, don't panic. Bai Ching-Ching's red lips parted slightly, and her charming voice entered everyone's ears. We'll listen to the Saintess' orders. All right, everyone. The Silver Moon Mountain is about to open. Prepare yourselves and enter the Silver Moon Mountain to cultivate. Hearing the words Silver Moon Mountain, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 1613. Starry Sky Island. Swoosh! A stream of light flashed across the void ocean. Immediately afterward, a huge Starfield dragon boat quickly sailed over. Starry Sky Island. Standing on the Starfield dragon boat, Fong Chen stared at Starry Sky Island and clenched his fists in excitement. I hope I can find the moon dragon's sky fruit smoothly, Fong Chen said to himself. Then he kept the Starfield dragon boat and stepped onto Starry Sky Island. As soon as he entered Starry Sky Island, he appeared in front of Monarch Blood Fiend and Overlord Qian Yuan. Sanguinati, let's see how you escape this time. As soon as Emperor Blood Fiend finished his words, his body flashed and he teleported to where Fong Chen was. Standing on Starry Sky Island, Fong Chen frowned. He could vaguely sense danger on Starry Sky Island. Forget it. Let's find the moon dragon's sky fruit first, Fong Chen said. Then he spread out his divine consciousness and came to a dense forest. Swoosh! The Blood Fiend monarch appeared. Bringing with him an extremely tyrannical power, he punched Fong Chen's body. Bang! Caught off guard, Fong Chen's body was smashed into the ground by Monarch Blood Fiend's punch. Damn it! Fong Chen spat out blood as sword-shaped runes flashed around his body. Conspiracy! The little mouse appeared with a whoosh and immediately used its sharp claws to dig a hole in the ground. Boss, let's go. With Little Mouse in front and Fong Chen behind, they quickly moved underground. Damn Monarch Blood Fiend. This is all his conspiracy. Fong Chen was furious. However, he was seriously injured and did not dare to stay here. Sanguinati, you can't escape. Monarch Blood Fiend went underground and found that Fong Chen was nowhere to be found. Sanguinati has entered Starry Sky Island. Kill him. Monarch Blood Fiend sent a voice transmission. Immediately, all the captives hidden in Starry Sky Island moved to search for Fangchen. The little mouse's speed was extremely fast. It carried Fangchen through the underground. An hour later, Fangchen felt that he had temporarily shaken off Monarch Bloodfiend's pursuit. Get out! Little Mouse drilled into the ground with Fangchen. While Fangchen endured his injuries and used the Book of Time and Space to hide in the void. Then he hurried away. Moments later, Monarch Blood Fiend arrived. Damn it. Blood Fiend Monarch searched the surroundings, but didn't find any traces of Fangchen. He was furious. Biar, I don't believe that you can escape. At the same time, Hegeman Qian Yuan's voice sounded by his ear. Brother Blood Fiend, the formation is complete. Sanguinati won't be able to escape, Hegeman Heaven Origin said. Brother Qian Yuan, let's search together, said Monarch Blood Fiend. Starry Sky Island. Fang Chen walked through the void. 6 hours later, he found a secluded place and started healing his injuries. Boss, will they find us? Little Mouse asked worriedly. Not for now. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and started healing. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream of energy drilled out of it, nourishing Fang Chen's body. An hour later, Fang Chen's injuries were completely healed. Fortunately, after entering the life and death realm, my perfect sword body improved once more. Otherwise, even if I didn't die from Monarch Blood Fiend's attack, I would have been heavily injured. Fang Chen inwardly said. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. Right at this moment, a clamor came from the distance. In an instant, Fang Chen discovered that the newcomers were 4th layer life and death realm experts. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse looked at Fang Chen. Kill. As soon as Fang Chen's voice sounded, he grasped the hidden star sword and charged at the newcomers. Biar Sanguinati. These people also discovered Sanguinati. However, before they could say anything, a sword light flashed, and the person at the front had his throat slit. Fang Chen's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. His battle strength was raised to the peak, and he killed one with a single sword strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, these people were all killed. Let's go. Fang Chen took Little Mouse and entered the void, leaving this place. A moment later, Heaven Origin Ruler and Monarch Blood Fiend arrived. However, they were a step too late. Damn it. This kid's concealment technique is too strong. We can't continue like this. Heaven Origin Ruler said. He can't escape. Monarch Blood Fiend was full of confidence. If the outside world knew that 2 peak life and death experts had joined hands to scheme against a 1st layer life and death realm expert, they would have been killed. Moreover, they had even sacrificed the life of a life and death captive. They would definitely be shocked. In fact, Fang Chen was very difficult to deal with. At this moment, the space-time cultivation system revealed its absolute strength. Fang Chen was furious. He was prepared to play with Monarch Blood Fiend. He walked in the void, and no one could catch his figure. He could see anyone. As long as they were alone or in a small group, Fang Chen would attack with lightning speed. One sword strike killed one person, leaving no trace for 1,000 li. After killing, he didn't linger and immediately entered the void. He knew that Monarch Blood Fiend was watching him. If he delayed, Monarch Blood Fiend would definitely catch up. In a short half a day, Fang Chen killed 15 life and death realm monarchs. Heaven and earth burial sword arts had become even sharper. With an 80 times increase in strength 4th layer, and even 5th layer life and death experts had no power to resist. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Fang Chen hid in the void and sneered. He continued to search for his next target. 3 days later, the number of captives Fang Chen killed reached 30. For a martial artist who had just entered life and death realm, this was an absolutely shocking achievement. However, Fang Qin didn't think so. He continued to search for his next target. In the depths of Starry Sky Island, on a mountain peak, Fang Qin discovered a sixth-layer life and death expert. Should I make a move? Fang Qin struggled with his thoughts, but ultimately decided to make a move. Swish! He activated the space-time book and suddenly appeared in front of the captive. Sanguinati! Seeing this, the sixth-layer life and death expert furiously roared. Soon after, he attacked with lightning speed. Dense law of fire surged out of his body. He clenched his fist and ruthlessly punched at Fang Qin. Dong! When Fang Qin's fist collided with his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Sanguinati, you're dead! This person sneered and continued to attack with lightning speed. Fang Qin used heaven and earth burial sword arts. Dense law of fire revolved around the hidden star sword. Bang! Bang! A sixth-layer life and death realm monarch was tyrannical. The difference in cultivation between Fang Qin and him was too great. Even an 80-fold increase in strength was of no use. I need to be fast. Fang Qin also knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, Blood Fiend Monarch would definitely rush over. Using 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, countless shocking lightning bolts swooped down from the sky. Just as they were about to hit the sixth-layer life and death realm monarch, he suddenly shifted his body and dodged. Pucci! Fang Qin's hidden star sword streaked across the sky and pierced the man's arm. Ah! The man faced the sky and roared. His body suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, and soon after his body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 30-meter-tall giant. The giant's hand reached out, wanting to grab Fang Qin. Bang! Fang Qin's body was smashed into the ground. Kacha! A crack appeared in the ground, and a terrifying power instantly surged out, sucking Fang Qin's body into the ground. Then, the crack disappeared, and the ground returned to normal. This sudden change shocked the 30-meter-tall giant. Who? At this moment, Heaven Origin Overlord rushed over. Where's Sanguinati? Heaven Origin Overlord asked. I fought with him. A terrifying power surged out from the ground and sucked him in, said the captive. Heaven Origin Overlord stared at the ground, sinking into deep thought. After Blood Fiend Monarch arrived and learned of the situation, he attacked the ground. However, to his surprise, even with his strength that was infinitely close to the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't break open the mountain. There's something strange about this mountain. Blood Fiend Monarch said gravely. Blood Fiend, do you think there's some kind of powerful inheritance here? Heaven Origin Overlord asked. It's possible. Blood Fiend Monarch said. Let's join hands and see if we can break this mountain. All right. Heaven Origin Overlord and Blood Fiend Monarch joined hands and unleashed a storm of attacks. However, the mountain didn't budge, and even the soil stopped flying. This made Blood Fiend Monarch's face turn even gloomier. Damn it! A life and death monarch could destroy an island or even an archipelago in a fit of rage. Chapter 1614. Recommended reading. Fang Qin felt that he was being enveloped by a terrifying power. He did not even have the chance to resist before he was pulled into the endless darkness. What is this place? There was still a powerful force around him, but Fang Qin was surprised to find that this force didn't seem to have any malice towards him. In the endless darkness, Fang Qin felt that his body kept falling. This process lasted for about half an hour. Bang! A deafening sound was heard. Immediately after, Fang Qin gritted his teeth. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, this fall wouldn't be too light. When he fell to the ground, the terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Fang Qin hurriedly looked around, wanting to confirm if there was any danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Qin hurriedly mobilized the power of law to heal his injuries. After a while, his strength was restored. At this time, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, attracting Fong Chen's attention. "What's going on?" Fong Chen stood up and stared ahead. The golden heart seemed to be guiding him. Fong Chen followed the guidance of the golden heart and walked forward. Voila! Fong Chen stretched out his finger and ignited the undying flame on his fingertip. In an instant, the dark space was illuminated. At this time, Fong Chen realized that this seemed to be a cultivation place. Whose cultivation place is this? Looking around, his eyes finally fell on the front. He saw a futon there. That is... Fong Chen quickly walked to the front of the praying mat and felt a familiar aura. This is... Fong Chen was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the futon. The aura of the saint's village. To be precise, it should be the aura of the heavenly prison saint. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Did the heavenly prison saint come here back then? The force just now pulled me here. Could it be that it sensed the aura of the saint's village on me? Back then, in purgatory, he accidentally stepped into the saint's village. After receiving the inheritance of the Zhongjian Emperor, he was respectfully called the new saint by the villagers of the saint's village. From that moment on, he was inextricably linked to the saint's village. The founder of the saint village was the heavenly prison saint. In the memories of the villagers of the saint's village, countless years ago, the heavenly prison saint led the powerful warriors of the saint's village away. He left and never came back. The saints of the saint village were all looking forward to the return of the warriors. Could it be that the sky prison saint left his inheritance here? Fong Chen wondered. Thinking of this, he was quite excited. Then he sat down on the futon. Hu-hu-hu-ay, familiar aura came from the praying mat. An illusory figure condensed in the void. Greetings, new saint. This figure was exactly the same as the portrait of the sky prison saint that he had seen in the saint village. When you see my projection, it means that a new saint has appeared in the village I left behind. Unfortunately, I can't see your true appearance. The heavenly prison saint continued. Before I left, I cultivated here for a short period of time, leaving behind some opportunities for those who came after me. I hope you can protect the descendants of the saint's village. The heavenly prison saint's projection flickered as if he could not hold on any longer. Remember, after you get the inheritance, make a trip back to the saint's village. This was the last sentence that the heavenly prison saint's projection said. After saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. It really is the place where the heavenly prison saint used to cultivate. Fong Chen was secretly delighted. He was too lucky to have encountered such a good thing. At the same time, he was also grateful to the blood fiend emperor. If he had not painstakingly deceived him to come here, he would not have found this place in his life. Buzz! Fong Chen closed his eyes. Waves of aura emerged from the praying mat and drilled into his mind. The heavenly prison saint actually left behind a divine art. Fong Chen was very excited. Fong Chen had a very clear understanding of divine arts. Divine arts were many times more powerful than supreme-grade secret arts. Although he had a divine art, it was a concealment divine art. What the heavenly prison saint left behind was an offensive divine art. Most importantly, this divine art was actually a sword Dao divine art. Heavenly imperial sword technique. Fong Chen quickly immersed himself in this sword Dao divine art and began to comprehend and cultivate. At the same time, the saint's village. When Fong Chen activated the heavenly prison saint's projection, something earth-shattering happened in the saint's village. On this day, the villagers in the saint's village were all working hard to cultivate. However, without any warning, the ground in the saint's village shook incessantly, which alarmed the villagers. Just when they were puzzled, a dazzling light suddenly broke out of the ground and floated in the sky. That's a ring. Seeing the huge ring in the sky, the villagers of the saint's village exclaimed excitedly, They knew that the ring was left behind by the heavenly prison saint. The living spirit has shown up and left us the inheritance. The villagers of the saint's village were all cheering. The huge ring in the sky emitted a gentle light. Under everyone's gaze, it landed in the hands of the village chief. The day of our saint's village's rise has arrived. The village chief laughed wildly. On this day, the village chief found the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint in the ring. All the villagers were comprehending the inheritance. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that after absorbing the inheritance in the ring, the villagers' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was very shocking. Some villagers who were only at the heavenly body tier directly advanced to the creation tier after absorbing the inheritance, and they were still improving. If the outside world saw this scene, it would definitely be very shocking. However, the villagers of the saint's village didn't think so. They were still immersed in the inheritance left behind by the heavenly prison saint. They vaguely remembered the ancestral teachings. The moment the ring appeared, it indicated that the saint's village would soon be able to reappear in the world. This ancestral teaching had been passed down for countless generations. In their generation, the ring finally appeared, improve their cultivation, and reappear in the world. This was what every villager thought in their hearts. However, Fong Qin didn't know what happened in the saint's village at all. He was also absorbing the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint. Simply speaking, the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the strengthening of the primordial spirit, the second part was the strengthening of power, and the third part was the divine technique. Fong Qin suppressed the excitement in his heart and temporarily put the heavenly imperial sword technique aside to strengthen the primordial spirit. One had to admit that the heavenly prison saint had his own set of theories. After reading the heavenly prison saint's explanation, Fong Qin sighed. Previously, his soul cultivation path had always been a detour, and it was only today that he came to a realization. I see. According to the heavenly prison saint's words, to strengthen the primordial spirit, one had to first abandon what they had before. In other words, before strengthening, one had to disperse the power in the primordial spirit. This was a very dangerous method. The slightest carelessness would cause damage to the primordial spirit. If it was light, the primordial spirit would be injured, and if it was heavy, it would be death. However, Fong Qin believed in the heavenly prison saint. Moreover, his intuition told him that if he succeeded according to the heavenly prison saint's method, it was very likely that his primordial spirit would undergo a qualitative transformation. He might be able to use this to break through to the Saint Master Realm. Saint Master Realm soul cultivators were equivalent to mid-level life and death realm monarchs. They could even challenge high-level life and death realm monarchs. Fong Qin took a deep breath and began to strengthen his primordial spirit according to the heavenly prison saint's method. Strengthening the primordial spirit was a long process, so Fong Qin wasn't in a hurry. Just like that, he began to disperse the power in his primordial spirit. Dong at the crucial moment, the golden heart came to his aid. Soon, the power in his primordial spirit dispersed. At this time, his primordial spirit was incomparably weak. Temper. Fong Qin growled and formed different seals with his hands, beginning to temper his primordial spirit. On the starry sky, Island, Blood Fiend, Monarch, and Heaven Origin Ruler had been thinking of ways to shatter the mountain. However, they had failed. No matter what method they used, they couldn't shatter the mountain. Brother Blood Fiend, what do we do now? Heaven Origin Ruler asked. I don't believe that he'll hide inside like a tortoise. Blood Fiend Monarch said in a deep voice, I'll wait for him here. To martial artists, 3 to 5 years or even 10 years was nothing. It was just a matter of a snap of a finger. Blood Fiend Monarch made up his mind. He had to wait for Fong Qin to appear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Shinemo when he returned. Chapter 1615. The tempering of the primordial spirit was a very painful process. The process was very long. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Fang Chen's primordial spirit already had some initial power, but it was still not enough. According to the Sky Prison Saint's inheritance, tempering the primordial spirit was just the beginning. Blood Fiend Emperor and Qian Yuan ruler had been waiting for a long time. During this time, the two of them received news that there were some small problems with the formation that Shen Mo had set up and was being repaired, causing their escape plan to be delayed for a long time. Undercurrents were surging on Starry Sky Island. Not far away on Silver Moon Island, many people had climbed up Silver Moon Mountain. Under normal circumstances, Silver Moon Mountain would not be opened easily. However, every time it opened, the strength of the people on Silver Moon Island would increase greatly. It was no exaggeration to say that Silver Moon Mountain was a sacred mountain in the hearts of the people on Silver Moon Island. Bai Qingqing stood at the top of Silver Moon Mountain, looking at the excited people climbing up Silver Moon Mountain one after another. A smile appeared on her pretty face. However, there was a trace of disappointment in her deep eyes that could not be concealed. After becoming the saintess of Silver Moon Island, she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. There had always been one person in her heart. Fang Qin, where are you? Little did she know that Fang Qin was very far away from her. In these few months, Green Bamboo Island had completely recovered to its peak. With the island master gone, Deputy Island Master Yinfang was in full charge of Green Bamboo Island. With Saber 3 in charge, no one dared to cause trouble on Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xian, had also improved a lot under Saber 3's guidance. After a period of investigation, the three magnates finally found some clues. In the Yuan clan's sacred land, Black Blade Emperor and Yuan Gu had just finished playing chess. Brother Yuan Gu, I'll go back first. Every time they played chess, he would be defeated by Yuan Gu. Black Blade Emperor could not do anything about it. Yuan Gu's chess skills were very good. He could not win at all. However, at their level, it was not a bad choice to play chess when they were bored. Emperor Blackblade had just left. When Yuan Gu turned around, he was shocked to discover a gray-robed martialist sitting in Emperor Blackblade's previous seat. Who are you? Yuan Gu said, coldly. You Yuan. His aura rippled as he prepared to make a move. Clan leader Yuan, he's a guest from afar. Is this how you treat a guest? That person smiled. He didn't fear Yuan Gu at all. Humph, my Yuan clan only welcomes friends. We don't welcome anyone else, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. This person waved his hand, indicating for Yuan Gu to sit down. Clan leader Yuan, I'm here to make a deal with you. Why are you so angry? Deal with me. Truth be told, when Yuan Gu carefully sized up that person, he discovered that he was unable to see through him. Yuan Gu muttered in his heart. Not long ago, a mysterious expert had appeared. Now, another one had appeared. How many hidden experts are there in the end? Shimo looked at Yuan Gu with a smile. He had used a concealment technique to conceal his aura. Even Yuan Gu could not discover that he was a void creature. Clan leader Yuan, I believe you will be interested in this deal. Speak. Yuan Gu was not in a hurry to chase him away. Clan leader Yuan, with your talent, you can actually lead the Yuan clan further, Shin Mo said playfully. For example, you can lead the lower worlds. Who are you? Yuan Gu's aura erupted as he said in a deep voice. To tell you the truth, I'm the void creature you've been looking for, Shin Mo said as he released his aura. It's you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yuan Gu asked. Shen Mo shook his head. You can't kill me. You came to me because you want me to betray the human clan. Yuan Gu asked. It's not betrayal. I just want to help you become the ruler of the lower worlds, Shen Mo said. Yuan Gu's eyes flickered. In fact, before the fight for the sword origin fruit, he had already made the decision to force the sacred lord to step down. However, because of Sanguinati's appearance, he gave up on this idea. Seeing that Yuan-gu was interested, Shinmo continued, "We can work together to destroy the human clan. Your Yuan clan will be the ruler of the lower worlds." "Why are you helping me?" Yuan-gu was not a child. He would not be deceived by a few words. "Because I need something from the sacred hall," Shinmo said. "You can go back." Yuan-gu shook his head and did not say anything else. "You will agree." Shin-mo was very satisfied with this conversation. Even if Yuan-gu did not agree, he had achieved his goal. He could see that Yuan-gu's heart was wavering. Yu too. It was much easier to destroy the human clan from the inside than to fight head-on. After Shin-mo left, Yuan-gu hurriedly informed the other two sacred lords. Not long after, the Spirit Clan Lord and the Luo Clan Lord arrived. "Brother Yuan-gu, why did you call us in such a hurry?" the Spirit Clan Lord asked. "Just now, the Void Creature said that he came to find me," Yuan-gu said directly. "What? He came to find you? Isn't he afraid of the human clan?" the Luo Clan Lord asked in surprise. The Spirit Clan Lord's eyes flickered. He seemed to have guessed it. "He came to find you to rope you in, right?" Yuan-gu nodded. He told the other two sacred lords what happened. "I will never betray the human clan. It's even more impossible for me to work with the Void Creature," Yuan-gu said. "Brother Yuan-gu, don't be rash. Perhaps we can make use of this point of yours to infiltrate the Void Creature's inner circle. From there, we can find their headquarters and annihilate them in one fell swoop," the Spirit Clan Lord said with a smile. "You mean?" Yuan-gu asked. "That's right. You can pretend to agree to them." Starry Sky Island. Fang Chen was still tempering his primordial spirit. Half a year later, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was finally tempered. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the void. Thick thunderbolts swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Dong! His primordial spirit seemed to have been reborn and became stronger. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. Fang Chen recited the 5 Thunder Calamity Techniques incantation in his heart and began to make the final breakthrough. The 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was a Soul Dao secret technique. It was very powerful. It was also Fang Chen's strongest ability as a soul cultivator. In half a year, his primordial spirit had successfully transformed and began to make the breakthrough. The power of thunderbolts bombarded Fang Chen's body and quickly entered his mind, nourishing his primordial spirit. Kacha! After circulating the chant for one cycle, Fang Chen felt a vast power erupting from his primordial spirit. Yu 3, huff, 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 huff. 5 3-meter-long thunderbolts condensed in the void. Each thunderbolt contained an extreme amount of power. 5 bolts of lightning struck down consecutively. Bathing in the thunderbolts, Yi Qin continued for about 15 minutes. Fang Chen roared angrily. He immediately stood up and released a powerful aura from his body. Success! Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After strengthening his primordial spirit, the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was naturally cultivated. So powerful! Fang Chen sighed inwardly. He felt that if he fully activated the 5th level of the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique, even a mid-level life and death realm monarch would be affected. Blood Fiend Monarch, wait for me to finish accepting the Sky Prison Saint's inheritance. Then I'll play with you. Thinking of Blood Fiend Monarch, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless fury. If not for him, the old faker wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that my primordial spirit has been strengthened, it's time to strengthen my power. Strengthening his power was easier than strengthening his primordial spirit. After all, Fang Chen's foundation in this aspect was relatively deep. Moreover, he had the perfect sword body, which was known as the strongest sword body in the universe. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't wait to strengthen his primordial spirit. I wonder how much my strength will increase after strengthening my primordial spirit, Fong Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged and began strengthening. Meanwhile, in the subduing devil world, his clone was comprehending the heavenly imperial sword art with all his might. Fong Chen, Realm Lord subduing devil, personally looked for Fong Chen. Realm Lord, your main body is trapped on the Starry Sky Island. Recently, I've recalled all the subduing devil world disciples. Realm Lord subduing devil said, this time I'll send the 8th and 9th layer disciples to the Starry Sky Island to rescue you. Realm Lord, Blood Fiend Monarch, is on the Starry Sky Island. Senior brothers will be in danger. Fong Chen dissuaded. Don't worry. It's time to show the world the strength of our subduing devil world. Realm Lord subduing devil said confidently. Chapter 16:16. The current situation was extremely chaotic. Fortunately, the void creatures didn't intend to launch a large-scale attack for the time being. However, the human race had already made preparations and had been searching for void creatures. Although the void creatures were powerful, the human race wasn't a pushover. This matter concerned the survival of the human race, so they had to take the initiative. On Starry Sky Island, Fong Chen sent out the news while strengthening his strength. After receiving the news, the human race's big shots immediately headed to Starry Sky Island to rescue. However, along the way, they were shocked to discover some traces of void creatures. After weighing the pros and cons, the big shots discussed and decided that it was important to search for void creatures. To rescue Sanguinati, other experts would be enough. For a moment, the entire lower realm was filled with undercurrents. Fong Chen began strengthening his strength in front of the inheritance left behind by the Sky Prison Saint. The strengthening of his strength was easier than Fong Chen had imagined. In just 3 days, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Voila! At a certain moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body erupted with a suffocating power. What a powerful power! After strengthening, his strength had doubled. What shocked Fong Chen was that the amplification of the sword scripture had also greatly increased. 100 times! Fong Chen's face was filled with ecstasy, and 80 times amplification was already powerful enough. Now, it had actually increased to 100 times. He raised his palm and clenched his fist. Immediately, crackling sounds could be heard in the surrounding void. From this point, it was enough to see how powerful his strength was. The current me can suppress a 4th level life and death realm monarch with pure strength. If I use the time-space book and burial sword arts, killing a 5th level life and death realm monarch is not a problem. Fong Chen inwardly said after inspecting his body. After reaching the life and death realm, it was incomparably difficult to increase his strength. And this opportunity was too important for Fong Chen. The enhancement of the perfect sword body allowed his defense to reach the highest level. No one in the same realm could break through his defense. Just as Fong Chen was preparing to comprehend the sky defensive sword art, his heart suddenly shook. All of a sudden his mind shook, and his face lit up with joy. This period of time, the clone had always been comprehending the heavenly imperial sword art. And now, through time acceleration, the clone had already comprehended the basics of the heavenly imperial sword art. In other words, to Fong Chen, the divine art heavenly imperial sword art had already reached the entry stage. That's great! On Fong Chen's face, there was an uncontrollable smile. Soon after, he opened his palm and the star concealing sword appeared. Swish! He wanted to try out the power of the heavenly imperial sword art. Then, the hidden star sword streaked across a strange trajectory in the void as it moved along with the chant in his mind. In the blink of an eye, 36 beams of sword light shot out. Dang, dang, dang at the last moment. The 36 sword lights merged into one and pierced into the surrounding walls. Crack! A deep crack appeared on the wall. So strong! Just now, Feng Chen did not use his strength, nor did he use the power of law. It was just pure swordsmanship. After testing it, its power was unimaginable. Heavenly imperial sword technique, as expected of a divine technique. It's too powerful. Feng Chen was full of praise for the heavenly imperial sword art. The most important core of this divine technique was sword control. Sword control was easy to say but difficult to do. Some life and death realm experts, and even eternal ancient realm experts, could not achieve true sword control. The so-called sword control was something one could only see on the surface. Sword cultivators controlled their own sword to attack the enemy, but this was only the most superficial sword control. The core of the heavenly imperial sword art was to communicate with the sword through the warrior's heart and control it. It would be very difficult to achieve this. For the time being, I can't control the sword as I wish. Feng Chen nodded inwardly. Cultivating divine techniques was incomparably difficult. And now, to be able to cultivate the heavenly imperial sword art in such a short time, Feng Chen was very excited. Although it was only the entry stage, his battle strength had increased a lot. Although he was only at the first level of life and death realm, it was nothing to Feng Chen. With his current realm, he could still kill mid-level life and death realm monarchs. Who could do this with such strength? Now I can go out. However, before going out, he had to make the necessary preparations. Starry Sky Island was very far from human territory. He didn't know if the upper echelons of human race had arrived. If not, he would have to face Blood Fiend Monarch's attack. Voila! With a thought, Feng Chen took out the dark demonic wheel. With my current strength, how much of the dark demonic wheel's power can I bring out? Feng Chen asked. Soon the artifact spirit replied, Master, your strength has increased a lot. However, it's still not enough to bring out the dark demonic wheel's power. However, I've checked. With your current strength, you can bring out 70% of the dark demonic wheel's power. Moreover, you can use it 3 times in a row. Can 70% of the power deal with life and death realm experts? Feng Chen asked. At most, you can resist the attacks. Suppressing them is a bit difficult. The artifact spirit said. Every life and death realm expert had cultivated a law to the extreme. Such experts were very difficult to deal with. Resisting attacks was easy, but suppressing them was hard. So it's like that. Feng Chen's eyes flickered. Soon after, he said, It's enough. Holding the dark demonic wheel in his hand, Feng Chen bowed deeply to the praying mat. Senior Sky Prison Saint, if Junior manages to escape from danger, I'll definitely return to Saint Village. Feng Chen said solemnly, Kacha! The praying mat seemed to have sensed it. With a kacha sound, it shattered and turned into ashes. On the mountain peak, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler were waiting. Blood Fiend, if we keep waiting like this and the human army arrives, we'll be in trouble. Heaven Origin Ruler reminded, Don't worry, I have a feeling that he'll come out soon. Blood Fiend Monarch gloomily said. Swish! Just as his voice fell, the mountain peak suddenly shook. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler stood up and stared at the mountain peak. Rumble! As the mountain peak shook, the earth cracked. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Amidst this aura, a figure shot out. Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Monarch recognized Sanguinati at a glance. The aura around his body shook as he directly executed a thunderous attack. Dark demonic wheel. Feng Chen was already prepared. He activated the dark demonic wheel. Dong! A suffocating dark aura surged in front of Feng Chen, forming a strong defense that blocked Blood Fiend Monarch's attack. Kacha! Blood Fiend Monarch smashed the dark light screen with a punch. However, his attack was also blocked. Die. Heaven Origin Ruler attacked as well. However, his attack was also blocked by the dark demonic wheel. He used the dark demonic wheel twice as soon as he came out. This was beyond Fong Chen's expectations. Heaven Origin Ruler. Fong Chen's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect that, in order to kill him, these two powerhouses had waited here for more than half a year. Let's go. Fong Chen used the divine technique, the Book of Time and Space, and escaped into the void. Sanguinati, you won't be able to escape. Blood, Fiend Monarch laughed wildly. Blood Fiend, the thing in his hand is a little strange. Heaven Origin Ruler said in a deep voice, this supreme treasure is obviously beyond his strength. I don't believe that he can use it repeatedly. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler sealed the entire space and began to search for Sanguinati. Silver Moon Island, Silver Moon Mountain. Saintess Bai Qingqing stood at the peak of Silver Moon Mountain as usual, looking into the endless distance. The people of Silver Moon Island were cultivating crazily. When will these days come to an end? Bai Qingqing sighed after a long while. There was a look of helplessness on her face. However, just as she was about to return to the palace, her body trembled. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled for a moment. Soon after, her pretty face was filled with dissatisfaction and excitement. This aura. No one knew this aura better than her. Sensing the aura in the air, Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears. She was extremely excited. Fong Chen, is that you? Bai Qingqing's eyes pierced through the void and landed on Starry Island. It's you. It's really you. Bai Qingqing could finally confirm that the aura coming from Starry Island was Fong Chen's aura. Her heart was filled with excitement. However, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with coldness. Chapter 16-17. Fong Chen pushed the space-time book to its limits. His body merged with the void, traveling at high speed. However, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler weren't so easy to shake off. Sanguinati, you're dead for sure. Blood Fiend Monarch caught a glimpse of Fong Chen's shadow and immediately punched out. Immediately, a powerful force came from the sky, tearing the void apart. Fong Chen's body was directly forced out. Sanguinati, hand over your life. In order to kill Sanguinati, the two had waited here for a long time. This time, no matter what, they had to kill Sanguinati. Rumble, the joint attack of Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch was too powerful. Fong Chen couldn't resist at all. Dark Demonic Wheel. Fong Chen used the Dark Demonic Wheel for the third time. Facing the attacks of two powerful experts, he had no other choice. Dark Demonic Wheel emitted a dazzling black light, terrifying and boundless. In an instant, a suffocating dark light screen formed in front of Fong Chen. Dong! Two deafening attacks landed on the dark curtain of light. At this moment, the entire starry sky island shook. The full power attacks of two peak life and death experts were too tyrannical. If not for the Dark Demonic Wheel, Fong Chen would have died long ago. Kacha! The dark light screen was shattered by the two energies. However, the two energies also dissipated. During this process, Fong Chen entered the void and rapidly advanced. He can't hold on much longer. Blood, Fiend, Monarch, gloomily said. On the Starry Sky Island, a life and death chase quickly unfolded. At the same time, on Silver Moon Island, Saintess Bai Qingqing's face was filled with anger as she quickly left Silver Moon Island. However, before she reached the edge of Silver Moon Island, she was stopped by many people. Saintess, where are you going? Asked a highly respected elder. The others also stared at the Saintess without blinking. Saintess, are you going to abandon us? Saintess, wherever you go, we'll go. The people of Silver Moon Island believed in their ancestors. The Saintess was chosen by their ancestors. Her every word and action represented their ancestors. Therefore, they were very respectful to the Holy Maiden. Seeing that the saint's face was filled with anger and that she was about to leave, he asked worriedly, My friend is in danger on Starry Sky Island. I'm going to save him. Bai Qingqing thought for a moment and decided to explain. A friend of the Saintess is a friend of Silver Moon Island. That's right. Saintess, let us go with you. One more person means one more power. The citizens were filled with fighting spirit. Bai Qingqing wanted to refuse, but she nodded in the end. The group of people boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and quickly rushed to Starry Sky Island. As the distance was not too far, the people from Silver Moon Island arrived at the edge of Starry Island in the blink of an eye. Saintess, Starry Sky Island is surrounded by a powerful formation. We can't enter. The elder looked around and said in a deep voice. Bai Qingqing suddenly waved her small, fair hand. A terrifying power instantly burst out. Dongshi used all her strength to attack the formation that surrounded Starry Sky Island. However, the formation only shook for a moment and then stopped. This scene caused Bai Qingqing's face to darken even more. Is there any other way? Bai Qingqing turned to look at the elder. The elder pondered for a moment and then said, Saintess, Silver Moon Island has a battle formation. This battle formation requires 81 people to set it up. Once the battle formation is set up, its attack power is infinitely close to that of an Eternal Realm expert. But what? Bai Qingqing asked hurriedly. To set up this battle formation, we need an extremely powerful expert who can control the core of the formation, the elder said. I can do it, Bai Qingqing said directly. The elder shook his head and said, Saintess, this battle formation is too powerful. Therefore, the martial artist who controls the core of the formation will suffer a backlash if he is not careful. We can't let you take the risk. There's no time. If we don't go in, my friend's life will be in danger. Bai Qingqing was willing to do anything for Fang Chen. She did not care about a mere backlash. Saintess, the elder wanted to dissuade her, but was stopped by Bai Qingqing. As the Saintess of Silver Moon Island, I order you to set up the battle formation quickly. I will control the core of the formation, Bai Qingqing said in a low voice. There was no room for doubt in her words. Everyone listen to my order. Set up the formation. Bai Qingqing gave the order as the Saintess of Silver Moon Island. The elder did not hesitate and shouted loudly. Not long after, the 81 martial artists gathered together and stood in a scattered manner. Saintess, please stand in the center of the battle formation, the elder said. Bai Qingqing nodded and went to the center of the formation. Then, the elders began to set up the battle formation. Buzz! A powerful aura that belonged to Silver Moon Island instantly spread out. The 81 powerhouses burst forth with resplendent light. When the 81 powers gathered together, the entire sky changed color. At the same time, this terrifying force surrounded Bai Qingqing. After a few breaths, the formation around Starry Sky Island was broken by Silver Moon Island. At this moment, on Starry Sky Island, Fang Chen's figure was forced out by Monarch Blood Fiend and Ruler Qian Yuan. Sanguinati, let's see how you escape this time. Monarch Blood Fiend laughed sinisterly. He and Ruler Qian Yuan surrounded Fang Chen and locked onto him. Fang Chen held the dark demonic wheel, wanting to forcibly activate it. Master, don't be rash. You have reached your limit. If you forcibly activate it, you will definitely suffer a backlash, the dark demonic wheel's artifact spirit advised. Fang Chen shook his head. He had no other choice. This was the only move he could use against two peak experts. Okay. However, just as Monarch Blood Fiend was about to attack, Starry Sky Island suddenly shook. Then, the formation they had set up shattered. The experts of the human race have arrived. Let's end this quickly. Their expressions changed drastically. They immediately attacked at lightning speed. Stop! A delicate voice could be heard from afar. Following that, countless figures appeared out of thin air. Dong! A terrifying light appeared in the void, forcefully blocking the attacks of Sovereign, Lord Bloodfiend, and Sovereign, Lord Qianyuan. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Bai Qingqing took the lead and charged in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this azure-robed woman before him, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. He had never thought that after Ruan Yen died, he would meet Bai Qingqing in such a way. Qingqing, Fang Chen called out softly. Only then did Bai Qingqing turn around. Her face was filled with an excited smile. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. I'm not late, right? Bai Qingqing held back her tears. Fang Chen shook his head worriedly. Qingqing, it's too dangerous here. Hurry up and leave. This sudden turn of events surprised Monarch Bloodfiend and Ruler Qianyuan. However, when they saw Bai Qingqing, their faces revealed ferocious expressions. Another one has come to die, sneered Monarch Bloodfiend. Who dares to touch our Silver Moon Island Saintess? Countless sonic booms came from the sky. The residents of Silver Moon Island had all rushed over. A deafening sound echoed through the clouds. The residents of Silver Moon Island were in a battle formation. Their auras were shocking. You still have helpers. Monarch Bloodfiend didn't even care about peak life and death experts. Kid, although someone has come to save you, you'll die today, Monarch Bloodfiend said. The residents of Silver Moon Island calmly stood on the ground, waiting for their saintess order. Bai Qingqing wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. After hearing Monarch Bloodfiend's words, her face turned gloomy. Leave this place to me. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Bai Qingqing patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said. Subsequently, Bai Qingqing walked in front of the residents of Silver Moon Island. Saintess, as long as you give the order, we'll fight with our lives on the line. An elder said gravely. Standing behind Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen's heart shook. Although he didn't know what Bai Qingqing had experienced, to be called saintess by these people, her status shouldn't be low. However, even so, she couldn't resist Monarch Bloodfiend and Ruler Qianyuan. Qingqing, you're not their match. Hurry up and leave. Fang Chen said, These two are my Silver Moon Island's enemies. How should we treat our enemies? Bai Qingqing asked. Kill, kill, kill. Their auras shook the heavens. Ever since the residents of Silver Moon Island had lived in seclusion, they hadn't seen humans from the outside world for a long time. Chapter 1618. Silver Moon Island had been hidden from the world for countless years. This time it had finally appeared. 81 powerhouses maintained the battle formation. They appeared in front of the world in an extremely powerful manner. The Saintess friends were their Silver Moon Island's friends. Although Silver Moon Island didn't have many people, they were very united. The Silver Moon Island's experts were very merciless. They only had one word to describe their enemies: kill. At this moment, they were fearless even in the face of two colossi. A terrifying aura surged out of the battle formation. 81 experts took a step forward and surrounded Blood, Fiend, Monarch, and Heaven Origin Ruler. I've never heard of Silver Moon Island. It must be a trash island. You want to deal with us with just these people? You're courting death. Blood, Fiend, Monarch sneered. Heaven Origin Ruler's face was also full of disdain. In truth, if the newcomers were experts on the level of the 5 tycoons, they might be afraid. However, they were merely high-level life and death experts. They posed no threat. Kill! Following the Elder's roar, a resplendent radiance erupted from the battle formation. All of Silver Moon Island's experts erupted with frenzied attacks. Rumbled battle cries shook the entire Starry Sky Island. Blood Dragon Wave. Blood Fiend Monarch condensed a small blood-red ball in his palm and instantly threw it out. Immediately, the blood-red ball exploded, and a terrifying power spread out. Crack! Among the 81 experts, someone was instantly injured. Replace! Seeing this, the Elder roared. Immediately, someone stepped forward and replaced the injured expert. The battle formation had been maintained. It was their greatest reliance against the two peak experts, Silver Moon Heaven Art. The battle was extremely intense. The two experts' methods were unimaginable. The battle formation could only temporarily block the two experts' attacks. Once the battle dragged on, they would definitely lose. Therefore, Bai Qingqing made her move. She had received all the inheritances of Silver Moon Island's ancestors. Among them, the most powerful was the divine art Silver Moon Heaven Art. When Silver Moon Heaven Art was used, a silver crescent moon appeared behind Bai Qingqing's back. This crescent moon contained an extremely terrifying power. What kind of attack is this? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. After not seeing her for so many years, Bai Qingqing's strength had grown to such an extent. Fang Chen knew a little about theurgy, so he could tell at a glance that Bai Qingqing was using theurgy. Qingqing, let me help you. After saying that, Fang Chen used the time and space book and entered the battle matrix. 100-fold increase in power burst out, and the divine technique, Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique, was used. Swoosh 36, terrifying sword lights appeared in the void. Under Fang Chen's control, they blasted towards Blood Demon Monarch. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Monarch Bloodfiend was about to attack Bai Qingqing, he was forced to retreat by the sudden sword light, courting death. When the Bloodfiend Monarch saw Fang Chen attacking, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He let out a low roar and turned around to chase after Fang Chen. The battle was extremely intense. At the same time, not far from Starry Sky Island, two old men were hurrying along. They were Princess Xian's masters, the Black and White Heavenly Lords. They also knew about the relationship between Fang Chen and Princess Xian. When they learned that Fang Chen was in danger, they immediately rushed over. In fact, not only Black and White Heavenly Lords rushed over, but Tai Laiyuan, who was close to Fang Chen, was also rushing over. Of course, the senior brothers of Demon Subduing World were also rushing over. In the void ocean, a Starry Sky dragon boat was rapidly flying. There were dozens of life and death realm monarchs inside the boat. Among them, 7 were mid-level life and death realm monarchs, while the remaining 3 were high-level life and death realm monarchs. They were the senior brothers of Demon Subduing World. Demon Subduing World had always been a hidden great power in the lower realms. Even Fang Chen didn't know how strong Demon Subduing World was. And this time, Fang Chen was trapped in Starry Sky Island. Demon Subduing World's Lord had dispatched 8th and 9th layer disciples to rescue Fang Chen. At the same time, they were showing the world the strength of Demon Subduing World. I hope Junior Brother Fang can hold on, the leader said solemnly. According to Realm Lord, Junior Brother Fang is in great danger this time. If he's not careful, he'll lose his life. 2 peak life and death realm experts are trying to kill him. It's a pity that we're too far away from Starry Sky Island. Although the disciples of Demon Subduing World were unfamiliar, they had never seen each other before. However, they were very protective of their disciples. As long as a disciple of Demon Subduing World was in trouble, they would definitely go all out. Let's hurry. Under the control of Demon Subduing World's disciples, the Starry Sky Dragon boat rapidly flew towards Starry Sky Island. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Yu too. The 3 peak life and death realm monarchs were experts in the universe's battle power ranking, ranked in the top 10. It should be known that even Bloodfiend Monarch was only in the top 10 before he broke through. These 3 were incomparably powerful in the eyes of the world, but they were also very mysterious. However, nobody knew that they were also Demon Subduing World's disciples. The battle on Starry Sky Island was in full swing. The addition of Bai Qingqing and Fang Chen clearly increased the pressure on Bloodfiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. However, peak life and death realm experts were too powerful. As time passed, Bloodfiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler gradually gained control of the battle. At this time, the captives hidden on Starry Sky Island also rushed over. "I'll deal with them." Seeing this, Fong Chin said in a deep voice. Soon after, his figure flickered and appeared in front of these captives. The people of Silver Moon Island worked hard to arrange the battle formation. They couldn't be disturbed. Only by dealing with these captives could they deal with Blood Fiend Monarch with peace of mind. Sky Defensive Sword Art. Fong Chin didn't hold back at all as he used Sky Defensive Sword Art. The third layer of Sword Scripture was fully activated. With 100-fold increase in strength, the offensive power of Sky Defensive Sword Art became extremely powerful. Every time the Hidden Star Sword was brandished, there would be 36 terrifying sword lights shooting out swiftly. Pucci, although the captives were dodging, there were still some weaker ones who couldn't resist and were pierced by the sword lights, dying on the spot. Kill! Fong Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Killing captives below the 6th layer of life and death realm with one sword strike was nothing difficult. As for captives above the 6th layer of life and death realm, Fong Chen could kill them with 3 to 5 sword strikes at most. A large number of captives charged at Fong Chen. The majority of them were mid-level life and death realm. There were only a few high-level captives. Damn it! While fighting, he was also paying attention to the situation outside. Seeing Fong Chen killing the captives without the slightest scruple, Blood Fiend Monarch roared towards the sky. "Brother Heaven Origin, help me!" Blood Fiend Monarch roared. Heaven Origin Ruler nodded in understanding, then spread out his hand and used his trump card. UU3. A saber appeared in his hand, which he fiercely slashed out. The whole world seemed to be split apart. More than half of the people of Silver Moon Island maintaining the battle formation were instantly injured. The battle formation shook, on the verge of shattering. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blood Fiend Monarch jumped out of the battle formation. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing wanted to help Fong Chen, but she was stopped by Heaven Origin Ruler. "Your opponent is me." With Heaven Origin Ruler's interference, Blood Fiend Monarch could deal with Sanguinati without worry. "Sanguinati, let's end this here." Blood Fiend Monarch's figure shuttled back and forth, arriving in the middle of the battlefield. He fiercely punched at Fong Chen. The latter sensed the terrifying aura and immediately dodged to the side. "Kacha!" Even so, his clothes were torn apart by the fist light. "Die!" After failing to hit, Blood Fiend Monarch continued to attack Fong Chen. Pum! Fong Chen retreated as he executed the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. It's useless. The difference in strength between him and Blood Fiend Monarch was too great. It was a miracle that he could last until now. Let's see who will save you this time. Blood Fiend Monarch laughed sinisterly. Within the battle formation, Bai Qingqing was very worried about Fong Chen. However, she was suppressed by Heaven Origin Ruler. If it weren't for the battle formation, she wouldn't be Heaven Origin Ruler's match at all. You must hold on. Bai Qingqing prayed in her heart. Dong! Blood Fiend Monarch punched again, and Fong Chen's perfect sword body defense shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. "You should be proud to be able to withstand 2 of my punches and not die. Unfortunately, you're already dead," Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 1619. The Black, White, Heavenly Lords were also experts on the Universe Combat Strength list. Strictly speaking, their strength was enough to be ranked in the top 20. However, the Black, White, Heavenly Lords didn't care much about the Universe Combat Strength list. They had been living in seclusion and didn't compete with the world. The last time they appeared was because Princess Exan had been captured. Otherwise, they would have continued to live in seclusion. The Black, White, Heavenly Lords rushed into the battlefield like a cannonball. As they rushed over, the palms of the Black, White, Heavenly Venerates kept changing. A yin-yang fish pattern appeared beneath their feet. Then, Old Black stood in the middle of the black fish, while Old White stood in the middle of the white fish. The moment the two of them stood on the yin-yang fish, the sky changed color. There was a storm, lightning, and thunder. The yin-yang fish carried the black-white heavenly lords and appeared in front of Fang Qin in an instant. Then, the two of them looked at each other and didn't know what to say. The yin-yang fish floated in front of them from under their feet. The black-white heavenly lords placed their hands on the yin-yang fish and made it stand upright. Dong! Blood Fiend Emperor's fist hit the yin-yang fish hard. Crack! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The blood mist on Blood Fiend Emperor's fist was instantly absorbed by the yin-yang fish. Cracks began to appear on the Blood Fiend Monarch's fist as he roared furiously. Dong! The black-white heavenly lords held the yin-yang fish and fought against Blood Fiend Emperor. Black-white heavenly lords, you want to stop me too? Blood Fiend Emperor's eyes were scarlet as he fell into a state of madness. He couldn't kill a mere sanguinati after such a long time. Moreover, he had attracted the help of so many experts. His fist was pressed against the yin-yang fish as he confronted the black-white heavenly lords. He has a relationship with my disciple. We can't leave him in the lurch, Old Black said. A strange light flowed on the yin-yang fish as it constantly swallowed the blood-red light on Blood Fiend Emperor's fist. You can't stop me with just you. Blood Fiend Monarch was thoroughly enraged. Furthermore, he could sense that something was amiss. Human warriors were rushing over. If they couldn't kill Sanguinati in a short period of time, they would be in trouble. When he thought up to this point, Monarch Blood Fiend stared at the yin-yang fish, and then he laughed wildly. Your greatest reliance is the yin-yang fish. If I were to destroy your yin-yang fish, I wonder what sort of expression you'd have. After saying that, Blood Fiend Monarch withdrew his fist. The blood in his body churned continuously. While a Monarch Blood Fiend bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood into the void. Roar in an instant, the essence blood turned into a huge blood demon. Main body. For countless years, no one had been able to force the Blood Fiend Monarch to reveal his true form. Roar as the blood demon appeared. Blood Fiend Monarch's body gradually faded away. The essence blood flickered on the blood demon's forehead before finally entering his brain. Blood demon exuded a terrifying aura that was comparable to an Eternal Realm expert. This is the black-white heavenly venerables were shocked. They did not expect Blood Fiend Monarch to have touched the threshold of the Eternal Realm. Yin-yang fish, limitless universe. Of course, the black-white heavenly venerables would not sit still and wait for death. They used their trump card. The black-white heavenly venerables were one. The yin-yang fish that they controlled was their greatest reliance. It was also one of the methods that allowed them to dominate the lower realm. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its appearance could not be seen clearly. At this moment, the yin-yang fish exuded a boundless aura. Break! The blood demon spoke in human language and roared furiously. Then he opened his bloody mouth and charged towards the yin-yang fish. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the black-white heavenly venerables, he had to attack the yin-yang fish. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. The blood demon's bloody mouth suddenly bit down on the yin-yang fish. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle between the yin-yang fish and the blood demon was extremely shocking. The aura that spread out shattered a mountain in the distance. The black-white heavenly venerables' faces turned pale. Limitless universe was their strongest technique. It was obviously difficult to deal with Blood Fiend Monarch. Fang Qin, who was behind them, was moved. He stared coldly at the blood demon. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. You too. Then he used the space-time book and hid in the void. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin arrived above the blood demon. Fang Qin took out the hidden star sword and used the Sky Imperial sword technique. 36 beams of sword light suddenly appeared and ruthlessly pierced towards the blood demon's forehead. There was a drop of scarlet blood on the blood demon's forehead. This was the blood fiend monarch's essence blood. If it was destroyed, the blood demon's combat power would be greatly reduced. Bang! The blood demon opened his claws and sent Fang Qin flying. At the same time, the 36 sword lights were all swallowed by the blood demon. Do you think you can deal with me? The blood demon stared at the black-white heavenly venerables with his scarlet eyes. At this moment, the yin-yang fish in front of the black-white heavenly venerables was fading. It would not be long before it completely dissipated. What if I'm included? As soon as the blood demon finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Tai Laiyuan, the first on the blacksmith leaderboard. Tai Laiyuan. The black-white heavenly venerables were surprised to see Tai Laiyuan. Tai Laiyuan, do you think you can stop me? The blood fiend monarch was furious. Was it so difficult to kill Sanguinati? Why was this damned guy able to get so many experts to help him? What a lucky bastard. The blood fiend monarch could only think that Sanguinati had gotten lucky. Tai Liyuan's appearance had obviously reduced the pressure on the black-white heavenly venerables. However, the blood fiend monarch was not afraid. Tai Liyuan's most frightening aspect was his crafting skills and his connections. If he was alone, the blood fiend monarch would not be afraid. Bai Qingqing, who was in the battle formation, finally relaxed when she saw the experts arriving one after another. She used the battle formation to fight the Heaven Origin Overlord. Blood Fiend, and this quickly. The Heaven Origin Overlord in the battle formation transmitted his voice. Hearing that, the Blood Demon Monarch's face turned hideous. He opened his bloody mouth and attacked the three of them. Kill! The Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Laiyuan joined forces to fight the Blood Fiend Monarch. Yu 3. As for Fang Qin, he continued to kill the captives. The battle was very intense. The Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Laiyuan were actually able to contend with the Blood Fiend Monarch. This situation lasted for about 15 minutes before it was finally broken. The senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm had finally arrived. Rumble! The senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm were very high-profile. They boarded the Starfield dragon boat and directly arrived at the battlefield. Black-White Heavenly Venerables, Tai Laiyuan, why are they here? Someone asked in surprise. Junior Brother Fang's connections are really amazing. He actually managed to get the three of them to fight for him. Another person said, "It's good that Junior Brother Fang is not in danger." The appearance of the senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm attracted the attention of the Blood Fiend Monarch and the others. Yes, when he saw who it was, he was even more shocked. Long Yang, one of the top 10 on the universe combat power list. The battle stopped because of the arrival of Long Yang and the others. The Blood Fiend Monarch did not care about the arrival of the Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Laiyuan. However, the appearance of Long Yang and the others had caused him to feel slightly intimidated. Long Yang. The Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Laiyuan were also a bit surprised. They didn't expect that even they would appear. They couldn't help but glance at Fang Qin. This kid was really mysterious. Seeing Long Yang and the others, Fang Qin nodded and smiled. His senior brothers were finally here. Although he had expected it, he was still a bit shocked. He didn't expect that 3 of the top 10 of the universe combat power list were disciples of the demon-vanquishing realm. Blood Fiend Monarch, Sanguinati is my brother. If you attack him, you're my enemy. Long Yang stared at the Blood Fiend Monarch. Long Yang, do you think you can stop me? Asked the Blood Fiend Monarch. He also didn't expect things to develop to this point. He was furious. It's not up to you whether or not I can stop you. Long Yang sneered and turned to greet the Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Laiyuan. The 3 of you, thank you for helping my brother. Long Yang, you're too polite. The 3 laughed. When the three of them fought against the Blood Fiend Monarch, they could only stay undefeated. However, the appearance of Long Yang and the others changed the situation. Blood Fiend Monarch is a traitor of the human race. I wonder if the three of you are interested in hunting him down? Long Yang's words made the Blood Fiend Monarch's expression change. Chapter 1620. Fang Qin stood at the side. He couldn't help much with the encirclement of Blood Fiend Monarch. Long Yang had just transmitted a message to him. Their goal was to kill Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. This time, the demon subduing world was angry. You guys go and help them first. Long Yang said to his junior brothers behind him. They nodded and joined the battle on Silver Moon Island. Seeing this, Fang Qin also entered the battle formation and fought side by side with Bai Qingqing against Sovereign Qian Yuan. Not good, there's danger. Hegemon Universe Origin had a bad premonition. He wanted to flee this place. However, the annoying flies around him made him very angry. Die. Heaven Origin Ruler attacked. At the same time, on another battlefield, Long Yang and the other three had reached an agreement. The six of them joined forces to fight Blood Fiend Monarch. Blood Fiend Monarch, came back alive from the chaos void. Why would I be afraid of trash like you? Blood Demon Monarch was completely enraged. Blood-red aura surged around his body crazily. Attack! The black-white heavenly lords were still controlling the yin-yang fish, while a rank 9 divine weapon appeared in Tai Liyuan's hand. Tai Liyuan was known as the strongest blacksmith in the lower world. His blacksmithing skills had exceeded everyone's knowledge. The rank 9 divine weapon in his hand was his life's work. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it was infinitely close to a supreme treasure of the deity world. The combined attack of the black-white heavenly lords and Tai Liyuan made Blood Fiend Monarch unable to withstand it. Now Long Yang and the other two had also attacked. It's been a long time since I exercised. Long Yang smiled. Then the three brothers attacked at the same time. Flower-breaking hand. Long Yang shouted and used the demon subduing world's flower-breaking hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless of flowers appeared in the skies. At this moment, Long Yang stretched out his gigantic hand and grabbed out at the Blood Fiend Emperor. The other experts also made their moves together. Blood Fiend Monarch had underestimated the strength of Long Yang and the other two. The three of them had entered the universe's combat power ranking a long time ago. For so many years, they had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon subduing world. At this moment, the strength of their battle prowess was unimaginable. Under the attacks of the six people, the Blood Fiend Monarch was forced to retreat. The Blood Fiend Monarch's blood Fiend Monarch dissipated and returned to his human form. Yu won. Bang after receiving a heavy blow. Blood Fiend Monarch actually spat out blood. Damn it! All of you will die. Blood Fiend Monarch fell into a frenzied state. His body started to burn. Not good. He's burning his own blood essence. Monarch Blood Fiend had a secret technique that allowed him to raise his cultivation by one realm by burning his own blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the aura around him had risen to its peak. Eternal realm! The black-white holy sovereigns exclaimed. The aura of the eternal realm was too shocking. They controlled the yin-yang fish and slammed it into the Blood Fiend Monarch. They wanted to interrupt the latter's secret technique. Crack the powerful yin-yang fish was unable to withstand a single blow from the Blood Fiend Monarch as it shattered instantly. Seeing this, the black-white heavenly venerables quickly retreated. At the same time, the rank 9 divine weapon in Tai Liyuan's hand pierced towards the Blood Fiend Monarch. Pucci, the rank 9 divine weapon, left a faint mark on the Blood Fiend Monarch's body. The Blood Fiend Monarch stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the rank 9 divine weapon. However, he failed. It's effective. Tai Laiyuan was secretly delighted that the rank 9 divine weapon could leave a mark on the blood fiend monarch's body. He continued to control the weapon that he was proud of to attack the blood fiend monarch. Rumble, when the flames around the blood fiend monarch completely disappeared. His cultivation had reached the eternal realm. Now, how are you going to fight me? The blood fiend monarch looked around and sneered. Although he would suffer a backlash from burning his blood essence, he could easily kill these people if he reached the eternal realm in a short period of time. Bang! The blood fiend monarch casually threw out a punch, causing the black, white, holy sovereign's faces to change drastically. Too strong. The black, white, holy sovereign's hearts were in turmoil. However, Long Yang wasn't surprised at all. He unhurriedly pulled out a sledgehammer from his bosom. This hammer was the divine world's supreme treasure that Realm Lord Fu Mo had used to deal with Shui Mao. Long Yang, I'll kill you first. The blood fiend monarch sneered, and his face was filled with mockery. Then his body flashed, and he appeared in front of Long Yang. Long Yang, be careful! Tai Laiyuan shouted. The blood fiend monarch's attack was about to touch Long Yang's body. The latter raised the hammer in his hand. You want to stop me with this trash hammer? The blood fiend monarch sneered, and his powerful attack instantly landed on Long Yang's body. Dong! The ground was still fighting. The blood fiend monarch's powerful attack instantly exploded when it landed on Long Yang's body. The hammer in Long Yang's hand suddenly emitted a scorching aura and absorbed the power of the explosion. Then, under Long Yang's control, the hammer carried a wild force and smashed onto the blood fiend monarch's head. Crack! The blood fiend monarch's skull shattered and blood splattered across the sky. His body fell to the ground. How is this possible? The black, white, holy sovereigns and Tai Laiyuan were completely shocked. Long Yang had actually injured the blood fiend monarch, who was in the eternal realm. What was going on? The hammer is the supreme treasure of the divine world. Tai Laiyuan stared at the hammer, unable to take his eyes off it. It's really the supreme treasure of the divine world. Tai Laiyuan felt as if he was dreaming. He had not expected to see the supreme treasure of the divine world here. You! The blood fiend monarch crawled up and stared at Long Yang with his eyes wide open. Dong! Another strike, and the blood fiend monarch's body shattered. His bones cracked. No, I can't accept this. The blood fiend monarch roared into the sky. Although I have reached the eternal realm in a short period of time by burning my essence blood, it is not stable. Long Yang thought to himself. The blood in his body was boiling. It was all thanks to Realm Lord Fu Mo that he was able to use the hammer. However, after 2 consecutive strikes, Long Yang felt that he could no longer hold on. The last strike must kill the blood fiend monarch. He felt that his limit was 3 strikes. Thinking of this, Long Yang did not waste any more time. He forced himself to use the supreme treasure of the divine world to attack. The blood fiend monarch did not have any strength to resist and was sent flying by the hammer. Yu-3, crack! His arms were smashed and his body shattered. Only a trace of his aura was left. I can't die. The blood fiend monarch's consciousness was a little blurry. He fled in panic. Kill him! Long Yang roared. The black, white, heavenly lords and Tai Laiyuan were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. The 3 of them surrounded the blood fiend monarch and suppressed him. No. The blood fiend monarch let out a final scream before he was killed by the 3 of them. Crack! The blood fiend monarch's body exploded and turned into ashes. Who? Long Yang's body went limp and sat on the ground. Senior brother Long Yang. The other 2 called out worriedly. I'm fine. Go help them. Long Yang said while panting. Brother Long Yang, let's finish the battle first. You can rest for a while. The black, white, heavenly lord said. Then the black, white, heavenly lords and Tai Laiyuan joined the battle. The Heaven Primordial Ruler was disheartened and wanted to escape. However, he was trapped by the formation of Silver Moon Island and was surrounded by several peak experts. Crack! The Heaven Primordial Ruler lost an arm and shouted, "I'm willing to surrender." Surrender? The black, white, heavenly lords and the others sneered. They definitely wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. They had to eliminate the source of the problem. When you were dealing with the human race, did you ever think that such a day would come? Tai Laiyuan asked coldly. The Heaven Primordial Ruler was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to the blood fiend monarch and come to Starry Sky Island to attack Sanguinati. Now Sanguinati wasn't dead. Instead, the blood fiend monarch was dead. CCC Pavilion, the Heaven Primordial Ruler was in danger. I can swear a martial oath to be a servant of the human race forever. The Heaven Primordial Ruler still didn't give up and fought for one last chance. I'm very strong. If I join the human race, it will definitely increase their strength. Moreover, the void creatures are planning to invade the human race. I know the details of their situation and can tell the human race everything. In order to survive, the Heaven Primordial Ruler was willing to do anything. Betraying the void creatures? As long as he could survive, so what? Humph. You're really unscrupulous in order to survive, Bai Ching said coldly. If we were the ones who lost today, would you let us go? Chapter 16:21. In the end, the commotion caused by Sanguinati was perfectly resolved before the upper echelons of the 4 great sacred lands arrived. Blood, Fiend, Monarch, and Heaven Origin Ruler were killed. Fang Chen was quite touched that he had escaped death. The black, white, heavenly lords didn't have much of a relationship with him. They had only come all the way here to help him because of Princess Xan. As for Tai Laiyuan, his attitude towards him had changed greatly after he had given him the Blood River Crystal Iron. After obtaining the Sword Origin Fruit from the Yuan clan, Tai Laiyuan had treated him like a brother and had taken good care of him. Of course, the most important thing was still Bai Ching. If she hadn't led the people of Silver Moon Island and successfully blocked the attack of Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler, Fang Chen would have died. Fang Chen wouldn't have waited for the others to come to his rescue. The arrival of the senior brothers of the demon subduing world had sealed the victory. Heaven Origin Ruler was killed by senior brother Longyang. According to him, those who bullied his brother deserved to die. After the battle ended, everyone present sighed. The 2 great powerhouses who had once been famous in the lower realm and ranked in the top 10 of the universe combat strength list. Moreover, they were the leaders of the 2 races. Just like that, they had died on Starry Sky Island. One could still bear the sins of heaven, but one couldn't bear the sins of one's own making. If they hadn't been overwhelmed by hatred, they wouldn't have done such a thing. At this point, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler only existed in history. The heavy atmosphere on Starry Sky Island gradually dissipated and calmness was restored. Everyone remained silent. After a long time, Fang Chen broke the silence. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help this time. I'll remember this favor." "Kid, don't be so polite with us." Old White laughed. "Besides, we didn't deal with Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler for you. More importantly, we did it for the sake of the human race." Tai Laiyuan nodded. "It's good that you're fine." The senior brothers of the demon subduing world didn't say anything. As disciples of the demon subduing world, they understood each other and didn't need to be so polite. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the battle ended, the great elder of the human race's sacred land led a large number of human race powerhouses over. Yes, when they saw that the battle had ended, they were very surprised. After learning that Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Overlord had been killed, they were even more shocked. "You guys!" Great Elder's heart was in turmoil. He rushed here as fast as he could. However, it was still too late. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have such a wide network. Even the great beings on the Universe Combat Powers list were willing to stand up for him. After recovering from his shock, the Great Elder explained to Fang Qin why the big shots hadn't come. What? They discovered the nest of the void creatures? Fang Qin asked in surprise. I only found some clues. I don't know the specifics. In short, it's good that you're fine, the Great Elder said. Although the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler are dead, the void creature is still hiding in the dark. The most important thing now is to find the void creature and gather all the forces in the lower world to completely exterminate them, said the Black, White Heavenly Lords. That's right. The void creature is much more terrifying than the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler. We must treat it with caution. Tai Laiyuan said in a low voice. This is a serious matter. We'll meet up with them now and work together to deal with the void creature. The Black, White, Heavenly Lords also realized the importance of this matter and said in a low voice, Great Elder, you lead the way. The Great Elder nodded and said, Fang Qin, with your strength, you won't be of much help in the upcoming battle. Return to Green Bamboo Island first. Now that there was no longer any danger, the Grand Elder left Starry Sky Island with Tai Laiyuan and the Black-White Heavenly Masters. Brother Fang will go back first. Long Yang said, Thank you. Fang Qin knew that Long Yang and the others were returning to the demon's subduing world, so he didn't stop them. Soon, only Fang Qin and the people from Silver Moon Island were left on the entire Star Island. At this moment, Fang Qin finally had time to talk to Bai Qingqing properly. The moment Fang Qin turned around, he saw Bai Qingqing's bright eyes staring at him. Fang Qin was a little embarrassed. He said, Is there something on my face? Uft! Bai Qingqing burst out laughing when she heard that. 2 small dimples appeared on her pretty face, making her look very pretty. I'm thinking that the guy who couldn't even defeat me back then has grown to this level. I can't imagine it, Bai Qingqing said with a smile. She was extremely excited to see Fang Qin again. When Fang Qin left Qingyi Island, she had said that she wouldn't be a burden to Fang Qin the next time they met. And now she had done it. Fang Qin shook his head and said, Thank you for this. Why are you telling me this? Bai Qingqing said. Fang Qin chuckled and scratched his head. Bai Qingqing didn't hide her love for Fang Qin at all. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. She walked step by step toward Fang Qin and then hugged Fang Qin. You must have had a hard time these years, right? Back then, Fang Qin was only a heavenly body tier cultivator. He couldn't even defeat a creation tier elite. And now, he had already stepped into the life and death tier. He must have suffered a lot along the way. It's all right, Fang Qin said. There were still people from Silver Moon Island around, so Bai Qingqing only hugged him and then retreated. Right? Why are you here? Hearing Bai Qingqing's question, Fang Qin said, I need 3 kinds of fruits. I heard that one of them is on Star Island, so I hurried over. Who would have thought that it was a scam by Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Prime Ruler? What fruits? Sword Origin Fruit, Peaches of Immortality, Moon Dragon Sky Fruit, Fang Qin said. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was a little surprised. These 3 fruits were all unique in the world and were very rare. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to obtain even one of them, let alone all 3. These 3 fruits are very rare. What do you need them for? Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Qin told Bai Qingqing about the old faker's injuries in detail. After hearing this, Bai Qingqing was also quite moved. You're still so loyal. Then, a brilliant smile appeared on Bai Qingqing's face. Fang Qin was still the original Fang Qin. He hadn't changed. He was still as loyal as before. Only this kind of Fang Qin was the most charming. Right, Qingqing, why are you here? I heard them call you the Saintess of Silver Moon Island. What's going on? Fang Qin changed the topic and asked. It's a long story. Bai Qingqing's eyes looked at the sky, and she sank into her memories. She told Fong Qin everything about how she was captured after leaving Chingy Island, and how she accidentally became the saintess of Silver Moon Island. After hearing this, Fong Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect such a hidden island to exist in the world. Silver Moon Island was very strong. Fong Chen felt that they were second only to the Holy Land. As expected, there are many hidden forces in the lower world. Fong Chen sighed. At the same time, he was very pleased that Bai Qingqing had a high position in Silver Moon Island and controlled so many experts. Silver Moon Island has always been aloof from worldly affairs. It's hidden here and no one knows. But this time I happened to discover the battle on Starry Sky Island and sensed a familiar aura. So I led the people of Silver Moon Island out into the world, Bai Qingqing said. Fong Chen was silent. Bai Qingqing had done a lot for him. Silver Moon Island was hidden and aloof from worldly affairs. They didn't want to be involved in worldly affairs. But Bai Qingqing had resolutely led the people of Silver Moon Island out into the world for him. You don't have to think too much. Silver Moon Island's appearance was a matter of time. It's just that you came out early. Bai Qingqing didn't want Fong Chen to blame himself. That's right. We of Silver Moon Island are willing to risk our lives for our friends. You are the saintess friend. How can we just sit by and do nothing? Said the elder. The other people of Silver Moon Island also nodded, agreeing with the elder. Fong Chen was very touched. Let's go. Bai Qingqing led the people of Silver Moon Island and prepared to return to Silver Moon Island. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chen as she said sweetly, "Let's go." Fong Chen instinctively asked, "Where are we going?" "Don't you need those 3 fruits? I'll take you to get them." Bai Qingqing looked back and smiled. It was very charming. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed and quickly followed. "Qingqing, are you telling the truth? Do you know where the 3 fruits are?" Chapter 16:24. After 2 months, his fire law had finally reached the 4-star boundary. Within his Qi Sea, the long river of laws had expanded by a lot. As everyone knew, the larger the river of law, the more powerful one would be. After breaking through to life and death realm for less than a year, only a monster like Fong Chen could raise his fire law to the 4-star boundary. While Fong Chen opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. He stood up and saw Bai Qingqing in the distance. "Congratulations." Bai Qingqing walked over with light steps and congratulated with a smile. "Qingqing, I want to try the 3rd puppet." Fong Chen couldn't wait to try it out. After his fire law had been raised, his strength had clearly increased. If he were to face a king-level puppet again, he would not be as helpless as he was 2 months ago. "All right, I'll take you there." After saying that, Bai Qingqing brought Fong Chen to the treasure pavilion. Hoo-hoo! As the king-grade puppet appeared, Fong Chen's face turned solemn. His body was surrounded by extremely tyrannical, undying flame. The fire law power in the air was constantly being absorbed by the undying flame. In the blink of an eye, the undying flame's aura had already reached its peak. Heavenly imperial godly art. Fong Chen bellowed and performed the divine art, heavenly imperial divine art. The hidden star sword issued a sword cry, as if responding to its master. Then, a terrifying sword chi spread out from the hidden star sword. 36 sword lights pierced towards the puppet from different directions. Pung! Pung! The king-grade puppet's defense was very strong. It easily blocked the heavenly imperial godly art. Fong Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Undying flame. Immediately, without waiting for the king-grade puppet to attack, Fong Chen activated the undying flame and integrated it into the hidden star sword. Immediately, the hidden star sword's blade turned red hot. The majestic sword chi contained a heart-palpitating, scorching aura. After evolving, the undying flame had become abnormally tyrannical. Only now did it show the demeanor of a king of flames. Whoosh! The heavenly imperial divine technique was used again, and 36 purple sword lights burst out from the hidden star sword. The purple sword light was the product of the fusion of sword chi and undying flame. Crash in the process of the 36 sword lights attacking. 35 of them suddenly spread out and formed a circle. And within this circle, a slightly thicker sword light turned from purple to black in an instant. Dong, even the void was trembling. After the black sword light appeared, the other 35 sword lights actually fused with it. In the end, it turned into a single sword light. The dark sword light represented Fong Chen's strongest attack. Bang, under Fong Chen's control, the black sword light suddenly collided with the king-level puppet. In an instant, the terrifying, undying flame enveloped the puppet's entire body. The black sword light ruthlessly pierced into the body of the king-level puppet. The puppet tried its best to resist, but the undying flame was too strong. Its body was being burned. The undying flame is too strong. When Fong Chen saw the scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. The undying flame was the king of flames. Now that it had evolved, even a high-level life and death realm martial artist would be apprehensive. Although the Sky Puppet Race's king-level puppet's defense was very strong, it still couldn't resist the undying flame's invasion. In the blink of an eye, the king-level puppet's exterior was destroyed by the undying flame. The boundless fire law's power invaded the puppet's interior, rapidly destroying its structure. Fong Chen had a good understanding of the Sky Puppet Race's puppets. Therefore, when the fire law's power invaded the puppet's interior, he could easily control it and destroy the puppet's internal structure. Roar! The king-level puppet let out a furious roar as its arms were burned by the undying flame. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the king-level puppet's defenses were broken, and its body swayed. However, right at this moment, Fong Chen frowned. Soon after, he used the time book without hesitation and suddenly appeared behind the king-level puppet. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed out. Puchi! The scorching hot hidden star sword pierced the king-level puppet's chest as it turned around. This king-level puppet actually had a trace of self-awareness. After sensing danger, it actually wanted to escape. Fong Chen was somewhat astonished, but he still managed to predict its movements. This sword directly pierced the king-level puppet's control center, thoroughly destroying its internal structure. Kacha! The king-level puppet's body finally fell to the ground and broke apart. Huff! Fong Chen put away the hidden star sword, and the undying flame entered the puppet's body. The undying flame combined with a 4-star fire law. Even a high-level life and death realm emperor would find it hard to resist. Fong Chen inwardly said, as expected of the Sky Puppet Race's puppet. When he thought of the Sky Puppet Race's puppet, Fong Chen thought of his good brother, Qing Ho. Back then, when he was on Remnant Island, he was plotted against by the Demon Cloud Province Lord and almost died. In the end, he accidentally entered the ancient era's Sky Puppet Race's place of seclusion. Then, the two of them obtained the Sky Puppet Race's inheritance. Unfortunately, when he was mining, he came into contact with the World Wall and was sucked into the Void Ocean. Later, when he returned to Remnant Island, he also saw Qing Ho. But after that, there was no news of him. I wonder how Brother Qing Ho is doing, Fong Chen whispered. At this moment, Bai Qingqing walked over. I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat the king-level puppet in such a short time. Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with excitement. Fong Chen's strength had exceeded her expectations. After passing the 3rd floor's test, you're already qualified to enter the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Bai Qingqing said. Hearing the words, Precious Treasure Pavilion, Fong Chen was somewhat excited. The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit is on the 2nd floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Bai Qingqing said, after you enter, you must be careful. Don't touch anything else, and don't enter the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion was only accessible to Silver Moon Island's people. Once outsiders entered, they would trigger the traps set by Silver Moon Island's ancestors. It would be very dangerous. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Fang Chen said. Then, Bai Qingqing waved her hand and the door of the Precious Treasure Pavilion opened. Fang Chen jumped and entered. Precious Treasure Pavilion. Arriving at the first floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Fang Chen looked around and found that there were many cultivation resources here. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be attracted. However, Fang Chen was indifferent. Although the cultivation resources on the first floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion were very tempting, they could not be compared to the resources in his summer ring. It seems that Silver Moon Island's ancestor was also a strong person. He left behind so many cultivation resources. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Then he went up to the second floor. The first floor was filled with cultivation resources, while the second floor was filled with cultivation techniques. Fang Chen gave it a cursory glance and quickly discovered the Dragon Moon Sky Fruit. On the wall of the second floor, there was a portrait. Under the portrait, there was a stone table with a jade box on it. The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit was in the jade box. Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Fang Chen was very excited. He quickly walked to the stone table. He felt the aura of the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. It was very charming. However, Fang Chen did not act rashly. He bowed deeply to the portrait. Creak! A small line of words appeared in the portrait. Fang Chen frowned when he saw the words. To get the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit, one must solve a riddle. These words confused Fang Chen somewhat. If he wanted to obtain the Dragon Moon Sky filling fruit, he needed to solve a riddle. What was the riddle? There was no hint at all. How could one choose? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, another line of words appeared in the portrait. At the foot of Silver Moon Mountain, Silver Moon Dragon. These words puzzled Fang Chen even more. The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit in the jade box was very tempting. However, Fang Chen could not get it. He was very anxious. At the foot of Silver Moon Mountain, Silver Moon Dragon. Could the riddle be at the foot of Silver Moon Mountain? Fang Chen thought to himself. Thinking about it, the Silver Moon Island's ancestor would not leave these words for no reason. Could it be that he foretold that someone would come here to take the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit? Chapter 16:26. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's strength back then was extremely tyrannical. His personality was flamboyant and insufferably arrogant. He believed himself to be the master of Silver Moon Island. At his peak, he even openly challenged Silver Moon Flood Dragon. Unfortunately, he lost to Silver Moon Flood Dragon. Of course, this alone wasn't enough for Silver Moon Flood Dragon to suppress him. After all, they were of the same clan. Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's arrogance was severely thwarted by Silver Moon Flood Dragon. In his heart, he hated Silver Moon Flood Dragon immensely, which was why he took the risk. Over the years, every time he saw the iron chains on his hands and feet, he would be incomparably furious. He once swore that if he could escape one day, he would destroy the entire Silver Moon Island with his own hands. Roar! Silver Moon Soaring Dragon's body was malevolent. The point of contact between the iron chains and the wall let out a deafening sound. However, no matter how Silver Moon Soaring Dragon struggled, he couldn't escape. There was a powerful seal on the iron chains. Moreover, Silver Moon Soaring Dragon was gravely injured back then, almost dying. If not for Silver Moon Flood Dragon showing mercy, he wouldn't have survived until now. His cultivation base had plummeted. A few years ago, he could still maintain the limit of life and death realm, but now he could barely maintain the 7th layer of life and death realm. In a few more years, his cultivation base would fall even more. When his cultivation base fell to the lowest level and he became immortal, it would be his death. He didn't want to die here. He wanted to escape. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing arrive, he desperately struggled. I understand. Seeing the struggling Silver Moon Soaring Dragon, Bai Qingqing's eyes brightened. Under Silver Moon Mountain, Silver Moon Soaring Dragon. The meaning of these words should be that only by killing Silver Moon's soaring dragon can one obtain the Dragon Moon Sky Fruit. Fang Chen nodded. He had also guessed it. He sighed in his heart. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Dream on. Silver Moon, soaring dragon, laughed wildly. Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing's cultivation bases were like ants in his eyes. It was impossible for them to kill him. Fang Chen looked at Silver Moon's soaring dragon and felt the fiendish aura on his body. It's a good opportunity to hone myself, Fang Chen said to himself. Qingqing, step back a little. I'll deal with him, Fang Chen said. Bai Qingqing nodded and walked to the back. Rumble Fang Chen clenched his fists as the undying flame surrounded his body and wrapped around his fists. The fire laws of the 4-star realm instantly spread out, and the might of the undying flame increased greatly. Let me see how strong you are. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and suddenly punched out. Suddenly, a wild flaming fist appeared in the sky. The flaming fist light contained the terrifying power of the law of fire. Even a 6th-level life and death realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. Trash! Silver Moon Draco said disdainfully in response to Fang Chen's attack. Just as the flaming fist was about to touch his body, he casually waved his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in front of him. Within the vortex, a terrifying suction force emerged and swallowed the red fist radiance. Brat, your attack is too weak. Silver Moon Draco's hair was disheveled as he sneered. If he was at his peak, he could pinch this kind of trash to death with a single finger. But now his cultivation base had dropped a lot, causing his strength to be much weaker than before. But even so, this kind of trash could not provoke him. Your attack is not that strong either. Fang Chen looked at Silver Moon Draco and smiled. That punch just now was just a probe. Next, he would use his strongest attack. Swish! Heavenly Imperial Sword art was used, and 36 resplendent sword lights whistled out. At the same time, the undying flame carried the powerful power of the law of fire and merged with the 36 sword lights, shooting towards Silver Moon Draco. Seeing Fang Chen use the divine art, Silver Moon Draco's face changed slightly. Heavenly Prison, Saint's Method. Fang Chen did not expect Silver Moon Draco to recognize the heavenly imperial divine art. However, this did not affect his attack. Silver Moon Draco's face was incomparably gloomy. His figure flickered, but he was restricted by the chains and could not leave this small area. Bang, bang, bang! Silver Moon Draco displayed an extremely strong defense, and the 36 sword lights all scattered when they stabbed his body. If the heavenly prison saint was here, I might be afraid. But you can't. Silver Moon Draco sneered. If the heavenly prison saint was here, you would have died long ago. Fang Chen said solemnly. Silver Moon Draco's strength was not strong, but he was after all a peak expert. His methods were not something an ordinary person could imagine. Fang Chen's disadvantage was inexperience. Space-time book. Fang Chen's space-time aura fluctuated, and the space-time book quickly revolved, and his body disappeared in an instant. So Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible, and it was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. At this moment, Silver Moon Draco's eyes finally showed a trace of shock. Kid, who are you? Why do you have the bone progenitor's method? Silver Moon Draco shouted. The bone progenitor was the strongest martial artist of the human race in this era. Its unique cultivation system had shocked the entire lower realm. Even when Silver Moon Draco was at his peak, he did not dare to challenge the bone progenitor. And now, after countless years, the bone progenitor's inheritance had reappeared. You know quite a lot. Fang Chen ignored Silver Moon Draco and continued to use the space-time book. His figure constantly changed, and at the same time, he used the heavenly imperial divine art. After a while, a few sword marks appeared on Silver Moon Draco's body. However, These sword marks were not enough to seriously injure Silver Moon Draco. They were only superficial wounds. Bang! Silver Moon Dragon Ascension suddenly blasted out a punch, forcing Fong Qin to retreat. Kid, as the descendant of the bone progenitor, I don't want to be your enemy. Silver Moon Draco said in a low voice, strictly speaking, I can be considered acquaintances with the bone progenitor. You should not ally with Silver Moon Island to deal with me, but to save me. Fong Qin did not believe Silver Moon Draco's words at all. Fong Qin was not surprised that he knew the bone progenitor's cultivation system. However, he was obviously lying when he said he knew the bone progenitor. Humph, do you think I'm an idiot? Fong Qin sneered. Kid, do you really want to ally with Silver Moon Island to deal with me? Silver Moon Draco's face was gloomy as he said coldly, I don't want to either, but I have no choice. I need the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Fong Qin spread his hands. Silver Moon Draco fell silent. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. Even if you attack with all your strength, you can't kill me. On the contrary, your life will be in danger. How about this? We each take a step back and make a deal. Fong Qin did not speak. Silver Moon Draco continued. Help me leave this place, and I will swear a martial oath to help you obtain the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. What do you think? I can obtain it even if I kill you, Fong Qin said indifferently. He would not easily trust Silver Moon Draco. If he let him escape, who knew what would happen? You. Silver Moon Draco was enraged. His entire body emitted a terrifying fiendish aura as he stared at Fong Qin with scarlet eyes. Brat, you will regret your choice. Boom! A scarlet light appeared in Silver Moon Draco's palm and shot towards Fong Qin. Bang! Fong Qin waved his hand and the hidden star sword was placed in front of his chest, blocking the scarlet light. Fong Qin! Bai Qingqing suddenly called out. Fong Qin turned his head. Bai Qingqing transmitted her voice to him. Silver Moon Draco's methods are very strange. If you want to solve it, you need to grasp the source. I will take you to Silver Moon Island's sacred palace to look at the Silver Moon Island's history books. Some of the methods of our ancestors are recorded in them. You can find some ways to deal with Silver Moon Draco. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded in agreement. Indeed, with his current strength, even if he attacked with all his strength, he could only suppress Silver Moon Draco at most. It would be difficult to kill him. Half-floating, old man, I will let you live for a few more days. After saying that, he followed Bai Qingqing out of Silver Moon Mountain. Ah! Silver Moon Draco's body twisted crazily, the iron chains rattling. He let out a furious roar toward the sky. His body was pulling the iron chains with all his strength, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the shackles of the iron chains. Chapter 16, 27. Silver Moon Island, Sacred Palace. Bai Qingqing brought Fong Qin here and gave him some history books that recorded the secrets of Silver Moon Island. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to see it. However, Fong Qin was different. Take a look at these. They might be helpful to you, Bai Qingqing said. The attack method of the soaring Silver Moon Dragon is somewhat similar to that of the ancestors of Silver Moon Island. Their attacks are exactly the same as the Silver Moon Celestial Technique that I used, but the attack is stronger. The Silver Moon Celestial Technique was the ultimate technique of Silver Moon Island. The complete Silver Moon Celestial Technique was a powerful divine technique. However, the Silver Moon Celestial Technique that was preserved by Silver Moon Island was already incomplete. At best, it was only a quasi-divine technique. The attack of the Silver Moon Celestial Technique used the power of laws to condense a silver crescent moon to attack the primordial spirit and the physical body. Bai Qingqing explained the Silver Moon Celestial Technique in detail to Fong Qin. The latter kept nodding. After a long time, Fong Qin sighed. The Silver Moon Celestial Technique is really amazing. An expert who could create his own technique was really too powerful. Fang Qin could feel that the complete Silver Moon celestial technique was not inferior to the heavenly imperial divine technique. If it's the Silver Moon celestial technique, I'm confident that I can withstand it. However, the soaring Silver Moon Dragon's technique is obviously a strengthened version. Even the undying flame can't burn it, Fang Qin said to himself. Then he began to flip through the history books. There were many records about the Silver Moon Dragon in the history books. However, most of them were about his deeds when he was young. After flipping through the books for an entire day, he had almost finished reading all the books. Fang Qin collected some useful methods. He stretched, put the books back, and walked out of the sacred palace. How was it? Bai Qingqing asked anxiously. I learned a lot. I want to try again, Fang Qin said. Bai Qingqing nodded and brought Fang Qin to the interior of Silver Moon Mountain again. Kid, it's useless. You can't kill me. Seeing Fang Qin come again, the soaring Silver Moon Dragon sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Fang Qin spread out his hands, picked up the hidden star sword, and launched an attack. According to the records in the books, Silver Moon Island's cultivation method was preemptive. Therefore, Fang Qin chose to make the first move, not giving Silver Moon Draco a chance to attack. Activating the space-time book, he hid himself in the void and disappeared before Long Ting's eyes in an instant. Humph, I'll wait here for you. Let's see what you can do. Silver Moon Draco sneered and stood motionless, raising his defense to the maximum. In fact, he was also a little wary of the bone progenitor's cultivation system. He didn't dare to act rashly for fear of exposing himself. Fang Qin walked in the void and executed the heavenly imperial sword technique. Suddenly, 36 sword lights shot out from the void. 100-fold increase in strength was instantly unleashed. Surrounded by the undying flame, the 36 sword lights burst forth with their strongest power. Pucci caught off guard, Silver Moon Dragon Source arm was pierced, and blood splattered all over the sky. Bang! Silver Moon Dragon Soar angrily punched out, forcing Fang Qin back. Brat, you're courting death, said Silver Moon Dragon Soar coldly, his eyes scarlet. Is that so? Fang Qin grinned. Silver Moon Dragon Sour's defense was very strong, but its weakness was also very obvious, and that was that its movement distance was relatively short. This way, it could reduce Silver Moon Dragon Sour's horizontal movement as much as possible. And Fang Qin was hiding in the void, so he could launch a sneak attack at any time. Silver Moon Dragon Soar couldn't do anything. Boom! The 5 lightning tribulation technique was executed, and deafening thunder exploded in the sky above Silver Moon Mountain. Bolts of lightning rushed into Silver Moon Mountain and gathered above Fang Qin's head. According to Fang Qin's guess, Silver Moon Dragon Source Yuan's spirit must have weakened a lot after being imprisoned for so many years. Therefore, he used a Soul Dao secret technique. 5 bolts of lightning intersected and enveloped Silver Moon Dragon Soar. Dong! The earth trembled as Silver Moon Dragon Soar resisted with all his might. A silver halo appeared around his body. After the silver halo appeared, he forcibly resisted the 5 bolts of lightning. Silver dragon armor. Bai Qingqing cried out involuntarily from afar. Brat, you forced me to do this. Silver Moon Dragon Soar glanced at the silver halo around his body and said coldly, Silver Moon Island's supreme treasure, the silver dragon armor, is actually on you? Bai Qingqing asked in a deep voice. With the silver dragon armor, a mere life and death expert can't break my defense. You can give up. Silver Moon Dragon Soar said. Fang Qin turned his head and looked at Bai Qingqing. The silver dragon armor is our Silver Moon Island's supreme treasure. Although it's only a 9th step, it's infinitely close to the deity grade. Its defense is extremely tyrannical, able to resist the full power attack of a life and death expert. Bai Qingqing said, the silver dragon armor was originally Silver Moon Island's inherited treasure. However, it was lost for no reason. All these years, the people of Silver Moon Island had been painstakingly searching for it. Who would have thought that the silver dragon armor was on Silver Moon Dragon Soar? Hoo-hoo! The silver dragon armor turned into a silver halo, revolving around Silver Moon Dragon Soar's body. An unbridled smile appeared on his face. Brat, your attack is too weak. Shio! Fong Chen didn't believe it and fiercely swung his sword. The sharp sword light ruthlessly hacked on the silver dragon armor. Whoa! It only swayed for a moment before dispersing. There wasn't even a scratch on the silver dragon armor. Seeing this, Fong Chen's complexion changed greatly. The silver dragon armor has already fused with my flesh. Unless I die, don't even think about taking the silver dragon armor from me. Silver Moon Dragon Soar laughed sinisterly. His meaning was clear. With the silver dragon armor, Fong Chen couldn't kill him. For a moment, Fong Chen sank into contemplation. With the silver dragon armor, we can't break his defense. Bai Qingqing said, helplessly, is there no other way? Fong Chen asked unwillingly. Bai Qingqing shook her head. You underestimate the silver dragon armor's defense. Even a peak life and death expert can't break it. Looking at Fong Chen and Bai Qingqing's expressions, Silver Moon Dragon Soar laughed wildly. However, at this moment, Little Mouse came out. He lazily stretched and then said with a smile, Boss, I have a way. You have a way. Hearing this, Fong Chen opened his eyes wide. Little Mouse nodded and said, I can use my teeth to bite open the silver dragon armor. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. A trash, demonic beast dares to talk nonsense. Silver Moon Dragon Soar was disdainful. He didn't even look at Little Mouse. The silver dragon armor is extraordinary. Can you do it? Fong Chen asked somewhat worriedly. Boss, I've already broken through to the life and death realm and obtained an extraordinary ability. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Little Mouse grinned and said, but I need you to pin him down. Fong Chen nodded and decided to give it a try. On the other hand, he also wanted to see how strong a life and death godly mouse was. Qing, attack together with me and restrain him, said Fong Chen through voice transmission. Bai Qing nodded. Suddenly, Fong Chen made his move. Time Book was used together with Sky Defensive Sword Art. Bai Qing also used Silver Moon Sky Art. I'll let you see the true Silver Moon Sky Art. Seeing Bai Qingqing's Silver Moon Sky Art, Silver Moon Dragon Soar sneered. Soon after, his hands continuously formed seals. A wild aura emerged from his body and condensed into a silver crescent moon above his head. This silver crescent moon was clearly much bigger than Bai Qingqing's. Kill! Following Silver Moon Dragon Source, roar, the battle instantly broke out. Fong Chen and Bai Qingqing joined hands and successfully pinned down Silver Moon Dragon Soar. As for Little Mouse, he took the opportunity to jump on Silver Moon Dragon Soar's head. Big guy, you dare to look down on your Grandpa Mouse? Courting death. Silver Moon Dragon Soar controlled the silver crescent moon with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, fiercely punching at Little Mouse. Assimilate. These two words came out of the Little Mouse's mouth. Suddenly, his body was like a black hole, directly sucking in Silver Moon Dragon Source fist light. Rumble. Semi-floating. End-floating. SNG. The black hole rapidly revolved, and in the blink of an eye, the power contained in Silver Moon Dragon Source fist light underwent a huge change. Swish. The black hole revolved in reverse, and a vast power rushed out. This was Silver Moon Dragon Source's own power. Dong! In a flash, Silver Moon Dragon Source power was assimilated by Little Mouse and turned into his own power to attack Silver Moon Dragon Soar. Chapter 1628. Heaven-devouring God, Rat's third innate ability, assimilation. To be able to assimilate another person's power into one's own, This kind of ability was beyond imagination. Little Mouse had only grasped a bit of it, but it was enough to shock people. This is the chained silver moon dragon crawled up from the ground, incomparably shocked. Heaven-devouring god rat. He recognized the heaven-devouring god rat and was shocked. Now you know how powerful your grandpa rat is. Little Mouse arrogantly looked at Silver Moon Dragon and sneered. Silver Moon Dragon's face turned sinister as his figure flickered, wanting to attack Little Mouse. Attack! Fong Chen and Bai Qingqing glanced at each other and attacked together. Rumble, the primordial killing array, was completed, trapping Silver Moon Dragon within. The space-time book combined with the heavenly imperial sword art and the Five Thunder Tribulation art. Fong Chen's attack power had reached its peak. Each time the hidden star sword was brandished, it would cause the air to fluctuate. Bai Qingqing's attack power was also not bad. The Silver Moon heavenly art was extremely tyrannical. The silver crescent moon above her head emitted a powerful moonlight aura that illuminated Silver Moon Dragon's body. Facing the fierce attack, Silver Moon Dragon had no time to pay attention to Little Mouse. Little Mouse seized the opportunity and jumped onto Silver Moon Dragon's body. Then it opened its mouth and fiercely bit down on the latter's body. Kacha! The sudden crisp sound caused Fong Chen and Bai Qingqing to be dumbfounded. These teeth are too hard. Even though Fong Chen already knew that Little Mouse's teeth were hard, he was still incomparably shocked at this moment. The teeth of a life and death, realm, heaven, devouring god were actually this hard. This degree of hardness had already surpassed the category of ninth step divine weapons. Too powerful. Bai Qingqing was shocked. Kacha! The little mouse bit the silver dragon armor on the Silver Moon Draconic Dragon as if it was eating candy. In the blink of an eye, a large hole appeared on the silver dragon armor. No, the soaring Silver Moon Dragon faced the sky and roared furiously. He looked at the silver dragon armor on his body in disbelief. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked furiously, wanting to send the little mouse flying. However, Fong Chen did not give him the chance. Your opponent is me, Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. He controlled the origin killing array and launched a fierce attack to restrain the Silver Moon soaring dragon. Silver Moon Draco is very anxious. The cracks on his silver dragon armor are getting bigger and bigger. I must find a way to get rid of these two as soon as possible. Silver Moon Draco thought to himself. Immediately he activated all his strength. However, Fong Chen and Bai Qingqing were freaks. With the two of them working together and the primeval chaos killing array, the Silver Moon soaring dragon was unable to suppress them for a while. After about a minute, the silver dragon armor on the Silver Moon Draco's body had been bitten open. Crack the little mouse had a satisfied smile on its face. The silver dragon armor was of great help to him, and he was gobbling it up. The silver dragon armor was broken, and his defense was greatly reduced. Fong Chen seized this opportunity and used the space-time book. His body was hidden in the void, and then he used the heavenly imperial sword technique. The level 9 divine weapon, Hidden Star Sword, stabbed into the Silver Moon soaring dragon's body through the gap in the silver dragon armor. Poochie the Silver Moon soaring dragon's body suddenly became extremely stiff. I can't accept this. The Silver Moon soaring dragon was stabbed by the Hidden Star Sword and was seriously injured. He roared to the sky and retreated unwillingly. He desperately resisted Fong Chen's attack, but his biggest reliance, the silver dragon armor, was broken, causing his defense to drop. He could not resist the attack at all. Poochie Fong Chen did not show mercy. He raised the Hidden Star Sword again and stabbed the Silver Moon soaring dragon's head. The latter's vitality quickly disappeared until he was completely dead. Whoosh! After the Silver Moon soaring dragon fell, a ball of light appeared in his mind. This was the source of the Silver Moon soaring dragon's power. It sensed the Silver Moon Island's aura on Bai Qingqing and quickly sank into the latter's forehead. "Ching-Ching, are you all right?" Fang Chin asked worriedly. "I'm fine," said Bai Ching-Ching. "Boss, what about the silver dragon armor?" asked the little mouse. "It's damaged, anyway. Why don't you just let me eat it?" Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and looked at Bai Ching-Ching. The latter said, "Although the silver dragon armor is damaged, it has a special meaning to my Silver Moon Island." She did not say the rest, but Fang Chen already knew. "I have a lot of things here. You can eat as much as you want," said Fang Chen. He then opened his spatial ring and let the little mouse enter. There were simply too many cultivation resources in his spatial ring. There were so many that it could support a powerful force. Some of them were suitable for the little mouse to eat. After sending the little mouse away, Fang Chen took the damaged silver dragon armor from the Silver Moon soaring dragon's body and handed it to Bai Ching-Ching. "Thank you," said Bai Ching-Ching. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you," said Fang Chen with a smile. He was especially happy after killing the Silver Moon soaring dragon. At the very least, he could get the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. "Let's go." Fang Chen and Bai Ching-Ching left Silver Moon Mountain and entered the treasure pavilion alone. Just as he had guessed, he easily obtained the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Looking at the fruit in the jade box in his hand, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Now, only the immortal peaches and immortal fruits are left. 3 kinds of fruits were rare in the world, but with his hard work, he had already obtained 2 of them. Fang Chen believed that he would definitely obtain the last one. "Old Faker, I will definitely find the last one." The old faker had become like this to save Tian Xan. Fang Chen felt very guilty. So, no matter how difficult it was, he had to gather all 3 kinds of fruits. Coming out of the treasure pavilion, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. "You got it?" asked Bai Ching-Ching. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Ching-Ching, I've been on Silver Moon Island for a long time. I'm ready to leave. What about you?" Hearing this, Bai Ching-Ching fell silent. After a long while, Bai Ching-Ching raised her head. A trace of reluctance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then she said, "The situation in the lower world is a bit chaotic now. I have to stay on Silver Moon Island to take care of the situation. If you are in danger one day, I will definitely lead the people of Silver Moon Island to rescue you." Fang Chen nodded and did not insist. Staying on Silver Moon Island might be the best place for Bai Ching-Ching. Bai Ching-Ching handed Fang Chen a jade pendant. With this jade pendant, he could easily enter and leave Silver Moon Island. She personally sent Fang Chen off Silver Moon Island. Looking at his back, a drop of tear fell from her eyes. Riding the Starry Universe dragon boat, they quickly returned to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was as quiet as usual. Fang Chen went to the old faker. "Old faker, I found the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit." Fang Chen took out the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit and the Sword Origin Fruit and gave them to the old faker. Seeing this, the old faker was touched but did not say anything. No words were needed to express everything. They had been through ups and downs together. There was no need for any pretentious words. "There's still the last type of peaches of immortality. I will definitely find a way to find it," Fang Chen said. "Young man, the lower world has been chaotic recently. You have to be careful. Don't lose your life accidentally," the old faker said. "Oh, the void creatures have launched a large-scale attack." He had been on Silver Moon Island all this time and knew nothing about the situation in the outside world. The leaders of the human race have already locked down a space. They are conducting a thorough search. It won't take long before they find the void creatures. When that time comes, a war will be inevitable. The old faker said, "Moreover, there have been many spies of the void creatures who have infiltrated the human race. They are doing everything they can to destroy the human race's experts and the young geniuses. It seems that the situation in the lower world has become very dangerous," Fang Chen said to himself. His gaze pierced through the void and looked in the direction of the human race's sacred land. Fang Qin was puzzled that the human race's sacred lord did not appear for such an important event. You have to be careful. Young man, you are too dazzling. You have become a thorn in the side of the void creatures. Be careful of the spies who have infiltrated the human race, the old faker reminded. Those spies were too terrifying when they went crazy. They did not care about their own lives. Once they locked onto their target, they would self-destruct to destroy their target. This kind of reckless madness had caused the human race to lose many experts. Chapter 16:29. The old faker who got the 2 fruits was obviously very happy. However, he was also worried about Fang Qin. In this chaotic world, the spies of the void creatures could appear at any time. Fang Qin's potential was so great that he would definitely become a thorn in the side of the void creatures. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fang Qin smiled. After chatting with the old faker for a while, Fang Qin returned to the island master's mansion. He saw Saber 3 and Lu Xiong, as well as his disciple, Tian Xan. In short, the atmosphere of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very good. It was nighttime, outside a certain city on Green Bamboo Island, on a mountain peak that rose from the ground. 7 or 8 warriors appeared silently. Darkness covered the land, and the crescent moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. Green Bamboo Island was pitch black. Sanguinati has returned. Leader Shimo has given the order that Sanguinati is one of the people who must be killed. For our descendants to be free, we'll do it. Green Bamboo Island is Sanguinati's territory. It is heavily guarded. If we have to kill Sanguinati, we can just blow ourselves up. The few of them discussed for a while and then quickly headed to the island master's mansion in the dark. In the entire Green Bamboo Island, the island master's mansion was the most heavily guarded, and everyone thought that it was the safest place. And it was the safest place to carry out the assassination. Who would have thought of this? Darkness covered the land, and the lights in Green Bamboo Island were already extinguished. Everyone in the island master's mansion had already fallen asleep. Fang Qin had also entered a deep sleep. Outside the island master's mansion, 7 or 8 captives used their own methods to kill a few guards silently. Then they changed their clothes and pretended to be the patrolling guards of the island master's mansion. In this way, they successfully deceived the other guards. Soon, they arrived in front of a pavilion in the island master's mansion. This pavilion was where the island master lived. Sanguinati is inside. Let's go in. The 7 or 8 guards were about to enter the pavilion when they were suddenly stopped by the guards who were walking from afar. Stop! The leader of the guards scolded in a low voice. Soon after, he quickly walked to the front of the 7 or 8 captives. What do you want? The guard asked. Sir, the island master wants us to send some things in, one of the captives said calmly. The guard carefully observed the 7 or 8 people and finally nodded. Adong said, hurry up and go in. With that, the guard left. 7 or 8 captives entered the pavilion. They spread out and arrived at the door of Fang Qin's room. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's here. Fang Qin frowned. He had set up an invisible array in front of the pavilion. As long as someone touched the array, he would be able to sense it. Fang Qin used the space-time book without batting an eyelid and hid in the void. It was at this time that 7 or 8 captives quietly opened the door and rushed to the bed. Countless attacks bombarded the bed. The wooden bed suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha! Sanguinati is dead for sure. The 7 or 8 captives laughed heartily. They didn't expect to kill Sanguinati so easily. You want to deal with me with such petty tricks. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind them. The captives who were laughing suddenly turned around. When they saw Sanguinati standing in front of them, they were shocked. Why are you here? Idiot. Fang Qin sneered and walked towards the captive step by step. Attack together. Kill him. The leader of the captives roared and immediately launched a fierce attack. The 8 captives were all mid-level life and death realm monarchs. Although their attacks were fierce, they posed no threat to Fong Qin. Bang! A fist smashed the head of a captive near him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Immediately, the other captives looked at Fong Qin in shock. Swish! In a flash, Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword and used the Sky Imperial sword art. 36 sword lights rapidly shot out. Bang! Bang! Several martial artists were caught off guard and were directly pierced by the sword lights. They unwillingly fell to the ground. Only 2 captives survived. Their companions used their lives to block the sword lights, allowing them to survive. Self-destruct. Before dying, the captives roared with difficulty. The remaining 2 captives didn't say anything and activated their own strength, instantly triggering self-destruction. The self-destruction of life and death realm martial artists had tyrannical deterrence. Not good. Fong Qin called out inwardly. Soon after, he waved his hand and arranged the primeval origin killing array, trapping the 2 captives inside. Dong! The self-destruction of the 2 life and death realm monarchs shattered the primeval origin killing array. Rumble! The entire pavilion turned into ashes. Fortunately, the primeval origin killing array blocked the impact, so the rest of the Island Master's mansion was safe. The deafening sound alarmed the others in the Island Master's mansion. Vice Island Master Yin Fong was the first to rush over. Island Master, what happened? Brother Fong, what happened? Blade 3 followed closely behind, and the other experts also rushed over one after another. The void creature evildoer infiltrated Green Bamboo Island. Fong Qin gave a simple explanation of what happened. Island Master, this matter is my responsibility. It's my fault for not controlling it well. Yin Fong took the initiative to apologize. Fong Qin waved his hand. It's not your fault. Void creatures are everywhere, and their methods are strange. If they hide, it's very difficult to find them. Island Master, don't worry. I'll immediately send more people to monitor every martial artist who enters Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong said. Fong Qin nodded and left this matter to the others. He arrived at Blade 3's residence. Brother Fong, it seems like the void creatures are preparing to attack you. Blade 3 said. Fong Qin was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, if they want to kill me, they'll have to pay a sufficient price. With his current strength, even if a peak life and death realm expert attacked him, he could easily escape. Unless it was an immemorial realm expert, it would be impossible to kill him. However, the void creature evildoer came to Green Bamboo Island and self-destructed, which made him extremely angry. Green Bamboo Island was his territory, and the people who lived here were all his family and friends. If such a thing happened, he could defend himself, but his family and friends could not. I definitely won't allow anyone to hurt my family. Fong Qin clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, Green Bamboo Island's defense is not enough. Blade 3 said, It's a pity that I'm not a 9-star array master. Otherwise, I could set up a peerless array that enveloped Green Bamboo Island and definitely make Green Bamboo Island's defense the strongest. Fong Qin said helplessly, although there was only a small gap between 8-star and 9-star. However, the gap between them was too big. He had stepped into the 8-star realm for a long time, but he had been stuck at the bottleneck and could not break through. Fong Qin could not do anything about it. Brother Fong, don't worry too much. There are many powerhouses on Green Bamboo Island. If they want to commit murder, they have to consider their own strength. Blade 3 comforted. Fong Qin's original body chatted with Blade 3, and the demon subduing Realm Clone found the Realm Master. Realm Master, I have a request. Fong Qin said. What is it? Just now, Green Bamboo Island was attacked by the remnants of the void creature. Although I killed it in time, it also caused different degrees of damage to the Island Master's residence. My family and friends are on Green Bamboo Island, and I don't want them to be hurt in any way. Fong Chin said. Realm Master nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. I'll ask your senior to help you. Fong Chan wanted to ask more, but Realm Master waved his hand to indicate that he did not need to worry. The night was silent. Early the next morning, an unexpected expert arrived at Green Bamboo Island. Above the island master's residence, an old man with a white beard and a purple robe fluttered in the wind. His face was full of smiles. Opposite him, Fong Chen looked at him in shock. Speaking of which, this old man in a purple robe had a strong background. Junior brother Fong, why don't you invite me down for a seat? The old man in a purple robe said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, I'm sorry for being rude. Senior brother, this way please. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he was still thinking about which senior brother the Realm Master would ask to help him. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he did not expect this senior brother to be the strongest formation master in the lower realm. The only 9-star formation master in the lower realm, Emperor Purplebeard. Emperor Purplebeard's name was well known, but he had never had the time to meet him. Chapter 1631. Nile and Choexan were the focus of Green Bamboo Island. Most importantly, they were extremely loyal to Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chin also had his own idea of nurturing trustworthy people. Luckily, Emperor Purplebeard was his senior brother. If it were someone else, he might not even let them watch. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many formation Dao experts in the lower realm would be envious. Once upon a time, an 8-star divine formation master had said such a sentence. Watching Emperor Purplebeard set up a formation once was equivalent to thousands of years of enlightenment. From this one sentence, one could see how profound Emperor Purplebeard's understanding of the Tao of formations was. To Nile and Choexan, Emperor Purplebeard was definitely a progenitor of formation Tao. If they could watch a little, their understanding of formation Tao would definitely benefit greatly. Nile and Choexan were very excited and went to prepare. This was an opportunity that they could not miss. Of course, they had to be well prepared. 3 days later, Emperor Purplebeard finished his preparations and sent a voice transmission to Fong Chin. The latter brought Nile and Choexan to the Green Bamboo Formation. Hovering above the Green Bamboo Formation, Fong Chin, as the island master, announced an order. Everyone, the Green Bamboo Formation will be upgraded. Please leave the formation first. Although everyone was confused, they still obeyed the island master's order. Soon, there was no one in the huge Green Bamboo Formation. At this moment, Emperor Purplebeard entered. Island Master, I've checked the Green Bamboo Formation. I've basically understood its operating pattern. I'm confident that I can make it perfect. Emperor Purplebeard did not address himself as Nile and Choexan's senior brother. After all, the demon subduing world was hidden in the dark. He did not want to expose himself. Thank you, Emperor Purplebeard. Fong Chin cupped his fists and thanked him. Nile and Choexan stared straight at Emperor Purplebeard. Greetings, Emperor Purplebeard. It was their first time meeting Emperor Purplebeard. However, they had heard many legends about Emperor Purplebeard. Now that they saw him in person, they were so excited that they could not speak. Emperor Zisu nodded at the two of them and said, I'll modify the formation later. The two of you stay far away and watch carefully. After that, Monarch Purplebeard turned to Fong Chin and said, Island Lord, you can come closer to me. When the time comes, I will explain some insights to you. Outside the Green Bamboo Formation, the upper echelons of Green Bamboo Island were led by Vice Island Master Yin Fong. Floating in the air, he stared at the Green Bamboo Array Formation in the distance. They sighed in their hearts. Island Lord, you are truly something. You even managed to invite Monarch Purplebeard. Vice Island Lord Yin Fong sighed. That's right. Monarch Zisu is the most powerful formation master in the entire lower realm. Even the 5 great leaders of the human clan might not be able to invite him. However, the Island Lord actually managed to invite him. Look at Monarch Purplebeard's attitude towards the Island Master. He's very easygoing. It's obvious that they're close. To think that we looked down on the Island Master when we first met him. Ha ha ha. That's right. Fortunately, we chose to follow the Island Master. Otherwise, how could we have our current status? Most of the experts beside Vice Island Lord Yin Fong were the first to follow Fong Qin. At that time, they were still martial artists from the human clan's sacred land. They were sent to Green Bamboo Island to pacify the foreign tribes. They did not expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. Yin Fong did not regret his decision. He had gained more from Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, with the current reputation of Green Bamboo Island, countless martial artists who were more powerful than them were fighting to recruit them. It was a great feeling. The ordinary martial artists below were even more excited than before. Inside the Green Bamboo Formation, Monarch Zisu slowly raised his palm. A majestic formation, Dao, aura, instantly spread out. So powerful. Fong Qin, who was standing at the side, was shocked. The formation Dao aura from Monarch Zisu was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Junior brother Fong, the formation Dao is about insight. No matter what kind of formation it is, the first thing to do is to understand its essence. Monarch Zisu transmitted his voice. Let me show you the trajectory of the Green Bamboo Formation. As he spoke, Monarch Zisu waved his palm. The formation Dao aura around him moved in an unimaginable trajectory under his control. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard's every move triggered the rotation of the Green Bamboo Formation. At this moment, Fong Qin could clearly see the subtle formation Dao aura above the control center of the Green Bamboo Formation. It gathered together and formed a complicated trajectory. Is this the trajectory of the Green Bamboo Formation? Fong Qin widened his eyes and looked at it seriously. The trajectory of the Green Bamboo Formation was so mysterious that Fong Qin could not understand it. Look at it carefully. Monarch Zisu transmitted his voice. It was useless to tell Fong Qin all of a sudden. It was better to do it step by step. Monarch Zisu believed that with junior brother Fong's potential, he would be able to understand it on his own. Nile and Chiu Xan, who were watching from afar, were even more shocked. They looked at all of this with their mouths agape. It was as if they had sunk into a sea of formation Dao and were drifting alone. After the trajectory of the Green Bamboo Formation appeared clearly, Monarch Zisu began to modify it. He took out the materials that he had prepared beforehand and added them to the control center of the Green Bamboo Formation. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. One after another, powerful formations appeared in the Green Bamboo Formation. Fong Qin realized that these formations were all level 9 formations. Moreover, they were fusing with the Green Bamboo Formation at an unimaginable speed. What a strange technique! Fong Qin was shocked. He admired Monarch Zisu very much. At the very least, he could not do such a technique. After maintaining this state for an hour, Emperor Purplebeard changed his technique again. What entered Fong Qin's eyes were countless mysterious and complicated array formations. At first, he could still see them clearly. Later on, he could barely keep up with Monarch Zisu's pace. As for Nile and Chiu Xan, they had already entered a state of enlightenment. Moreover, with their formation Dao cultivation, it was best that they did not see the mysterious and complicated formations at the end. Whoosh! Monarch Zisu's technique became faster and faster. In the end, Fong Qin could not keep up. Dong! Suddenly, Fong Qin's mind vibrated. Then a wild formation, Dao, aura spread out. He immediately closed his eyes and digested what he had learned. Swoosh! After 2 hours, Monarch Su finally completed all the steps. In the last step, he fused all the level 9 formations that he had set up into the green bamboo formation. In an instant, the green bamboo formation began to expand. With the control center as the core, it kept expanding outwards. Soon, it covered 90% of the green bamboo island. Outside the formation, Vice Island Master Yin Fong and the others were shocked. The whole thing is done. I just need some time. Monarch Su looked at the expanding green bamboo formation and was very satisfied. The powerhouse who set up this formation is no ordinary person. The green bamboo formation's profoundness is not weaker than a level 9 formation. Unfortunately, it has been too long, and the power of the formation's control center has been greatly depleted. However, after my modification, the green bamboo formation's grade has already reached the peak of level 9, infinitely close to a deity formation. Monarch Su chuckled. Modifying the green bamboo formation was his most perfect masterpiece, and he was very happy. The process lasted for an entire day and night. It was only at noon of the second day that the green bamboo formation completed its expansion. After the green bamboo formation opened, it covered the entire green bamboo island. Even a peak life and death expert's all-out attack would not be able to break through it. From now on, the green bamboo island's defense would be raised to the extreme. Dong! The green bamboo formation completely stabilized. Monarch Su poured a large amount of energy into the formation's control center. Then he clapped his hands and called it a day. At this time, Fong Qin also woke up from his epiphany. After seeing the green bamboo formation, he was very satisfied. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother. Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Junior Apprentice Brother Fong. The degree of modification is better than I expected. Monarch Su said. Right, Junior Apprentice Brother Fong. What did you learn? After seeing Senior Apprentice Brother's formation, I gained a lot of insights and found a path to 9-star realm. Fong Qin smiled. Chapter 1632. The green bamboo array formation that Emperor Purplebeard had modified was extremely powerful. Moreover, it could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was much more effective than before. It was definitely a sacred place for cultivation in the hearts of warriors. This was nothing to Emperor Purplebeard, but it was very important to Green Bamboo Island. Fong Qin only observed it briefly, and was already shocked by the current state of the green bamboo array formation. It's too powerful, Fong Qin exclaimed. While talking to Fong Qin, Emperor Purplebeard noticed Nile and Qiu Exan. Emperor Purplebeard let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then he walked over to the two of them. At this moment, Nile and Qiu Exan were in the midst of enlightenment. There was a special aura around them. Junior Brother Fong, these two fellows have great potential, Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. It was obvious that he was praising Nile and Qiu Exan. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. A thought flashed across his mind. Then he walked to Emperor Purplebeard's side. Senior Brother Purplebeard, these two are the God Array Masters that Green Bamboo Island is nurturing. They are indeed talented. If they are nurtured well, they will definitely become great talents in the future, Fong Qin said. How is it, Senior Brother Purplebeard? Do you want to take them as your disciples? To be honest, Emperor Purplebeard had seen countless warriors with outstanding talent in array formations over the years. However, almost none of them were able to move him. This was also the reason why he had not taken any disciples in all these years. In the lower realm, countless cultivators in array formations wanted to be his disciple. In fact, the 5 great leaders of the human race had personally tried to persuade Emperor Purplebeard to take them as his disciples. However, they were all rejected by him. Emperor Purplebeard was a sentimental person. Apart from talent, he also looked at fate when taking in disciples. Right now, he was indeed thinking of taking them as his disciples. This was because he felt that Nile and Qiu Exan had a special understanding of array formations. This was something that ordinary people could not achieve. After all, they are from Green Bamboo Island. It's not good for me to take them as my disciples. Emperor Purple Beard chuckled. When Fong Chen heard this, he hurriedly said, Senior Brother Purple Beard, there's no need to be so polite with me. If you really want to take them as your disciples, I have no objections. What a joke! What could he say about Emperor Purple Beard taking in a disciple? After all, Nile and Cho Xen were from Green Bamboo Island. If they became Monarch Purple Beard's disciples, it would only increase Green Bamboo Island's strength. All right, let's wait for them to wake up, said Monarch Purple Beard. Speaking of which, it was strange. The two of them had entered a state of epiphany and thought that they would wake up in 1 or 2 days. Who would have thought that it would last for 7 days? In these 7 days, the Green Bamboo Array gradually stabilized. Monarch Purple Beard sat in the middle of the Green Bamboo Array formation, waiting for Nile and Chiu Xan to wake up. In 7 days, Fong Qin had completely settled down Green Bamboo Island. He also briefly explained the improved Green Bamboo Array formation to Vice Island Master Yin Fong, which made everyone on Green Bamboo Island very excited. 7 days later, Nile was the first to wake up. Wang He was surrounded by the aura of a formation. A brilliant smile surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. After being stuck at 5-star for so long, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Seeing Emperor Purple Beard sitting cross-legged before him, Nile hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, Senior Emperor Purple Beard. You're awake. Emperor Purple Beard opened his eyes and asked Nile with a gentle smile. At this moment, Chiu Xan also woke up. However, he was still at 6-star and had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Seeing Nile achieve a breakthrough, he was slightly disappointed. At this moment, he heard Emperor Purple Beard's words. You're Nile, right? Emperor Purple Beard asked. Yes. Nile nodded. Are you willing to be my disciple? Emperor Purple Beard continued to ask. Hearing this, Nile was dumbfounded and his mind went blank. On the other hand, Chiu Xan felt helpless and envious at the same time. Are you willing? Emperor Purple Beard chuckled and repeated his question. At this moment, Nile woke up from his shock and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yes, of course I'm willing, Nile said excitedly. Disciple Nile greets master. At this moment, Nile's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Purple Beard actually accepted him as his disciple. This was something that he had never dreamt of. Emperor Purple Beard nodded and looked at Chiu Xan. Being stared at by Emperor Purple Beard, Chiu Xan's face was filled with anticipation. As expected, Emperor Purple Beard spoke. How about you? Are you willing to be my disciple? I'm willing. Disciple Chiu Xan greets master. Chiu Xan thought that Emperor Purple Beard would not accept him after accepting Nile. He did not expect both of them to be accepted at the same time. Emperor Purple Beard stroked his white beard when he saw how excited his 2 disciples were. He was also very happy. After so many years, he had accepted 2 disciples at once. From today onwards, the 2 of you are my disciples, Emperor Purple Beard said. As for who will be the senior brother, you 2 can decide for yourselves. Nile and Chiu Xan were very excited and discussed with each other. Chiu Xan originally wanted Nile to be the senior brother because Emperor Purple Beard accepted Nile first. However, Nile rejected him directly. In the end, they had no choice but to go by age. Chiu Xan was slightly older than Nile, so he was the senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, junior brother. The senior brother and junior brother laughed and hugged each other. Let's go. Emperor Purple Beard brought the 2 kids out of the Green Bamboo Array formation and returned to the island master's residence. He said that he would shamelessly stay on Green Bamboo Island after modifying the Green Bamboo Array formation and give Fong Qin some pointers. Now he had even more reason to stay and give pointers to his 2 disciples. Congratulations, Emperor Purple Beard, for accepting 2 outstanding disciples. Fong Qin came out to congratulate him as soon as he arrived at the island master's residence. Ha ha ha! Emperor Purplebeard was very happy. Only Fong Qin knew that Emperor Purplebeard had accepted a disciple. He did not spread the news. On the other hand, Emperor Purplebeard did not want to publicize it. Just like that, Emperor Purplebeard temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. One night, Emperor Purplebeard was giving pointers to Nile and Chiu Xian on the Tao of Array formation. Fong Qin came to talk to Emperor Purplebeard. However, just as the two of them were conversing, Fong Qin's expression suddenly changed. Someone broke into Green Bamboo Island. Fong Qin said in a deep voice, "Nothing to be afraid of," Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. Then, he disappeared into the darkness with Fong Qin. Above Green Bamboo Island, Fong Qin and Emperor Purplebeard stood side by side. Looking down, they could clearly see 5 or 6 life and death emperors sneaking toward the island master's residence. They were wearing the same clothes as when they assassinated Fong Qin last time. "Stubborn," Fong Qin said coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Emperor Purplebeard beat him to it, while Emperor Purplebeard waved his hand, and a frightening offensive array instantly fell around these people. "Who's there?" Being trapped in the array, these people were somewhat panicked. Rumble in the air, Fong Qin looked at the array with astonishment. This was a 9th grade offensive array, and its offensive power was extremely tyrannical. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the offensive power of the array killed the 5 or 6 captives who had snuck into Green Bamboo Island. During this time, they didn't even let out a single scream. Fong Qin admired Emperor Purplebeard even more. This method was too tyrannical. "Junior brother Fong, do you know who these people are?" Emperor Purplebeard asked. "They should be in cahoots with the void creatures," Fong Qin said. "I see." Emperor Purplebeard nodded and said, "Don't worry. With the Green Bamboo Array, you'll be able to sense them as long as they sneak into Green Bamboo Island. With your current strength, unless they're experts at the level of the 5 tycoons, they won't be able to pose any threat to you. Moreover, I've been on Green Bamboo Island all this time. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Let's see if they have more people, or if my array is more ruthless," Emperor Purplebeard said. "With senior brother Purplebeard here, I'll be at ease," Fong Qin said. Terrasor, desolate land. In a dark environment, a frightening array was gradually taking shape. The array's surroundings were extremely ferocious, and it was filled with an extremely dense, killing aura. In the middle of the array, Shu Mo sat cross-legged. The aura around him and the killing aura within the array were intertwined. Suddenly, Shu Mo opened his eyes. "What's the matter?" Shu Mo asked in a deep voice. "Leader Shu Mo, according to the human race's progress, they're about to discover us." A voice was heard. Chapter 1633. Shu Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He was making the final arrangements. This array was taught to him by the void creature in the chaotic void. To be safe, he wanted to use this array to deal with the human tribe. "Human tribe, when my array is completed, it will be the day of your sacrifice." Shu Mo licked his dry lips and said grimly, "The void creatures ruled the lower realm in order to turn the humans here into sacrificial offerings. Through the sacrifice, they could increase their strength and seize the power of faith from the lower world. Right now, their plan was already halfway to success." Rumble, the blood spirit in the array, seemed to have sensed Shu Mo's mood and roared wildly. The subordinates outside quickly retreated after receiving Shu Mo's order. Once again, Shu Mo began to set up the array formation. To martial artists, a few months' time was nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard had been living on Green Bamboo Island for 3 months. During this period, Emperor Purplebeard would give pointers to his 2 disciples when he had time. At the same time, he would also explain to Fong Qin the problems he did not understand about array formations. Fong Qin kept the Sky Prison Saint's words in mind. A month ago, he had gone to Winner's Village alone. To enter Winner's Village, one had to go to Baigu City first. Baigu City was still guarded by the Baigu City Lord. He was one of the higher-ups of the human tribe and was stationed in Baigu City all year round. The purgatory in Baigu City was still open to martial artists from the outside world. No one knew that Fong Qin had come to Baigu City. He hid his identity and entered the purgatory again. There were no longer any traces of the foreign tribe in this purgatory. However, the level of danger in this purgatory had not decreased by much. There were many dangerous places. When martial artists entered this purgatory, they would often choose some places to explore. Of course, he would also look for some powerful demonic beasts to be used as training targets. There were also some powerful martial artists who searched for galaxies and dived into the depths of the galaxies to absorb the rich power of the stars. After entering the purgatory, Fong Qin followed the map in his mind and quickly traveled through the purgatory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Qin moved quickly in the air. None of the countless cultivators below noticed him. However, at some point, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks. He saw that there was a group of martial artists below him who were having an argument. Junior martial brother of subduing Devil World. Fong Qin sensed a certain martial artist below. It was his junior brother from the demon subduing realm. Therefore, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 creation realm martial artists teaching a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation scripture a lesson. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the fate realm lost to a martial artist at the 4th level of the heavens. Seeing the scene, Fong Qin naturally could not sit idly by. Brat, hand over the thing you just got. Otherwise, your little life will end here. One of the fat men said viciously, "Humph, a trash at the 3rd layer of the manifestation stage dares to snatch our things. Are you courting death? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him. Let me deal with this kind of trash." A martial artist at the 5th layer of the manifestation stage held a long sword in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, the disciple from the demon subduing realm looked extremely solemn and quickly retreated. However, at this moment he felt a resistance. He turned around and was shocked to find an unfamiliar man supporting his back with his hand. "It's okay." After saying that, Fong Qin walked in front of him. The martial artist who was attacking sneered when he saw the strange martial artist who suddenly appeared. "You're courting death." Immediately, his long sword stabbed viciously at Fong Qin. Ding! An unexpected scene happened. Fong Qin stood quietly and did not move. The long sword of the martial artist at the 5th layer of the creation scripture pierced Fong Qin's chest. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. "5th brother, did you not eat? Even the sword can't pierce through." The fat man mocked. Hearing this, 5th brother's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. Immediately, he used all his strength and poured it into the long sword. With a low roar, he stabbed viciously at Fong Qin. Fong Qin shook his head and said, "Too weak." He raised his palm, stretched out 2 fingers, and caught the long sword in a flash. Then, under everyone's gaze, a crisp sound rang out. The long sword instantly broke and scattered on the ground. This, the attacking martial artist, was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Fong Qin with wide eyes. When the others saw this, they hurried over. "Boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The fat man said in a low voice. "Humph, what's the point of bullying fellow humans? When the foreign races and the sea demon clan invaded, where were you?" Fong Qin sneered. "Humph, ungrateful fellow." The fat man sneered and called on the other martial artists to deal with Fong Qin together. Boom! A terrifying aura emitted from Fong Qin's body, instantly blasting several people away. "Get lost. Killing you will dirty my hands." These martial artists were too weak. Fong Qin, disdained to kill them. If I find out that you bullied fellow humans again, you will bear the consequences. Their hearts were filled with horror. Just the aura he emitted was enough to blast them away. This kind of powerhouse was not someone they could provoke. Senior, thank you for showing mercy. After saying that, they hurriedly fled. Senior brother, thank you for saving us. May I know Senior brother's name? The demon-subduing world disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. Fong Qin. Fong Qin said, What, you are the legendary Senior brother Fong? This disciple obviously did not expect that Senior brother Fong would save him. He was very excited. After a simple chat, Fong Qin continued on his way. For him, this was just a small episode. But for the demon-subduing world disciple, it was enough to change his life. It didn't take long for Fong Qin to arrive at the entrance of the saint's village. As a new saint, he naturally had a way to enter the saint's village. Saint's village. It was still the same as before, but it gave Fong Qin a completely different feeling. Fong Qin felt that the air in the saint's village was filled with rich spiritual energy. What's going on? Fong Qin did not find a single villager in the saint's village. He was a little worried. Voila! Floating in midair, he spread out his divine sense. He instantly found that the villagers of the saint's village were all cultivating in the saint's tower. I see. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the villagers of the saint's village had increased a lot. Amazing! The villagers of the saint's village sensed the return of the saint and stopped cultivating. Greetings, saint. The village chief led the way to welcome the saint. Everyone, are you okay? Fong Qin asked. Saint, we're fine. On the contrary, our strength has increased. The village chief laughed and said, I wonder if with our current strength we can follow the saint to the outside world to fight. Originally, Fong Qin was still worried that the villagers of the saint's village were too weak. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. The overall strength of the saint's village had increased a lot. In the outside world, it was comparable to those first-rate forces. All of this should be the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint. Pack up. I came back this time to take you away, Fong Qin said. Everyone was excited and went back to pack. They packed up everything in the saint's village. Also, they asked the saint to take away the saint's tower. Fong Qin used the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint to put the saint's tower into the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave. Enter my Grotto Heaven treasure first. I'll take you out, Fong Qin said. He opened the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave, and the hundreds of villagers of the saint's village all entered. In the end, Fong Qin reluctantly looked at the saint's village, then turned and left. Rumble! The moment Fong Qin left the saint's village, a deafening sound could be heard. From then on, there was no more saint's village. Returning to Green Bamboo Island, Fong Qin set up a forbidden area on Green Bamboo Island and invited Emperor Purplebeard to set up a powerful formation around it. Then he placed the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave in the forbidden area. He told the villagers of the saint's village to stay in the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave and cultivate. If they wanted to go outside, they could go out by themselves. Finally, Fong Qin gave each of them a token. With this token, they could move freely on Green Bamboo Island. In fact, Fong Qin was also afraid that they would be unfamiliar with the outside world. Chapter 1635. The moment the restriction was opened, a desolate aura rushed towards them. The lair of the void creatures is in wing extremity, Yuan Gu said. The restriction within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Their divine senses were extremely powerful, and they instantly discovered the lair of the void creatures. However, to their surprise, all the void creatures hid themselves and did not fight to the death. Let's kill our way in. Yuan Gu took the lead and sensed the terrifying aura. He leaped into the air and arrived in front of the ferocious array. Whoosh, 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 the other leaders came as well, including Emperor Purplebeard and Fong Qin. Hee, I thought it would take you a long time to find this place. The void creature, Shin Mo, walked out of the array and laughed eerily. Since you can't wait to die, I'll grant you your wish. Then Shin Mo waved his hand, and a blood-red wave emerged from the ferocious array. Splash! In the blink of an eye, the blood-red wave swept across the entire wing extremity and trapped the 4 leaders. Then Shin Mo controlled the ferocious array to envelop the 4 leaders. Let me see how strong the leaders of the human clan are, Shin Mo sneered. When Shin Mo made his move, Emperor Purplebeard brought Fong Qin and retreated hastily. As a 9-star divine array master, Emperor Purplebeard immediately sensed the power of the ferocious array. That array is too strong. It's almost at the level of a god. Emperor Purplebeard was shocked. Let's go. This array is too strong. We're no match for it. Monarch Purplebeard roared as he brought Fong Qin away from this place. Shin Mo glanced at Emperor Purplebeard and Fong Qin and ignored them. To him, it was enough to eliminate the 4 leaders of the human clan. Inside the ferocious array, the 4 leaders looked gloomy. Don't panic. Although this array is strong, the void creatures can't do anything to us if we work together, Yuan-gu said. Let's work together. The 4 leaders worked together and fought together. Kiki, it won't be long before you all turn into pus, haha. Outside the ferocious formation, Shin Mo laughed wildly. The ferocious array consumed too much energy and required him to constantly activate it. Therefore, he couldn't go anywhere. He could only leave after destroying all 4 of them. Above the void ocean, Fong Qin and Emperor Purplebeard flew forward rapidly. Senior apprentice brother Purplebeard, the 4 giants are trapped in the formation. Will they be in danger? Fong Qin asked worriedly. Don't worry. The void creature controlling the formation hasn't stepped into the immemorial realm. Even if he controls the formation, he won't be able to kill the 4 great leaders in a short period of time, Emperor Su said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Fong Qin asked. Let's go to the sacred land of the human race. At such a crucial moment, they had to invite the Holy Lord of the human race to step in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pacify the void creatures. Soon, Fong Qin and Emperor Purplebeard arrived at the human tribe's sacred land. The one who received them was the Great Elder. Emperor Su, what brings you here? The Great Elder asked with a smile. Great Elder, the situation is urgent. We need to see the Holy Lord, Emperor Su said hurriedly. The Great Elder frowned slightly and said with difficulty, The Holy Lord is in seclusion. The void creatures have already moved and trapped the 4 great leaders. The human race is in grave danger, Emperor Su added. Hearing this, the Great Elder didn't care about anything else and directly brought the 2 to the Holy Lord's seclusion area. Holy Lord. Creak the seclusion area's door opened and the Holy Lord walked out. Holy Lord. Fong Qin greeted Emperor Su. I already know why you're here. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. The Holy Lord said, Holy Lord, the leader of the void creatures, is only at the limit of life and death realm. If you take action, you can easily suppress the void creatures, Emperor Su said. The Holy Lord shook his head with a helpless expression. To tell you the truth, in the last battle, I was heavily injured and my cultivation fell. Otherwise, I would have taken action long ago. The human race's Holy Lord said, Now that the 4 great leaders are trapped in the formation, we have to think of a way to save them. What way? Emperor Su didn't have time to be surprised. The human race has a formation passed down. This formation is called the 9-9-1 formation. If we can set up this formation, we can completely dispel the void creature's attack. It's a pity. What's a pity? Fong Qin asked. It's too troublesome to cultivate the 9-9-1 formation. Moreover, to set it up, we need to condense 9 different types of law power pillars. Moreover, during the process, we have to be careful of the void creatures. The human race's Holy Lord said, We can't care so much now, Emperor Zisu said. In the entire lower realm, if there's anyone who can set up the 9-9-1 formation, it's only you, Zisu. After speaking, the human race's holy lord waved his hand and a scroll landed in his palm. He then passed it to Emperor Zisu and said, "This is the 9-9-1 formation. Study it well. I'll prepare the materials needed as soon as possible." All right. Emperor Zisu immediately started to study the 9-9-1 formation. You should study it too. The human race's holy lord knew that Fang Qin was also a god formation master. He might be able to understand the mystery behind it. The two divine array masters were quickly comprehending the formation. The entire lower realm was filled with a heavy aura. All the warriors could feel the changes in heaven and earth. They were somewhat flustered. Some powerful martial artists seemed to have sensed something. The void creatures had invaded. All the warriors on the universe's combat power ranking were mobilized. All of them headed to Wing Extremity. Then they started to fight with the void creatures. It was a chaotic battle in Wing Extremity. The battle was intense. It even affected some of the nearby islands. In the ferocious formation, the four great leaders were depleting their energy too quickly. This formation was very strange. It was absorbing their energy unknowingly. This made the four great leaders look very serious. Now we can only hold on. The Holy Lord will definitely think of a way, the Spirit Tribe's Lord said. Emperor Blackblade's face was gloomy. He smashed a ray of light with a punch. These bastards. When I get out, I'll kill them all, Emperor Blackblade said coldly. When the four great leaders worked together, their attack power was still very strong. In the outside world, Shenemo was wholeheartedly controlling the ferocious formation. Ha ha ha, soon. After a while, all of you will turn into pus. Shenemo laughed. He was very satisfied with the ferocious formation. It was as if he could already see the lower realm being unified by him and receiving a great reward. The battle in Wing Extremity was within his expectations. He had expected such a battle to happen, but he was not afraid. The void creatures he brought were all very strong. There was no problem for them to fight with the human race's elites. As for the captives, they were used as cannon fodder and rushed to the front line of the battle. On this day, Yang and the other senior brothers from the demon subduing world came. They were full of fighting spirit and fought with all their might. Not long after, the black, white, heavenly lords also came. As time gradually passed, almost all the top experts of the lower realm had gathered here. At this moment, they forgot about their personal grudges. There was only the race in their hearts. For the human race, they fought to the death. This was a race war, and the situation was even more serious than the previous one. Last time, at the last moment, the human race's holy lord appeared and turned the tide. This time, who would be the hero who saved the human race? Everyone was fighting with all their might. In the entire lower realm, everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Those martial artists below the life and death realm were not qualified to participate. They could only pray. On Green Bamboo Island, after Yin Fong and the others had settled down, they also resolutely joined the battle. For the human race. In the battlefield of Wing Extremity, someone shouted. Suddenly, a deafening voice resounded throughout the lower realm. For the human race, for the human race, for the human race. Echoes came one after another. The human race powerhouses united as a fortress to protect their homeland. The battle was too tragic. From time to time, martial artists would die. Of course, the void creatures also suffered great losses, especially the captives. Almost all of them had become cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The blood aura in the ferocious formation was even more brutal. Chapter 1637. Crack. Cracks appeared on the hideous array. Seeing this, the four great leaders were very excited. Cracks appeared on the array, which meant that they could get out. Continue to attack. Yuan Gu roared. He joined forces with the other three and launched the final attack. At the same time, all the void creatures attacked the three pillars in a frenzy. "Protect the pillars," the holy lord of the human race ordered. The pillars were their last chance. If they were destroyed, the human race would be in danger. Bang! As the void creatures had taken the lead, the first round of terrifying attacks had already arrived before the humans could even react. The pillar of the law of water was hit. Crack! The pillar that was hit made a cracking sound. A crack spread from the highest point to the bottom. No! Emperor Purplebeard roared. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. He was using Feng Chen's flame law to form the fourth pillar. Once it was interrupted, it would cause great damage to Feng Chen. Kill! The black, white, heavenly lords took the lead and blocked the next wave of attacks from the void creatures. Tai Lai Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. As for Long Yang and the rest, they went to the other pillars to protect them. While protecting the pillars, they attacked the void creatures. Let's attack together. With someone taking the lead, all the void creatures attacked one of the pillars at the same time. The human race warriors were scattered and their strength was limited. They couldn't resist the suppression of the void creatures. Crack! More and more cracks appeared on the pillar of the law of water. "We have to stop it, even if we have to die." Tai Lai Yuan roared. He held 2 level 9 divine weapons in his hands. On the other hand, Monarch Su was extremely anxious. Hurry up. Seeing that the pillar of the law of fire was about to be formed, Emperor Purplebeard was very anxious. The pillar of the law of water was about to shatter. Once it was completely shattered, it would consume too much energy to rearrange it. The human race couldn't afford it. Buzz! With the combined efforts of Feng Chen and Emperor Purplebeard, the pillar of the law of fire was finally formed. "You stay here." Emperor Purplebeard rushed to the first pillar of the law of water as he spoke. Then he closed his eyes and formed a complicated seal with his hands. He started to repair the pillar of the law of water. Thank goodness. After repairing it for a while, Emperor Purplebeard heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the interior was not damaged. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. After repairing the first pillar of laws, Emperor Purplebeard asked Tai Lai Yuan and the black-white heavenly lords to guard it together. Boom! At this moment, the ferocious formation shattered with a loud bang. For experts bathed in flames appeared before everyone's eyes. A shocking sight took place. A strong aura of death burst out from the 4 cultivators. Kill! The flames around Yuan Gu disappeared. He roared furiously and began to kill the void creatures. However, he was stopped by the human race's holy leader. "All of you, go protect the law pillar." Yuan Gu's group of 4 glanced at each other before leaping up and arriving before the pillar of laws. The second pillar was guarded by Long Yang and the other 2. It was absolutely safe. The third pillar was personally guarded by Monarch Blackblade. Emperor Purplebeard was setting up the 5th pillar of laws. This law pillar relied on the laws of one of the top 10 great beings in the universe. Rich power of law emerged, and soon the 5th law pillar was formed. "I'll guard it," Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura enveloped the law pillar. He then leaped up and landed on top of the law pillar. The 6th pillar was guarded by the spiritual tribe leader. The 7th pillar was guarded by the Luo tribe leader. When the 7 pillars were formed, Shimo's face finally turned gloomy. "Retreat!" Shimo roared, and the void creatures that were fighting immediately retreated. Soon, they retreated to the ferocious formation. Shimo's aura was strong. He stared at the 7 pillars and quickly thought of a way to deal with them. The human race has the advantage in numbers. If the battle continues, we won't be able to stop them from setting up the 9-9 to 1 array. Shimo thought to himself. His gaze landed on Monarch Purplebeard. The source of everything was Monarch Purplebeard. If he could kill Monarch Purplebeard, the human race would no longer be a threat. However, The human race's holy leader, seemed to know what Shimo was thinking. He purposely stood in front of Monarch Purplebeard. Many of the human race's experts surrounded the law pillars to protect them. After setting up 7 consecutive law pillars, Monarch Purplebeard was a little tired. Under the protection of the human race's holy leader, he sat cross-legged and recovered his strength. The human race and the void creatures stopped fighting for a short while. The 2 parties faced each other in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land, and a war could break out at any time. Leader Shimo, what should we do? One of his subordinates asked. The human race has more experts than us. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Yes, we have to think of a way to destroy the law pillars. Otherwise, we'll die. The void creatures seemed to have realized that the situation was not right, and they were trying to think of a way. In the blink of an eye, Shimo thought of a way. He took a step forward and floated in the air, staring at the human race's holy leader. The human race doesn't have the chance to set up the 9-9-1 array, Shimo said. Humph, the current situation isn't like that. The void creatures can't defend against the attack of the human race. The human race's holy leader sneered. He had guessed Shimo's thoughts and had been on his guard. Since you don't want to surrender, then wait for your death. Just as Shimo's voice fell, a wild bloody aura surged out from his palm. With my bloodline, summon. Shimo was summoning the void creatures, and the human race naturally wouldn't ignore it. Interrupt him. Led by the human race's holy leader, many experts attacked Shimo. Seeing that his actions had attracted a large number of human experts, a sinister smile appeared in Shimo's eyes. Boom! What MO used his absolute strength to contend with many human powerhouses. At the same time, the void creatures attacked a law pillar with all their strength. Dong! A terrifying attack whistled through the air. Tai Laiyuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was a blacksmith, and although his strength was much stronger than ordinary life and death experts, he was still far from being comparable to the 5 tycoons. Therefore, the void creatures targeted Tai Laiyuan. Boom! Tai Laiyuan's body was sent flying. Fortunately, he had 2 Class 9 divine weapons protecting him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Kacha! Without Tai Laiyuan's protection, the law pillar was fiercely attacked by the void creatures. Stop them! The human race's holy leader roared, and the other experts in front of the law pillar came to help. However, it was already too late. Kacha! The void creatures had been planning this for a long time, and their firepower was too fierce. Caught off guard, the human experts didn't have the time to stop them. A deafening sound resounded, and the law pillar instantly shattered. Boundless law power spread out. It shattered. Below, many life and death realm emperors turned pale. Despair appeared in their hearts. The law pillar was their last hope, and now it had been shattered by the void creatures. Protect the other law pillars. The human race's holy leader's roar pulled everyone back from their despair. Immediately, everyone woke up and returned to the other law pillars, resisting with all their might. The void creatures who had succeeded in their sneak attack didn't continue fighting and quickly retreated. At the same time, Shimo also erupted with a boundless power, forcing everyone back. With a leap, he retreated to the front of his nest. Voila! The originally shattered malevolent array, under Shimo's control, once again spread out. All the void creatures entered the malevolent array, while Shimo hovered in the air, coldly looking at the humans. The law pillar shattered. What else can you humans do? Shimo mocked. Chapter 1638. While Tai Laiyuan was injured, Black-White Sky Lords also tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Their strength was on par with Tai Laiyuan's, so they couldn't resist at all. The first law pillar shattered, and the power of the water law spread out. All the human martial artists opened their eyes wide, unwilling to accept this outcome. Emperor Purplebeard, the Holy Master, transmitted his voice to the latter. Emperor Purplebeard stood up and walked towards the first law pillar, starting to reform it again. Rumble, the human martial artist, stared at the void creatures vigilantly. This matter concerned the survival of the human race, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Time passed bit by bit. The law pillar of water took shape once again. Seeing this, Shen Emo ordered, wanting to destroy it. A battle was about to break out. All the human race, ancient martial art practitioners, were filled with the mentality of facing death with equanimity. They charged forward bravely, killing their way into the void creatures. The battle was extremely fierce, and human martial artists fell from time to time. Most of them were low-level life and death realm martial artists. However, their deaths were also very valuable. They successfully delayed the void creature's attack. The human martial artists who had fallen into despair were once again filled with hope. They fought with all their might, stopping the void creatures from invading. At the same time, in the Luo clan's sacred land, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. Luo Lioli had always been the center of attention. Ever since Fong Chen found the flame dragon beard and rootless grass, her cultivation base rapidly improved. Moreover, her divine art 3,000 Luo water also improved rapidly. At this moment, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. A smile appeared on her face. After this period of cultivation, she had finally mastered the divine art 3,000 Luo water. Although she hadn't cultivated it to the peak, it was enough for her to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 tycoons. Why are there so few people in the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Lioli was puzzled, so she asked a random Luo clan disciple. After asking around, she found out that the void creatures were invading. Not good. Luo Lioli's expression changed, and she quickly left the pterosaur's sacred land. After repairing the first law pillar in the pterosaur's sacred land, many powerhouses on the universe powerhouse list guarded it together. The chaotic battle continued. However, this time, Shumo's gaze fell on Fong Chen. He transmitted his voice to the experts of the void creature lineage, asking them to attack the law pillar that Fong Chen was in. Fong Chen stood quietly in front of the pillar of the laws of fire, surrounded by dense, undying flames. He looked around vigilantly. Although he wanted to kill the void creature, he knew that protecting the flame precepts was the most important thing. Attack Sanguinati's law pillar. Suddenly, a void creature roared. Immediately, all the other void creatures unleashed a majestic attack. These attacks gathered in the void and blasted towards Fong Chen. Not good, Sanguinati. Damn it. Yuan Gu and the others cursed inwardly. They wanted to attack, but there was nothing they could do. The human race holy leader panicked. He wanted to help, but he was held back by Shen Emo. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Chen, feeling the terrifying power coming towards him. Fong Chen's expression was extremely solemn. The dark demonic wheel appeared in his palm. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Boss, let me help you. The little rat jumped out and stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. The innate ability of the heaven-devouring godly rat was instantly unleashed. The third talent ability, assimilation. A terrifying whirlpool appeared around Little Mouse's body, quickly absorbing the aggressive attacks. However, it was one step ahead of him. Fong Chen activated the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. The vast power was like the sign of dawn in the dark night. The dark aura pierced through the sky and tore the void, instantly wrapping these forces together. Kill. Fong Chen roared and activated the dark demonic wheel with all his strength. The terrifying dark aura constantly emerged. This is, everyone exclaimed. Fong Chen could actually unleash such tyrannical power. For a moment, even the powerhouses of the void creature lineage were shocked. Master, you can't activate it anymore. Otherwise, it will implicate your primordial spirit, the dark demonic wheel said anxiously. I can't stop. Fong Chen's attitude was very firm. No matter what, he had to protect this law pillar. The final victory would definitely be lost to the human race. Rumble. Most of the void creature's attacks were invaded by the dark aura. The remaining small portion was still resisting. Fang Chen's body was trembling. His eyes were scarlet. He could no longer hold on. An incomparable pain came from his primordial spirit. The hand holding the dark demonic wheel was loosening. "Master, quickly stop!" The dark demonic wheel roared anxiously. However, the dark aura was still being released. Dong! At the critical moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. A clear stream appeared and instantly entered his mind, wrapping around his primordial spirit. At this time, Fang Chen felt a little better. Kill! Seeing that Fang Chen could not hold on any longer, the experts of the void creature lineage roared and charged towards Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they approached Fang Chen. As long as he was surrounded by the void creatures, Fang Chen would definitely die. He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to activate the forbidden power in the dark demonic wheel. "Master, you can't. Once you activate the forbidden power, you will be turned into ashes." The artifact spirit was very anxious. "I have no other choice." Everything was for the human race. Fang Chen had no other choice. With a thought, the undying flame surged into the dark demonic wheel. The forbidden power was being activated. Scram! Just as Fang Chen was in despair, an extremely cold voice came from the sky. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying stream of water instantly filled the sky. In the stream of water, water droplets appeared. These water droplets shot towards the void creatures near Fang Chen at lightning speed. Some of the void creatures closer to Fang Chen were caught off guard and their bodies were instantly pierced. This sudden scene caused the void creatures to retreat one after another. Seeing this, the Luo clan lord revealed a look of pleasant surprise. 3,000 Luo River. It's 3,000 Luo River. There was no need to guess. It was Luo Lioli. While a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Her beautiful face was covered with a cold aura. "All of you will die." The divine technique, 3,000 Luo River, had boundless power. When cultivated to a certain extent, even the Luo clan lord would be wary. The battle strength that Luo Liuli erupted with was quite shocking. Luo clan saintess, Yuan Gu, and the rest exclaimed. Seeing that Fang Chen was injured, Luo Liuli was furious. The furious Luo Liuli used the divine technique, 3,000 Luo River. Void creatures below the high level of life and death realm couldn't resist this attack. Pucci void creatures were pierced by the water droplets, one after another. The power of 3,000 Luo River was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Mother! Fang Chen felt dizzy. Seeing his mother appear, he immediately put away the dark demonic wheel. Fortunately, he didn't activate the forbidden power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see his mother again. Master! Forcefully activating the dark demonic wheel will injure your Yuan spirit. You need to rest well. The artifact spirit reminded. Fang Chen nodded, revealing a smile on his face. Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart when he saw how his mother had killed the void creature out of anger for him. Luo Liuli was too powerful. The void creatures were beaten back little by little. Soon, the void creatures retreated into the sinister array. Who are you? The battle between Shimo and the human saint lord came to an abrupt end. He stared at Luo Liuli and said in a deep voice. Luo Liuli was very domineering. She glanced coldly at Shimo and walked to Fang Chen's side. Only when she saw Fang Chen would she restrain her domineering aura. How are you? Luo Liuli asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just some superficial wounds. Fang Chen forced a smile. 88. Oh, you're still saying you're fine? Forcefully activating a power that doesn't belong to you has already injured your Yuan spirit. Luo Liuli said. But don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." The human martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why Luo Liuli was so nice to Fang Qin. "Liuli, you came at the right time." The Luo clan lord laughed and said, "You guard the first law pillar." Luo Liuli's 3,000 Luo River was a water divine technique. Letting her guard the law pillar was the best choice. She might even have an unexpected effect. Luo Liuli glanced indifferently at Shimo and walked to the law pillar. Chapter 1639. Luo Liuli's arrival was undoubtedly a boost to the human race's morale. The human race's morale soared. With Luo Liuli guarding the first law pillar, there was no chance of anything happening. Fang Chen, Tai Laiyuan, and the black and white sovereigns guarding the fourth law pillar had also greatly increased their defense. The human race's advantage was slowly shifting to their side. Now it was Shimo's turn to panic. However, the human race's sacred lord was blocking Shimo, so he couldn't do anything. He could only order the void creatures to destroy the law pillars as much as possible. Under everyone's protection, Emperor Purplebeard started to set up the 8th law pillar. An hour later, the 8th law pillar was set up. Next, he started to set up the 9th law pillar. This was the last law pillar, and also the most important one. I can't let them succeed. Otherwise, it'll all be for naught. Shimo's eyes were scarlet red. He was completely panicking. He glanced at the human race's sacred lord blocking him, and his heart sank. He no longer hid his aura. I said that after today, the human race will be completely annihilated. Shimo's aura far surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, approaching the eternal realm. Half-step eternal realm. Seeing this, the human race's sacred lord's expression changed. Shimo had actually been hiding his strength before. Now that he had unleashed it, even the human race couldn't resist. Die! Shimo grabbed with his hand, and a mountain in the distance was uprooted from the ground and held in his palm. Following his roar, the huge mountain smashed down on the human race's sacred lord. Crack! The human race's sacred lord punched out, shattering the mountain. The entire Pterosaur Forbidden Land turned into ruins. The land here also sank under the powerful attack. Not long later, the Pterosaur Forbidden Land was flooded by the Void Ocean. However, the human race couldn't care less. The human race's sacred lord tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Shimo. "What are you going to use to fight me?" Shimo sneered and kicked, sending the human race's sacred lord flying. The latter staggered a few times before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The human race's sacred lord had always been the strongest martial artist in everyone's eyes. But now, the human race's sacred lord was injured. The void creatures are too strong. Everyone's faces twitched. If even the human clan saint leader could not block Watamo's attack, then who in the lower worlds could? Pucci the human clan's saint lords were continuously suppressed by Shu Mo and were heavily injured. What Mo's strength is too strong. The Holy Master is already injured. There's no way he can resist. Fang Chen was a little anxious. His eyes flickered, and after a long time he made an important decision. He took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield under the gazes of the crowd. "Sacred Master, let me help you." Fang Chen used the space-time book and the heavenly imperial sword technique. He didn't expect to be able to attack Shimo as long as he could make Shimo clone. Die! Seeing this, Shen Emo punched out. A hole instantly appeared in the void, which was enough to show how strong Ho-Mo was. However, Fang Chen's space-related true intent also made everyone's eyes light up. Even the four magnates were unable to capture the faintly discernible silhouette. Only at this moment did Yuan Gu come to a sudden realization. He can change the flow of time around him. Yuan Gu opened his eyes wide and stared straight at Fang Chen. The space-time true intent. It's actually the space-time true intent. The true intent of a peerless true intent was already shocking enough. They didn't expect Fang Qin to have comprehended the peak true intent of a peerless true intent. No wonder. The other magnates nodded one after another, their hearts trembling. However, now wasn't the time to discuss the true intent of a peerless true intent. They were nervously watching the battle. Swoosh! Fang Qin appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even Shimo couldn't really attack him. On the contrary, he was stabbed several times by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Damn it! It was originally a one-sided suppression, but because of Fang Chen's appearance, the battle situation changed. The human clan's Saint Lord used the time when Shimo was dealing with Fang Qin to successfully seize the upper hand. Shimo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sanguinati, you're courting death. Shimo was furious. A beautiful flower appeared in his palm. Then, without thinking, he threw it into the sky. Hiss! As soon as the flower appeared in the sky, it spontaneously combusted, instantly burning the void. Fang Chen's figure was forced out. What a terrifying flame! Even though he had the undying flame, he could feel the terror of the flame. Fang Qin desperately dodged. Seeing this, Shimo stretched out his hand, wanting to kill Fang Qin. Your opponent is me. The human clan's Saint Lord roared. A tyrannical attack whistled through the air. However, Shimo would rather take the attack of the human clan's Saint Lord to kill Sanguinati. Bang! Shimo's body was hit by the human clan's Saint Lord, but it wasn't a big deal. He continued to charge towards Sanguinati and was about to touch him. Luo Liuli was shocked. She used the 3,000 Luo water. Countless water droplets in the void shot toward Shimo. However, it was already too late. No. Luo Liuli screamed miserably. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and a laser beam whistled through the air. Dong! Then, the laser beam fiercely bombarded Shimo's body, sending him flying. Rumble! A terrifying aura spread out. When the laser beam dissipated, everyone discovered that it was a hammer. The hammer emitted a terrifying aura that intimidated its owner. Upon seeing the hammer, the eyes of the 5 authorities were filled with excitement. Realm Lord Fu Mo had arrived. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and an old man walked out. How dare you touch a disciple of the Fu Mo realm? Do you want to die? Realm Lord Fu Mo was overbearing. He came to Fang Chen's side, holding the hammer in one hand and supporting Fang Qin with the other. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Shimo. Who are you? Why do you have a supreme treasure of the God world? Shimo's expression changed drastically as he asked in a deep voice. Realm Lord Fu Mo asked Fang Qin to step back. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shimo. After so many years, even I almost forgot who I am. Realm Lord Fu Mo said slowly. His tone was somewhat bitter. Every time I was about to forget myself, this hammer would remind me not to forget. Realm Lord, Monarch Purplebeard Longyang, and the others cupped their fists. The 5 leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of power was the Fu Mo realm? Was it created by this old man? The 5 leaders had already seen how powerful Realm Lord Fu Mo was when they fought Shuamao. They didn't expect that such a terrifying power had been hidden in the lower realm for countless years. Even Monarch Purplebeard, Longyang, and the others were disciples of the Fu Mo realm. Most importantly, Sanguinati was also a disciple of the Fu Mo realm. Everyone was completely numb. Back then, my purpose of establishing the Fu Mo realm was to kill all demons and devils. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice became heavy. Now, it's time for the Fu Mo realm to come out. For a long time, the Fu Mo realm was unknown. But now, the Realm Lord Fu Mo had revealed its secret. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that he wanted to kill demons and devils. The second was that there was a void creature powerhouse among the people who had plotted against him back then. Therefore, to him, Shu Mo and the others before him were also considered his enemies. He would never forget who had caused him so much pain for countless years, who had caused him to become like this. Dong! A deafening sound of thunder came from the hammer, and its aura rose to the peak. Fellow cultivator, how about we work together? The human race's holy master asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. In fact, he was injured and couldn't defeat Shu Mo alone. CCC Pavilion, see if it wasn't for the hammer's help, he wouldn't be able to scare Shu Mo at all. With the help of the human race's holy master, his chances of winning were much higher. Shu Mo suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet, and he was in a frenzy. Without an eternal realm powerhouse, everything is nothing. Today, I'll show you the power of the Void race. Below them, all of the Void creatures burst forth with a dazzling aura. They were ready to die and were willing to fight with leader Shu Mo. Chapter 1640. In order to win, Shu Mo did not care about anything else. Even he did not expect that there would be so many experts in the lower world that he could easily conquer. Thinking of this, he could not help but curse Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Primordial Ruler. If it were not for the fact that the information they provided was wrong, things would not have turned out this way. He vaguely remembered what the experts of the Void creatures said when they sent him to the lower world. If he could not conquer the lower world, there was no need for him to come back. These words appeared in Shu Mo's mind. Then his gaze turned ice cold. Kill! Shimo roared as he burned his own blood essence to cast a forbidden technique of the Void creature lineage. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the Void. The Holy Lord of the human race and Realm Lord Fu Mo joined forces and trapped Shu Mo in the middle. The hammer, a supreme treasure of the God realm, smashed into Shu Mo's body with a loud bang. At the same time, thousands of Void creatures rushed toward the Law Pillar. Some of the weaker Void creatures knew that they would not survive, so they self-destructed. In this way, the human race suffered a lot of casualties in a short period of time. Damn it! The higher-ups of the human race were focused on guarding the Law Pillar. They could not participate in the battle. Some of the weaker warriors were unable to withstand the Void creatures' reckless attacks. The battle continued on. Monarch Purplebeard was condensing the 9th Law Pillar. The most important part of the 9-9-to-1 array was the 9th Law Pillar. Therefore, he could not condense it successfully. In the blink of an eye, the battle lasted for more than half a month. The Pterosaur desolate land had sunk into the Void Ocean. The battle here was murky and dark. Even the Void was pierced through. The power of the battle spread to the nearby islands. Some islands were directly pierced by the strong power. Half a month later, the experts of Silver Moon Island finally arrived under the lead of Saintis by Ching. They joined the battle and caused a lot of casualties to the Void creatures. After Silver Moon Island, it was the life and death realm experts of the Saint Village. Although there were only a dozen of them, they joined the battle resolutely. For the honor of the Saint Village, the villagers of the Saint Village roared. They fought with all their might. The entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. Realm Lord Fu Mo had forced himself to activate the supreme treasure of the divine world, and he was already a little weak. The human Holy Lord was also being suppressed by Shun Mo, who had the complete upper hand in the battle. Bang! Shu Mo sent the human race's Holy Master flying with a punch. Then, in a flash, he shot towards Emperor Purplebeard. Be careful! Everyone roared and condensed the Pillar of Laws. At the most crucial moment, Monarch Purplebeard could not care less. The nearby human race cultivators all rushed over to help. However, it was to no avail. What Mo's attack power was too strong. There was no way to block it. Just like that, Shu Mo came to the side of Emperor Zisu and smirked sinisterly as he threw out a punch. Bang! What Mo's fist didn't land on Emperor Purplebeard. Instead, it landed on Fong Qin, who had appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped rune instantly dissipated. Fong Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He used his body to block Shimo's attack, but he was also seriously injured. At the critical moment, Fong Qin once again took out the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. He forcefully activated the forbidden power of the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying power instantly exploded from the dark demonic wheel. Then it engulfed the entire sky, enveloping Shu Emo within it. Die. Seeing this, Shu Emo sneered and threw out a punch. However, it was out of his expectations. The dark aura that shrouded Shu Emo's body actually blocked his attack. At this moment, Shu Emo finally felt that something was wrong. Damn it. Shu Emo roared and attacked the dark aura with all his might. Seeing this, the human race's holy lord and realm lord Fu Emo also attacked with all their might. No. Shu Emo fell into a frenzy. He burned his blood essence and unleashed an unimaginable power. After activating the dark demonic wheel, Fong Qin directly fell into a coma. After releasing the forbidden power, the dark demonic wheel also fell beside Fong Qin. Hold on for a while longer. Monarch Purplebeard could only watch as his junior brother fainted under his feet. There was nothing he could do. He muttered to himself and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Just a little more time, and he would be able to condense the 9th pillar of laws. Once the 9-9-to-1 array was formed, the void creatures would all be annihilated. Fong Qin, Luo Liuli, and Bai Qingqing roared at the same time and rushed to Fong Qin's side. Without Luo Liuli's protection, the 1st pillar of laws became empty and the void creatures attacked crazily. However, at this moment, the power of heaven and earth descended and the last pillar of laws was formed. Crash! The 9 pillars of laws reflected each other. The 9 types of power of laws floated in the sky and attracted the power of heaven and earth to descend. Ha ha ha, it's a success! Monarch Purplebeard yelled wildly. His face was filled with madness. At the same time, the experts guarding the pillars of laws also rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. The 9-9-to-1 array was already set up. The pillars of laws were indestructible and did not need to be guarded anymore. The 4 giants joined forces to attack Shu Emo. Shu Emo was attacked by the dark aura and was severely injured. Coupled with the encirclement of many human experts, he was defeated. Rumble. When the 9-9-to-1 array was activated, the 9 types of power of laws merged together and formed a destructive aura that spread out. Wherever the apocalyptic aura passed, the void creatures let out miserable cries as they all perished. No, I can't accept this. He had planned for a long time, but in the end he ended up like this. He was very unwilling. Retreat! The human race holy leader roared. Many human experts retreated from the 9-9-to-1 array. Monarch Purplebeard activated the 9-9-to-1 array with all his might, and the power of heaven and earth descended. The destructive aura became stronger and stronger. It swept across the ground like a carpet. None of the void creatures survived. In just a few breaths, all the void creatures died. Only Shu Emo was left. His face was filled with disappointment. He looked around and seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Looking at the terrifying aura of destruction approaching, he roared at the sky unwillingly. The destructive aura swept over him. Crack! Shu Emo died. At this point, all the void creatures that invaded the lower world had died. We won. No one knew who shouted, but all the human race martialists immediately cheered. They had finally won. This battle had lasted for such a long time that the martial artists were all tired. They were physically and mentally exhausted. If not for Luo Liuli's appearance and Fong Qin's intervention at the crucial moment, the result would have been unpredictable. Below, all the martial artists were cheering. The 9-9-to-1 array did not disperse as they were afraid that Shu Emo would come back to life. Only Luo Liuli and Bai Qingqing stayed by Feng Chen's side. The 5 leaders and realm lord Fu and Mo stood side by side above the 9-9-1 array and looked down at the situation inside. Whoosh! They heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. Brother, thank you so much. The human race, holy leader, cupped his fists and thanked him. Realm Lord Fu and Mo shook his head and did not say anything. The Black Blade Monarch was elated. That damned void creature has finally been exterminated. The crisis of the human race has finally been resolved. Yes, although there were many twists and turns in the process, the final victory still belongs to the human race. Yuan Gu nodded. After this battle, they were all tired. The news of the victory spread in the lower world. This victory belonged to all the warriors in the lower world. Every corner of the lower world was cheering. The invasion of the void creatures was much more terrifying than the Crimson Eye, the Sea Demon race, and the other races. Heaven and earth changed color. Ordinary martial artists had already sunk into despair, but in the end they still succeeded. The power of the 9-9-1 array was beyond everyone's imagination. After sweeping through more than 10 times, Monarch Purplebeard removed the 9-9-1 array after making sure that no one had escaped. This area of the void had been torn apart, and the space was extremely unstable. The leaders of the human race worked together to stabilize this part of the void. The battle finally ended. The human race entered an era of peace. Chapter 1641. After this battle, many hidden powers surfaced. Demon Subduing World, Silver Moon Island, Saint Village, etc. The most eye-catching one was Demon Subduing World. This was because Demon Subduing World's power was beyond everyone's imagination. Emperor Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the other top 10 on the universe's combat power ranking were all top-notch figures in the lower realm. However, these powerful figures were all disciples of Demon Subduing World. After Demon Subduing World was made public, the human race's Saint Lord personally talked to Demon Subduing World for a long time. In the end, the human race's Saint Lord announced that Demon Subduing World would be the 5th sacred land of the human race. For countless years, the human race had only had 4 sacred lands. The human race's sacred land was the most sacred. The other 3 sacred lands were called sacred lands because they were too powerful. After the 3 godly races, no other sacred land had appeared. And now, the Saint Lord had named Demon Subduing World the 5th sacred land. What did this mean? This meant that Demon Subduing World would be on equal footing with the other 4 sacred lands in the future. The lower realm was in an uproar. However, it didn't mean much to Demon Subduing World. After the battle, the upper echelons of the human race gathered at Green Bamboo Island to help Feng Chen heal. What do you think? Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's residence. The human race's Saint Lord checked Feng Chen's injuries and asked. Yuan Gu was the first to speak. His primordial spirit is severely injured. It's too difficult for him to fully recover. The most important thing now is to find a way to wake him up. The Luo clan leader was more worried about Feng Chen. After all, Feng Chen was half a member of the Luo clan. The human race's Saint Lord sighed. Even with the 5 of us combined, we still can't wake him up. Feng Chen lay unconscious on the bed. Luo Liuli looked at her son quietly. 2 women stood behind Luo Liuli. One was Princess Xan in a light yellow dress, and the other was Bai Qingqing. After a long while, the 5 leaders sighed and shook their heads. They couldn't do anything about Feng Chen's injuries. In the end, they decided to leave it to fate. After hearing this news, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan's faces were full of tears. However, Luo Liuli didn't cry. She was very strong. She was sure that her son would wake up. I knew you would wake up. I will always be waiting for you, Luo Liuli said softly. After that battle, Tai Laiyuan was a little tired. Green Bamboo Island is a good place. I will live in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island in the future. Tai Lai Yuan muttered to himself. Then, with a flash, he left the island master's mansion. After that, Tai Lai Yuan lived in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island. The black-white Empyreans couldn't bear to see their disciples get tired, so they also temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. The people of Silver Moon Island were arranged to live in a new city. They even changed the name of the city to Silver Moon City. The entire Green Bamboo Island was overcrowded. All the martial artists had some sort of friendship with Fangchen. They didn't want to see the hero who fought against the void creatures fall just like that. After Saber 3 and Lu Xiong heard the news, they were speechless for a long time. Master will definitely wake up. Tian Xan clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "In a certain palace in the chaos void," Bunga deafening sound rang out. The huge void creature stood up angrily. He was the void creature powerhouse who had captured Blood Fiend Monarch and Qian Yuan ruler. You can't even rule over a mere lower realm. A bunch of trash. He sensed that the void creatures he sent to the lower realm were all annihilated. To him, the loss was too great. Damn it, could there be several eternal realm powerhouses in the lower realm? The void creature said in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, the void creature collected his thoughts. For the time being, he gave up on the idea of invading the lower realm. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A year's time passed in the blink of an eye. After the war, under the leadership of the human race's sacred land, the lower realm began to regain its prosperity. After a year of development, the lower realm once again regained the prosperity it had before the war, and even surpassed it by a lot. People also gradually forgot the pain brought about by the war. On Green Bamboo Island, there was also a burst of laughter. A year's time had changed a lot. Saber 3 had accumulated a lot and stepped into the 9th level of the life and death realm. Just as he stepped into the 9th level, he entered the top 20 of the universe combat power list. He was very confident that it would not take long for him to enter the top 10. The stronger his cultivation base, the more powerful the Golden Shield cultivation system became. Under Saber 3's stimulation, Lu Xiong's strength also underwent a tremendous change. Although he was not as crazy as Saber 3, he had also stepped into the advanced level of the life and death realm. Apart from the two of them, Tian Xian's improvement was also very fast. He had already stepped into the creation realm. He went on expeditions everywhere, walking in the places his master had walked before and fighting the opponents his master had fought before. Tian Xian even said that he would replace his master to deal with those opponents of the past. Gradually, Tian Xian also made a name for himself in the various archipelagos. As for Monarch Purplebeard, he was also very satisfied with his two disciples. On Green Bamboo Island, Nile and Chiu Xian were also very famous. In short, the development of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very prosperous. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian would look at Fangchen from time to time. However, a year had passed, and the latter still did not improve. Luo Liuli had always been guarding by his side. During this year, the 5 great leaders did not idle around either. They personally invited a 9-star alchemy master to refine a life-prolonging pill for Fangchen. On this day, the human race's Holy Lord came. Holy Lord. Luo Liuli hurriedly stood up when she saw the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to do so, and then asked, "How is it?" Luo Liuli shook her head and said, "He has been unconscious, and his primordial spirit is gradually dispersing." At this point, Luo Liuli could not bear to continue speaking. If his primordial spirit was gradually dispersing, it would not be long before Fangchen completely died. As a mother, watching her child die without being able to do anything, this feeling was too painful. This is the result of our year's work, the 9 Dragons' life-prolonging pill. The Holy Lord handed the black pill to Luo Liuli. The 9 Dragons' life-prolonging pill was currently the most powerful healing pill in the lower realm. It was said that it could revive the dead. Luo Liuli's eyes lit up when she saw the 9 dragons' life-prolonging pill. "Thank you, Holy Lord." She took the 9 dragons' life-prolonging pill and quickly put it into Fong Chen's mouth. The pill gradually entered Fong Chen's stomach, and then it was cut open, and the medicinal effect instantly spread throughout his body. Luo Liuli was overjoyed. The 9 dragons' life-prolonging pill was effective. Fong Chen's complexion clearly improved, and the speed at which his primordial spirit was dispersing had decreased a lot. It really is effective. The human race's Holy Lord was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Luo Liuli was very excited. As long as it could delay the dispersing of her son's primordial spirit, there would be a way. I will think of another way. The human race's Holy Lord turned and left. Even a 9-star alchemy master would have to expend a lot of effort to refine such a heaven-defying pill. They could only barely refine 1 pill in a year. It was almost impossible to refine more than one. Demon, subduing realm. Long Yang found the Realm Lord. "Realm Lord, is there nothing you can do about Junior Marshal Brother Fong's injuries?" asked Long Yang. He knew that the Realm Lord was very resourceful and would definitely have a way. Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, shook his head with his hands behind his back. His injuries are too severe, and his primordial spirit is dispersing. "I'm afraid." Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, didn't finish his sentence, but Long Yang knew what he meant. "Is there no other way?" Long Yang was unwilling to give up. Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, shook his head. If they were in the God realm, there would be many ways. Unfortunately, they were in the lower world, and there was nothing. How could they save Fong Chen? If there was a way, he wouldn't have done nothing in the past year. "I thought I saw hope." "Sigh, I thought too much." Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, laughed self-deprecatingly, then disappeared from Long Yang's sight. The Yuan race's sacred ground. Without any warning, the primordial demon's sword emitted a shocking aura. Then it turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the Yuan race's sacred ground. The primordial demon's sword's action shocked the Yuan race. Yuan Gu rushed over immediately, but the primordial demon's sword had already disappeared. "Where is it?" Yuan Gu asked in a low voice. Outside the Yuan race's sacred ground, in the boundless void. A stream of light, carrying an extremely terrifying sword chi, streaked across the sky and shot towards Green Bamboo Island. Chapter 1643. After a year, hope reignited in everyone's hearts. They could clearly feel that Fong Chen's vitality was slowly recovering. Floating in midair, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body had completely awakened. After absorbing the power of the sword embryo, it became even more powerful. With its operation, Fong Chen was forcefully pulled back from the gates of hell. After a while, the golden heart had completely stabilized Fong Chen's injuries. At this moment, Fong Chen's body fell from midair. Seeing this, Luo Liuli took a step forward and hugged her son. Splash! The 6 leaders, Tai Laiyuan, Emperor Zisu, and the others all came to the island master's residence. "How is it?" Everyone was most concerned about Fong Chen's physical condition. After the human race's holy leader and the others checked on him, they all had bright smiles on their faces. Fong Chen's injuries have completely stabilized. His primordial spirit is also gradually recovering, the human race's holy leader announced. The entire Green Bamboo Island was filled with cheers. "That's great." Luo Liuli hugged her son and cried tears of joy. After waiting for a year, no one knew how broken her heart had been. She had once been in despair, but she had never given up. Now she finally saw hope. I knew that you would be fine," Luo Liuli cried. In the courtyard, everyone looked at each other and smiled. "Although Fong Chen's injuries have stabilized, he still needs to recuperate," the human race's holy leader said. "Everyone disperse. Let Fong Chen recuperate." Hearing this, everyone nodded and dispersed after a while. In the end, the human race's holy leader, and the others also left. Only Luo Liuli was left behind to take care of Fangchen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian looked at each other, then looked at Fangchen affectionately and turned to leave. Yuan Gu came to the square of the island master's residence and stared at the demon origin sword that was stabbed into the ground. After a long while, he turned and left expressionlessly. The news that Fangchen's injuries were getting better instantly spread throughout the lower world. The cheers for the heroes of the human race were very loud, and the whole world celebrated. During this long wait, Fangchen did not disappoint. His injuries were getting better day by day. This state lasted for about half a year before Fangchen finally opened his eyes. A year and a half had passed since the end of the war. Chen, you're awake. Seeing Fangchen open his eyes, Luo Liuli was very excited. Mother, where am I? As soon as he woke up, Fangchen felt uncomfortable all over. He was not used to it. His memory was still stuck at the last moment when he forcefully activated the dark, demonic wheel to deal with Watmo. Chin, during the final battle, you fell into a coma. This coma lasted for a year and a half. Luo Liuli told Fangchen about what happened after he fell into a coma. Whenever she talked about her sadness, she would cry. After Fangchen heard this, he was also quite surprised. He could feel that the golden heart was beating especially fast. What power, said Fangchen inwardly. He could sense a familiar power within the golden heart, but he couldn't remember what it was. Mother, since you said my Yuan spirit was damaged and was gradually dissipating, how could the life-extinguishing dragon pill not be able to save me? If even the 9 dragons' life-extending pill was unable to save me, then how did I survive? Luo Liuli slowly said, Do you remember the Yuan race's origin demon sword? Fangchen nodded. Of course, he remembered. He had obtained the demon sword on Heavenspan Island, but he hadn't expected it to be the Yuan race's totemic treasure, the origin demon sword. One day, a year after you fell into a coma, the origin demon sword vibrated and broke through the void from the Yuan race to Green Bamboo Island. It then used its own power to try and awaken you, but it failed, said Luo Liuli. At the last moment, it forcefully disintegrated its own sword core to save you. Hearing Luo Liuli's words, Fangchen instantly understood. The familiar power within the golden heart was actually the origin demon sword's sword core. In order to save me, it disintegrated its own sword core. Fangchen knew exactly what a sword core meant to the origin demon sword. Where's the origin demon sword? Fangchen abruptly crawled up from the bed and hurriedly asked. The origin demon sword had sacrificed its sword core to save him. He would never forget this kindness. Chin, you just woke up. You need to rest, said Luo Liuli worriedly. Mother, I'm fine now. Tell me where the origin demon sword is, said Fangchen. Luo Liuli told Fangchen where the origin demon sword was, and he rushed over. At the same time, news of Fangchen waking up spread throughout Green Bamboo Island, and even the 5 sacred lands. The 6 Titans were very happy to hear this. As for Green Bamboo Island, everyone was celebrating. Tai Laiyuan, Sovereign Purplebeard, the Black-White Heavenly Sovereigns by Qingqing, Princess Xen, and the others all came to the island master's residence. But what they saw was Fangchen standing alone in the plaza, staring at the origin demon sword. Great! It's good that you're awake. Everyone was overjoyed. In the plaza, Fangchen's face was full of helplessness. His heart was pained. Looking at the silent demon origin sword, Fangchen walked step by step to the side of the sword. He raised his hand and gently stroked the hilt of the Yuan demon sword. Back then, at the severed head cliff on Ingress Island, I tried to communicate with you for the first time. At that time, I thought you were a peerless divine weapon of a very high grade. But who knew that you were the Yuan clan's origin demon sword? I joined the old East Sword sect and helped you retrieve the sword core. You also recovered your memories and returned to the Yuan clan. At this point, Fong Qin paused for a moment. To you, the sword core is like a warrior's heart. When I was in danger, you didn't hesitate to break it apart and save me. I, Fong Qin, will never forget this kindness. Now, I just want you to wake up. Fong Qin rubbed the hilt. Hum! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Then the silent origin demon sword trembled and emitted a wild aura of sword energy. Whoosh! A crystal ball appeared on the blade of the Yuan demon sword. As soon as it appeared, it was absorbed by the sword. This is... Fong Qin was puzzled. What was this crystal ball? However, the original demon sword answered his question. This is a memory crystal ball. I prepared it when I broke the sword core. I was afraid that once it was broken apart, my memories would disappear again. A hoarse voice came from the sword. It was full of bitterness. Fong Qin was startled when he heard this. He immediately shut his eyes in pain. The sword core isn't that important to me. I am the origin demon sword. Even without the sword core, I am still the same. The sword sensed Fong Qin's emotions and comforted him. You don't need to blame yourself. I said I owed you a favor. My origin demon sword is a relic, but I keep my promises. The origin demon sword absorbed the memory crystal ball and recovered its memories. However, it was still weak and couldn't leave Green Bamboo Island. I will never forget this kindness, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. Don't think too much. Just send me back to the Yuan clan, the sword said. Fong Qin nodded. His hand gripped the hilt of the pure demon sword. With a gentle tug, he pulled the sword out. The origin demon sword was no longer as sharp as it used to be. However, it still gave off a dignified aura. The sacred land of the Yuan clan. Yuan Gu was in a bad mood. Emperor Blackblade forced Yuan Gu to play chess to ease his mood. Brother Yuan Gu, you don't have to do this. The origin demon sword is the totem of the Yuan clan. You should support its decision, Emperor Blackblade said with a smile. Yuan Gu shook his head and sighed. I know, but just as Yuan Gu was speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Immediately, he leaped to his feet. Whoosh! He didn't even have time to say anything before Yuan Gu disappeared. At this moment, Fong Qin was walking toward the sacred land of the Yuan clan with the origin demon sword in his hand. Fong Qin. Yuan Gu appeared out of thin air. The origin demon sword asked me to send it back to the clan, Fong Qin said. Yuan Gu looked at Fong Qin with a complicated expression and finally nodded. He led Fong Qin to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Old friend, take care of yourself. I will come to see you often, Fong Qin said in a low voice as he placed the origin demon sword in the forbidden area. Don't worry. I will definitely condense another sword embryo in a few years, the origin demon sword said. After leaving the forbidden area, Fong Qin cupped his fists at Yuan Gu. Sorry. Yuan Gu shook his head and didn't say anything. That was the origin demon sword's intention. Yuan Gu had no right to stop it. They returned to Green Bamboo Island and the island lord's residence. Fong Qin saw his mother, Luo Lioli, talking happily with two beautiful women. From time to time, there would be bell-like laughter. They were very happy. Taking a closer look, he realized that one of the two women was Bai Qingqing and the other was Princess Xan. Seeing the two women, Fong Qin felt a little helpless. He quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, Luo Lioli discovered him. Chen, what are you doing? With that, Luo Lioli called Fong Qin to the garden. In the year and a half you were unconscious, these two women took care of you a lot. Luo Lioli was very satisfied with the two women. She felt like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. Fong Qin was a little embarrassed. Mother, Chen, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. I think these two women are pretty good. Choose one. Otherwise, you can marry both of them, Luo Lioli said with a smile. People who cultivated martial arts didn't care about trifles. In Luo Liuli's view, this kind of thing was considered normal. It was fine as long as the two women didn't have any objections. "Mother, I was already married when I was on the ancient Sword Continent," said Fang Chen. "What? You're already married? Why didn't you bring them to me?" asked Luo Liuli hastily, thinking of Star and Moon. Fang Chen's expression became a bit helpless. He sighed. "She went to a very distant place. I can't see her for now." With that, Fang Chen quickened his steps and left the garden. Chapter 1644. The war ended and the void creatures were completely annihilated. The lower realm regained its peace, and the human race became the absolute ruler of the lower realm. As for Fang Chen, he was also thinking about his future. After this battle, his strength had become even more tyrannical. Although his cultivation had not improved, he could improve at any time if he wanted to. The human race, Holy Master, sent someone to deliver a space ring. What's inside? Fang Chen was curious about what was inside. However, when he opened the space ring, he was completely stunned. Inside the huge spatial ring, there were only 8 fruits. Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit. Seeing the 8 fruits lying quietly, Fang Chen was very excited. Among the 3 fruits, only 1 sword origin fruit and 1 peach of immortality fruit was needed. Only the Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit needed 8. Fang Chen also did not expect that the human race's Holy Lord would actually deliver the Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit. Including the previous one, there were 9 in total. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen gave the 8 Moon, Dragon, Sky fruits to the old faker. Then he quietly left Green Bamboo Island and went to the human race's sacred land. "Holy Master, thank you for the Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him in the sacred hall. The quasi-divine tree on Green Bamboo Island is injured and needs 3 fruits. These Moon, Dragon, Sky fruits were found in Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. "I hope they can help you," the human race Holy Master said with a smile. Now he was full of expectations for Fang Chen. Perhaps Fang Chen could reach the level of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen's position in the human race was extraordinary. As the Green Bamboo Island Lord, his words were very authoritative and even more powerful than some elders in the human race's sacred land. Fang Chen nodded and finally understood. It turned out that the Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit came from Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. As a void creature, it was nothing much for Shu Mo to obtain the Moon, Dragon, Sky fruit in the chaotic void. However, he still lacked the last fruit. Fang Chen hesitated for a while and finally spoke. "Holy Master, have you heard of the peach of immortality fruit?" Fang Chen asked. The human race Holy Master thought for a while and said, "The peach of immortality fruit did appear in the lower realm, but that was a long time ago." Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little excited. After all, it was better than not appearing at all. Where did the peach of immortality fruit appear? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. When the immortality peaches appeared, I was only in the heaven star border realm, so I'm not too sure about the details. However, I vaguely heard that the peaches of immortality appear at the edge of the heavens. Edge of the edge. He looked at the human race's Holy Lord in confusion. The latter explained, the so-called edge of the sky is relative to some people. To be more precise, the edge of the sky is only open to certain people. The human race Holy Master continued. As everyone knows, those from the lower realm who want to ascend to the divine world must go through the gate of the divine world. Otherwise, it is impossible to enter the divine world with one's own efforts. The gate of the divine world is at the edge of the sky, the human race Holy Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The gate of the divine world was at the edge of the sky. Where is the edge of the sky? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The human race Holy Master stood up and looked at the distant sky through the sacred hall. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past. Only those who are recognized by the will of the universe can see the edge of the sky and enter the divine world. The human race, Holy Master's voice, was filled with helplessness. If one could find the edge of the sky, it would be easy to enter the divine world. This, Feng Chen was helpless. It was easier said than done to be recognized by the will of the universe. Even extreme life and death realm experts might not be recognized by the will of the universe. However, there is an approximate range of the edge of the sky. I can tell you the range. As for whether you can find the edge of the sky, it will depend on your luck. Then, the human race Holy Master told Feng Chen the location of the edge of the sky. The latter thanked the human race Holy Master and left the sacred hall. Demon, subduing realm. Feng Chen's clone found the demon, subduing Realm Lord. Realm Lord, I have something to ask, Feng Chen said. Just say it. Ever since Feng Chen woke up, the demon subduing Realm Lord had high hopes for Feng Chen. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Feng Chen could step into the God realm. Yu too, at that time his original body, which had been trapped for countless years, would be able to break free. I want to ask, Realm Lord, do you know about the edge of the sky? Feng Chen asked. The demon subduing Realm Lord pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you. I was about to tell you about the edge of the sky. I think you should know about it, the demon subduing Realm Lord said. Feng Chen nodded. The Holy Master told me, but I still want to tell you, don't enter the edge of the sky. With your current strength, even if you enter the divine world, it will be very dangerous, the demon subduing Realm Lord said. The Holy Master said that immortality peaches and immortal fruits appeared in the edge of the sky. I want to take a look, Feng Chen said. I can't help you find the edge of the sky. You have to rely on yourself. But be careful, the demon subduing Realm Lord warned. Feng Chen's clone and original body met in the void ocean, then went to the edge of the sky together. In the vast lower realm, there was a piece of land closest to the sky. This piece of land was called the Sky Continent. Under normal circumstances, the edge of the sky would appear in the Sky Continent. The Sky Continent was at the edge of the universe. It was even at the end of the void ocean. Feng Chen rode the Star Universe dragon boat and took half a month to reach here. The Sky Continent's environment was harsh. Normally, no one would come here. Moreover, because the distance was too far and there was no teleportation formation, it was too difficult for ordinary martial artists to come here. Only an expert like Feng Chen dared to come here alone. Dong putting away the Star Universe dragon boat, Feng Chen stood on the Sky Continent. This continent wasn't too big, about the same size as the ancient Sword Continent. But the continent was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was an ancient, broken continent. Feng Chen looked around and said, This is the Sky Continent. He looked around. There was nothing on the Sky Continent. There wasn't even a blade of grass, let alone the edge of the sky. The most important thing now is to find the edge of the sky and enter it to find the immortality peaches and immortal fruits, Feng Chen said. Every martial artist saw the edge of the sky differently. This also led to the edge of the sky not having a fixed place. They could only determine the approximate location. It was on the Sky Continent. Yu 3. Even the human race's holy lords were no exception. Feng Chen spread out his divine sense and began to search for the edge of the sky. Dong suddenly, the golden heart began to beat. Feng Chen was a little surprised. Why would the golden heart beat at this time? Could it be? Feng Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Dong, 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 the golden heart beat faster and faster. Streams of energy emerged from the golden heart. In an instant, Feng Chen felt a great change happen to his body. As the golden heart beat, Feng Chen's eyes saw a strange scene. He saw a whirlpool appear in a certain place on the Sky Continent. A wild aura instantly swept out around this whirlpool. What is that? Feng Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the whirlpool. Under his gaze, the whirlpool gradually expanded, and behind that whirlpool, There was a fairyland-like garden. That is, Fong Chen's heart shook. The golden heart beat faster and faster. At a certain moment, Fong Chen's mind was in a trance. He could sense a strange aura coming from the golden heart. This strange aura was incomparably familiar. 88. Oh, what a familiar aura. I've felt it from many people before. The many people Fong Chen mentioned were the barbarian god's phantom, the buried sword emperor's consciousness, the sky prison saint, and others. Donga deafening sound came from the golden heart. Fong Chen instantly realized that this aura was the aura of a divine realm expert. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the whirlpool again. Chapter 1646. Even the 5 tycoons wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such precious peaches. However, Boss had given him one without hesitation. There were only 3 peaches in total. One of them was for the old faker, so there were only 2 left. Little Mouse held the immortality peach with his big paws and clenched his fists, feeling warm inside. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fong Chen put away the 2 immortality peaches and glanced at Little Mouse. Why are you so moved that you're about to cry? Little Mouse burst into laughter after hearing Fong Chen's words. He wasn't pretentious. He and Boss were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Sometimes there was no need to say anything. Crunch! Little Mouse held the immortality peach and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The immortality peach wasn't big, but Little Mouse didn't dare to swallow it in one bite. The immortality peach contained boundless power. It was even more powerful than a primordial stone born from heaven and earth. As Little Mouse ate the immortality peach, Fong Chen secretly guarded him. Soon, the immortality peach was finished. At this time, Little Mouse's body was filled with a rich purple light. Boss, my body is filled with power, Little Mouse said excitedly. Fong Chen nodded. Little Mouse began to guide the power in his body to spread out. He was using this opportunity to increase his cultivation base. He had to admit that the immortality peach's effect was too strong. In just a short while, Little Mouse's cultivation base had increased by several levels. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles, but he couldn't help but sigh again. The god-devouring rat was truly worthy of being called a unique demon beast in the universe. It was so powerful that it could directly swallow the immortality peach. If it were a human martial artist, they would have to at least make some preparations. Otherwise, if the power was too strong, they would explode and die. Are you all right? Fong Chen asked worriedly. The purple light around Little Mouse gradually disappeared. He shook his head. Boss, I'm fine. Buzz. Just as Little Mouse finished speaking, there was a huge tremor at the edge of the sky. The flowers and plants in the heaven's edge were trembling, as if something terrifying was about to happen. What's going on? Fong Chen tried his best to stabilize himself and looked around. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. In the sky above the edge of the sky, the void cracked as a majestic aura spread out. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the god world. This is... Fong Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the crack in the void. An illusory door gradually appeared. Suddenly, Fong Chen's body was enveloped by the majestic aura of the god realm. It forcefully pulled Fong Chen's body to the illusory door. Needless to say, this illusory door was the door of guidance. According to legend, as long as one stepped into the door of guidance, they would be able to step into the divine realm. In the lower realms, no martial artist would be able to resist the temptation of the guiding gate. Even Fong Chen's heart was burning. However, when he arrived in front of the door of guidance, he suddenly roared angrily and forcefully stopped his body. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a stream of air appeared and surrounded him, isolating his body from the aura of the god world. I can't step into the guiding gate for now. Fong Chen kept shaking his head and retreated a little. There were 2 reasons why Fong Chen had such thoughts. First, Fang Chen had not bid farewell to his family and friends in the lower realms. He had not settled down in Green Bamboo Island, so he was worried. Second, he had not sent the immortality peaches back, so he was not ready to enter the divine realm. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the guiding gate. The guiding gate looked very ordinary, but it was very magical. Illusory runes flowed on the guiding gate, giving people a shocking feeling. Slowly, the aura that flowed out of the golden heart began to absorb the aura of the god world and entered Fang Chen's body. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind shook. This was an excellent opportunity to cultivate. Fang Chen did not say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Dong, dong, dong. The golden heart beat faster and faster, and it absorbed more and more aura of the god world. Time passed quickly, and a large amount of aura of the god world emerged from the guiding gate. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit moved. He was comprehending the power of laws contained in the aura of the god world. The golden heart, which had not moved for a long time, began to transform. The golden heart is transforming. A golden halo spread out and shone on the ground. After the aura of the god world flowed into the golden heart, the latter gradually grew bigger. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the power in his body was becoming stronger as the golden heart changed. So strong! In a few breaths' time, the golden heart's transformation was completed. At this time, Fang Chen began to carefully examine the golden heart. The golden heart has become more powerful after the transformation, Fang Chen said to himself. Moreover, he felt that his understanding of the sword principle had become more powerful. Vaguely, Fang Chen saw a giant golden sword floating in the golden heart. He only took a glance at it, and he felt intense pain in his primordial spirit. It hurts. Fang Chen shouted and immediately stabilized his body. Is it an illusion or reality? Fang Chen had a strong obsession with the giant golden sword. When he was on Earth, he was stabbed by the giant golden sword that appeared out of nowhere, and then he crossed over to the ancient sword continent. It was also because of that transformation that he embarked on the path of martial arts. However, when he thought of the pain just now, he did not dare to look at it again. In the end, I am too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to see it clearly. One day, when my strength reaches a certain level, I will definitely be able to know the secret of the golden heart. Fang Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself, Buzz! The transformed golden heart began to move again. A golden halo gradually flowed out, and at this moment, Fang Chen's eyes became blurred. In his mind, the sword scripture began to move automatically. In the distance, Little Mouse looked at his boss, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Gate of Guidance, and was a little worried. Boss seems to be cultivating. Although he was very worried, Little Mouse held back and looked around vigilantly to protect his boss. Time passed by bit. Fang Chen was immersed in the ocean of sword principle. The sword scripture was extensive and profound, and there were a total of 6 levels. Fang Chen had only cultivated the first 3 levels. Even so, he could increase his strength by 100 times. For Fang Chen, this was an indispensable trump card. At this time, he was using the transformed golden heart and the aura of the realm of gods in front of the Gate of Guidance to cultivate. If the people in the outside world knew that someone did not enter the Gate of Guidance but cultivated here, they would definitely curse. In the lower realm, there were countless people who could not see the Gate of Guidance in their entire lives. However, Fang Chen did not enter the Gate of Guidance when it appeared. In fact, there was another reason why Fang Chen was not in a hurry to enter the Gate of Guidance for the time being. It was the underworld scholar that he had met before. His appearance made Fang Chen think that the Gate of Guidance might not be safe. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by extremely dense sword qi. His body was like an unsheathed sharp blade, and it was shocking. Unknowingly, Little Mouse was also shocked. Boss's aura was so strong that it was comparable to the 5 great leaders. So strong! Little Mouse sighed. This state lasted for about 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Qin opened his eyes. Dong! The entire edge of heaven was trembling. Fang Qin suddenly stood up. Sword Qi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. 2 terrifying sword blades shot out from his eyes, directly cutting the strong wind in the air. The 4th level of the sword scripture. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After reaching the 4th level of the sword scripture, his strength increased by 1,000 times. 100 times was already very strong. What did 1,000 times mean? It was no exaggeration to say that although the current Fang Qin was only a 1st level life and Death Realm Emperor, his combat strength was comparable to the top 10 experts on the universe combat strength list. Since ancient times, there was probably no 1st level life and Death Realm Emperor stronger than Fang Qin. Boss, you broke through, Little Mouse asked with a smile. Chapter 1647. After reaching the 4th layer of the sword scripture, his strength had increased by 1,000-fold. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to reach the peak. 1,000-fold increase. Boss, your current strength is probably comparable to the 5 tycoons. Little Mouse happily laughed. Fang Qin shook his head. Although his strength had increased by 1,000-fold, he was very clear that there was still a gap between him and the 5 tycoons. Over the years, the 5 tycoons have reached the limits of the life and death realm. Their methods aren't something I can imagine. Fang Qin said. To put it bluntly, his foundation wasn't deep enough, and he couldn't be compared to the 5 tycoons. Boss, what do we do now? Little Mouse glanced at the guiding gate and asked somewhat apprehensively. Fang Qin had already thought about it long ago. He wouldn't enter the guiding gate for the time being. Wait for me to settle everything, then I'll enter the guiding gate. Fang Qin slowly said. He and Little Mouse left Heaven's Edge at random. His harvest this time was quite good. Not only did he obtain 3 immortality peaches, but he also reached the 4th layer of the sword scripture in front of the guiding gate. Fang Qin was very happy. He stood at the edge of the sky and gazed at the door of guidance in the void. The ladder floated in the sky as if it had existed since ancient times. Dong! The golden heart thumped, and Fang Qin turned around and left without any reluctance. After Fang Qin left, the whirlpool in front of Heaven's Edge gradually healed. Heaven's Edge disappeared from Heaven mainland. Half a month later, Fang Qin successfully returned from Heaven mainland. After returning to Green Bamboo Island, he felt relieved. He directly went to find Saber 3 and Lu Xiong, brother Fang. Saber 3 and Lu Xiong greeted Fang Qin. The latter nodded and said bluntly, Brother Lu Xiong, I've already found the immortality peaches and immortality fruits. I wonder what kind of method your master spoke of. Lu Xiong and Saber 3 were somewhat shocked. I'm impressed. Sword 3 gave Fang Qin a thumbs up. Lu Xiong looked at Fang Qin with a dumbfounded expression. These 3 fruits were rare in the world, but Fang Qin had obtained them. Lu Xiong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. Soon after, he told Fang Qin the method that his master had left behind. After learning about this method, Fang Qin and the other 2 came to the old faker. Old faker, I found the peaches of immortality. Fang Qin laughed as a peach of immortality appeared in his palm. Seeing this, the old faker was very surprised. Boy, where did you get it? The old faker asked. Fang Qin told the old faker that he found it at the edge of the sky. The old faker wrapped the branches on his trunk around the immortal peach. He was very excited. Old faker, I will let brother Lu Xiong help you recover. You have to cooperate with him. Fang Qin said, Come on. As soon as the old faker finished his words, 3 fruits appeared in the void. The first one was the sword origin fruit, the second one was the moon dragon sky fruit, and the third one was the peaches of immortality. These 3 fruits were too tempting. However, Fang Qin trusted Lu Xiong and Sword 3. I'll start now, Lu Xiong said as he walked to the old faker. He waved his hand and a strong aura spread out from his body. Lu Xiong practiced the bloodline cultivation system. He could improve his strength by absorbing powerful bloodlines. His bloodline power erupted from his body. Even the old faker was a little surprised. A martial artist could have so many bloodline powers at the same time. He was too powerful. Fang Qin and Sword 3 were guarding at the side. Lu Xiong started to use his full strength. After a while, Lu Xiong felt that the time was right. He shouted in a low voice. Seeing this, the old faker rolled up the sword origin fruit and swallowed it directly. Boom! Terrifying sword qi permeated the air. After the old faker swallowed the sword origin fruit, Lu Xiong quickly formed a seal with his hands. Fang Qin and Sword 3 could not see it, so they stopped watching. After an hour, the old faker swallowed the moon dragon sky fruit as well. Finally, the old faker swallowed the peaches of immortality. Lu Xiong's forehead was full of sweat. However, he still persevered. Buzz! A vast amount of power was emitted from the old faker. His main body, which had been broken, was actually growing back. Fang Qin and Sword 3 were overjoyed. The method left by Lu Xiong's master was indeed effective. Seeing this, the old faker was very excited and took the initiative to cooperate. The main body, which had been cut off, was growing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the main body was completely grown. At this time, the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits had spread throughout the old faker's body. The old faker was full of vitality. He was transforming. Whoosh! Lu Xiong was very tired and retreated from the old faker's side. Fang Qin and Sword 3 quickly supported Lu Xiong and said, "Brother Lu Xiong, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you," Lu Xiong said with a smile. "It's fine now. It's absorbing the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits. It needs some time. After it's done, it may take the opportunity to break through to the divine level," Lu Xiong said. He knew the old faker's current situation better. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded slightly. The 3 of them had been standing there waiting. The situation here caused a commotion on Green Bamboo Island. Deputy Island Master Yin Fang and the others were very surprised, thinking that there was an invasion. However, the martial artists on Green Bamboo Island were soon comforted. After 6 hours, the vitality around the old faker finally disappeared completely. The new old faker appeared in front of the 3 of them. Ha ha ha! One must have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. The old faker laughed happily. Although he did not take the opportunity to break through to the divine level, he had completely recovered. Moreover, he was confident that it would not be long before he stepped into the divine level. "Old faker, how are you?" Fang Qin asked. "Boy, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would not have been reborn." The old faker was very touched. These 3 fruits were rare in the world. He could imagine how much Fang Qin had suffered in order to get these 3 fruits. However, some things did not need to be said. It was enough to remember. "It's good that you're fine." Fang Qin nodded. Whoosh! Little Mouse jumped onto the old faker's main body and said with a smile, "How is it? You can follow me in the future, right?" "Haha!" The old faker laughed. Fang Qin was very happy that the old faker had recovered. However, his happiness did not last long. The 6 giants came. Yes, they were also attracted by the aura on Green Bamboo Island. When they saw the old faker full of vitality, they were also slightly surprised. "You found the immortality peaches?" the human clan's saint asked. Fang Qin cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance. It seems that you have entered the edge of heaven. Did you see the gate of guidance?" the human clan's saint asked. The fiery gazes of the other 5 were fixed on Fang Qin. The gate of guidance was a legendary existence. They had been to the continent of heaven countless times. but they could not even see the edge of heaven. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to be recognized by the will of the universe. Facing their gazes, Feng Chen nodded calmly. I saw the gate of guidance. Hearing this, the 6 giants were overjoyed. Then why didn't you enter it? The human clans, Saint continued to ask. I still have some things to deal with in the lower world. So I don't want to enter the divine world for the time being, Feng Chen said. But this time I did gain something. I cultivated in front of the gate of guidance and learned something. Oh, you learned something. The Black Blade Monarch chuckled and took a step forward. He smiled and said, Feng Chen, your strength must have increased significantly. How about it? Do you want to spar with me? Hearing this, the others did not stop him. Black Blade Monarch knew what he was doing. He only wanted to spar with Feng Chen. Thank you, Black Blade Monarch, Feng Chen said apologetically. Feng Chen was in the limelight during the battle with the void creatures, especially when he severely injured Shu Mo at the last moment. Even after so many years, people still talked about it. Now that Black Blade Monarch heard that Feng Chen had learned something, he could not help but want to test him. Feng Chen, take out your treasure. Black Blade Monarch pointed at the dark demonic wheel. I don't need it for now. Feng Chen smiled. He wanted to see how strong he really was. Chapter 1648. Monarch Black Blade chuckled when he heard that and landed on the ground. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but it's not good to be overconfident. Black Blade Emperor thought that Feng Chen was a little arrogant after his strength increased. Feng Chen didn't answer. Buzz! His aura surged and filled his entire body. In the sky, the 5 leaders nodded in satisfaction. Feng Chen's strength has indeed increased a lot, said the human race's holy master. Although his strength has increased, he's definitely not Black Blade Emperor's match, said the Spirit Clan leader. Guess how many moves Feng Chen can take from Black Blade Emperor. The Luo clan leader chuckled. The stronger Feng Chen was, the more advantageous it was for the Luo clan. Ever since they knew that Feng Chen was Luo Liuli's son, Yuan Gu and the other leaders' attitude towards him had improved a lot. All of this was because of Feng Chen. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Feng Chen could win. But the truth was right in front of him. Black Blade Emperor was ranked in the top 10 of the universe combat strength list. His strength wasn't something that Feng Chen could compare to. I guess he can take at most 10 moves, said Yuan Gu. In fact, Yuan Gu wanted to say 3 moves, but thinking of Feng Chen's incredible concealment technique, he was more relaxed. The 5 leaders discussed among themselves. Below, Feng Chen and Black Blade Emperor were already fighting. First, Feng Chen circulated all the strength in his body and punched Monarch Black Blade. Dong! The entire ground shook. If the human race's holy master and the others hadn't sealed the space, the entire green bamboo island would have turned into ashes. After the 2 fists collided, Feng Chen's body took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Feng Chen stared at the Black Blade Emperor with eyes filled with fervor. The 1,000-fold increase in strength is really amazing. Just pure strength alone is comparable to a 9th-level Imperial Emperor, Feng Chen said to himself. He was even more eager to fight. Your strength is not bad. I wonder how your techniques are. The Black Blade Monarch was a little surprised as he asked, You'll know soon enough. Immediately, Feng Chen took out the Hidden Star Sword and used the space-time book. Suddenly his figure merged into the void. This move again. Although Monarch Black Blade couldn't see Feng Chen's figure, he focused on defense. As long as Feng Chen appeared, he would immediately deal a heavy blow. He didn't believe that Feng Chen could sneak up on him. Crash ripples appeared in the void as 36 sword lights appeared in an unimaginable manner. With lightning speed, he shot towards the Black Blade Monarch. Just in time, Monarch Black Blade sneered as a black aura spread out from his body. Then he waved his hand. Immediately, a wild gale appeared and swept up the 36 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the 36 sword lights were all shattered by the strong wind. It's not enough to rely on this little bit of strength. Emperor Blackblade laughed heartily as if victory was already in his grasp. However, just as he was laughing, a sword light carrying a vast sword chi shot out from the strong wind with a swoosh. This sword light contained 1,000-fold increase in strength. The previous 35 sword lights were all a pretense. Only this sword light was the real sword light. The smile on Monarch Blackblade's face instantly disappeared, and his face turned gloomy. His figure flickered as he executed an extremely powerful attack. The black mist formed a black vortex in his palm. Not simple. The human race's Saint Master said. The others also nodded. They had still underestimated Fang Qin. It seems that this kid's opportunity this time is not bad. His strength has actually increased to such a level. Yuan Gu said, with the strength he has shown now, it's not a problem for him to enter the top 10 of the universe battle force list. The spirit race's lord said, truly amazing. In such a short period of time, his strength has increased so quickly. Don't forget that his cultivation base is only at the first layer of life and death realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. The stronger Fang Qin was, the happier he was. The 5 giants sighed. Fang Qin's potential was unprecedented. Since no one had done it before, there probably wouldn't be anyone else in the future. In this universe era, Fang Qin was publicly recognized as the strongest first-layer life and death realm martial artist. Just as the few of them were sighing, the battle below gradually came to a stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How can we continue fighting? After fighting for a while, Monarch Blackblade waved his hand and stopped the battle. His face was full of helplessness. Fang Qin's strength had exceeded his imagination. Fang Qin stopped fighting and thought to himself, if I go all out with 1,000-fold increase in strength, coupled with the time-space book, sky defensive sword art, and dark demonic wheel, defeating Monarch Blackblade would be a piece of cake. But that's all. To be able to become one of the giants, his means are too strong. Fang Qin sighed inwardly. He could feel that Monarch Blackblade was still hiding a trump card. Because it was just a spar, there was no need to expose his life-saving trump card. Even so, the 5 giants were shocked. We were just discussing how many moves you could withstand from Monarch Blackblade. The Luo clan master laughed. I didn't expect that, in the blink of an eye, you could actually be on par with Monarch Blackblade. Yuan Gu said, Sacred Lord, I think it's time to rearrange the universe combat power ranking. The Spirit Clan Master said, Fang Qin's strength made the human race, Sacred Lord, very happy. He waved his hand and a huge brush appeared in his palm. Then, he held the brush and waved it in the air. In the void, a golden scroll appeared out of thin air. This scroll was the legendary universe combat power ranking. Shua, the human race Sacred Lord, was the only one in the entire lower domain who had the right to rearrange the rankings of the universe combat power ranking. The first place was still the human race Sacred Lord himself, and the second place was changed from Yuan Gu to Realm Lord Fu Mo regarding this point. Yuan Gu was also wholeheartedly convinced. Realm Lord Fu Mo's strength was obvious to all. In the past, the human race Sacred Lord would definitely rank Realm Lord Fu Mo first because he had a supreme treasure from the God world. However, after this period of recovery, he felt that he had once again touched the threshold of the immemorial realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the immemorial realm. Therefore, he was still first. The third place was Yuan Gu, the fourth was the Spirit Clan Master, the fifth was the Luo Clan Master, the sixth was Monarch Blackblade, and the seventh was Green Bamboo Island Master. After a while, the universe combat power ranking was rearranged. Whoosh! The human race Sacred Lord waved the brush in his hand, and suddenly, rays of golden light scattered to every corner of the lower domain. At the same time, the monarchs on the universe combat power ranking received the new rankings. What? Green Bamboo Island Master is in the top 10? Oh my god, what's going on? Why is Green Bamboo Island Master ranked 7th? Is the ranking wrong? Many monarchs didn't believe that Fong Qin could be ranked 7th. Of course, many people were very excited after seeing the ranking. On Green Bamboo Island, Tai Lai Yuan was refining a divine weapon when his mind suddenly trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed. My brother is really amazing. Tai Lai Yuan wasn't jealous at all. He was just happy. At the same time, Black, White, Heavenly Masters, and Monarch Purple Beard also knew about this. They were all shocked. In the sky above Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chen and the other 6 stood together and smiled at each other. Among the 7 of us, Fong Chen is the youngest and the one with the greatest potential, the human race, Sacred Lord said. Yes, who would have thought that the Creation Realm Warrior would be on the same level as us in the blink of an eye? Yuangu laughed. He was glad that he had chosen to listen to the pure demon sword. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fong Chen, what's your plan next? Suddenly, Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. The other people's gazes also landed on Fong Chen. Now that the Gate of Guidance had appeared, if Fong Chen wanted to step into the divine world, it would be a matter of minutes. There was no point in being envious. The 6 overlords were all concerned about Fong Chen's decision. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I'm going to go back and see my old friends and settle them down. Then I'll return to Green Bamboo Island and cultivate in seclusion. My cultivation level is too low, and my understanding of martial arts needs to be improved. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day I enter the divine world, Fong Chen said. The 6 overlords nodded, especially Realm Lord Fu Mo. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Come to us if you need anything, the human race, Sacred Lord said. Chapter 1649. For the rest of the time, Fong Chen had already arranged the itinerary. First, he used the Star Universe dragon boat to return to the ancient Sword Continent. Returning to the ancient Sword Continent once again, an incomparably familiar feeling welled up in his heart. The ancient Sword Continent. This was the place where his dreams began. When he left back then, he was just a little bird that had just spread his wings and learned to fly. And now he was already standing at the peak of the lower realm, becoming an eagle that soared in the sky. The changes in his heart made Fong Chen sigh. With a thought, he returned to the Shengfeng nation of the 5 element state. Back then, the Fong family was just a small family in Black Cloud City. He was still an ordinary disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect in the Azure Cloud County who was bullied. The feeling of home. Fong Chen sighed. He returned to Black Cloud City. Over the years, using the resources he left behind, they gradually grew into a large force. Even the top forces of the ancient sword continent followed Fong Chen's lead. But the Fong family's headquarters was still in Black Cloud City. Fong Chen stood in the clouds and looked down. He saw people coming and going in the Fong family mansion at a glance. The Fong family mansion was very lively, and there were more and more family members. The young people of the same generation as Fong Chen had already settled down, and some even had grandchildren. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Things changed with the passage of time. Fong Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he quietly entered the Fong family mansion and found his uncle and the others. He briefly explained the reason, and then gave an interspatial ring to his uncle. He told his uncle that the cultivation resources in the interspatial ring were enough for the Fong family to use for tens of thousands of years. After meeting everyone in the Fong family, Fong Chen went to the Qingfeng sword sect. Rather than saying that the Fong family was the place where he was born, it was better to say that the Qingfeng sword sect was the place where he was reborn. After so many years, the younger disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect, who were of the same generation as him, had long become the pillars of the sect, and some had even become elders. Fang Qin stood in the clouds and looked down for a long time before finally leaving quietly. Next, Fang Qin went to Kamikaze Kenbo, which was still the dream place of all sword cultivators in the Xingfeng nation. At a glance, many swordsmen were queuing up to join the Kamikaze Kenbo. Kamikaze Kenbo was much more prosperous than before. After wandering around the Divine Wind Empire for a few days, Fang Qin arrived at the Ink Cloud Empire. He vaguely remembered that when he had just left the Divine Wind Nation, he had passed by the Ink Cloud Nation and even charged through the Ink Cloud Pass. Even Old Man Mo Yin was alarmed. But now, Old Man Mo Yin was no longer at Mayan Pass. However, there were still many martial artists in front of Ink Cloud Pass. For half a month, Fang Qin went around meeting old friends. His state of mind was changing, but even he was unaware of this change. Half a month later, they finished their tour of the ancient sword continent and arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Qin had a lot of feelings for the Sword Burial Prefecture. His wife, Star and Moon, had been resurrected in the Sword Burial Province. Moreover, the Sword Burial Province was formed by the body of Emperor Zongjian. Standing in the sky above the Sword Burial Province, Fang Qin's heart was heavy. Whoosh! Fang Qin waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. In an instant, the entire Sword Burial Province trembled. This scene alarmed all the forces in the Sword Burial Province. Many experts were discussing what had happened. In the center of the Sword Burial Province, there was an immortal palace. Now, the person in charge of the Sword Burial Province was the arrogant guy who had entered the god-burying sword prison with Fang Qin. He was called Zongjian. His goal was to become an expert, like Emperor Zongjian. Yes, Zongjian was cultivating when he suddenly felt the Sword Burial Province tremble. He was very surprised. However, at this moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Brother Zongjian, don't panic. I'm going to merge the Sword Burial Province and the ancient Sword Continent. Zongjian was shocked when he heard this voice. This is Fang Qin. He cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? Obviously, Zongjian didn't expect Fang Qin to be so strong. Under Fang Qin's control, the Sword Burial Province and the ancient Sword Continent merged together. Dong! The collision of the two continents caused the entire continent to panic. However, Fang Qin transmitted his voice to the high-level martial artists of the continent. The Sword Burial Province was formed by Emperor Zong Jian's body. From now on, the Sword Burial Province will be the fourth province of the ancient Sword Continent and also the most sacred place of the ancient Sword Continent. Only with Zongjian's permission can one enter the Sword Burial Province. Fang Qin transmitted his voice. His voice contained the power of illusion, causing all the high-level powerhouses of the entire ancient Sword Continent to fall into an illusion. By the time they woke up, this thought had been deeply rooted. On the Sword Burial Province, Zongjian looked up at the sky. Amidst the clouds, there was a faintly discernible figure. Fang Qin, is that you? Zongjian muttered to himself. Fang Qin seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and glanced at Zongjian before disappearing. One day, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient Sword Continent. The former god of war, Fang Qin, had returned and merged the Sword Burial Province with the ancient Sword Continent. From now on, the ancient Sword Continent would enter an era of peace. This piece of news had been widely circulated. Scar Island. After returning from the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Qin went to Scar Island. He met the island's master and gave the Celestial Scar sect some cultivation resources. Then he went to Ingress Island and gave them the same amount of resources. After that, he went to Clearview Island. After leaving Clearview Island, he was preparing to go to the ancient Eastern Alliance, when he ran into an unexpected acquaintance. A group of adventurers faced off against 3 martial artists on the void ocean. If you know what's good for you, hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise, you'll all die. The leader of the adventurers was very strong, and his aura was strong. Did you hear what our boss said? Hurry up and hand them over. The other adventurers were very arrogant. Across from them, the Black Een Dao Father's face was gloomy. Xian Yuan Feng and Xian Yuan Qin were at his side. Grandfather, what do we do? Xian Yuan Feng asked. Fight them to the death, Xian Yuan Qin said coldly. The 3 of them were tired from their adventure and wanted to return to Ingress Island to live in seclusion. Who would have thought they'd run into adventurers on the void ocean? And this group of adventurers had no bottom line. They wanted to rob them. Fellow Taoists, can you give me some face? The Black Een Dao Father forced a smile. Humph, who do you think you are? You want me to give you face? The leader sneered. He threw out a punch and hit the Black Een Dao ancestor. Don't waste time. If you want to live, hand over your interspatial rings, the leader threatened. After a moment of silence, the Black Een Dao Father compromised. Grandfather. Xian Yuan Qin reluctantly held onto her interspatial ring. Qin, if we don't have the resources, we can find more. If we lose our lives, then everything will be for naught. The Black Een Dao Father said, the path of martial arts has many paths to tread. You can't be reckless. You have to be patient like your brother. Hearing that, Xian Yuan Qin lowered her head. The Black Een Dao Father handed the 3 interspatial rings to the leader of the adventurers. Old fellow, at least you know what's good for you. The adventurers received the interspatial rings and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a voice rang out. If you want to live, hand over all your interspatial rings. Space rippled, and then Fong Qin appeared. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but then they were overjoyed. They widened their eyes and looked at the person in front of them in disbelief. It's you, shouted the Xian Yuan siblings. The adventurers who were just about to leave were infuriated by the sudden appearance of this martial artist. Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Humph, even he doesn't know. How ignorant, sneered Xian Yuan Qin. He's the master of Green Bamboo Island, Fong Qin, said Xian Yuan Feng. TCH, do you think I'm stupid? How could a random person be the master of Green Bamboo Island? The leader clearly didn't believe it. They're telling the truth. You only have one last chance. Hand over all your interspatial rings, and you can live, said Fong Qin indifferently. Boom! A terrifying aura spread, engulfing all the adventurers. Immediately, they felt their Yuan spirits tremble as death invaded their bodies. He's too strong. The leader of the adventurers was so scared that he pissed his pants. Chapter 1650. Fong Chen's aura alone was enough to terrify mid-level life and death realm imperial emperors. Not to mention these few adventurers in the creation realm. It was already very merciful of him not to kill them. They were also very tactful. They threw down their spatial rings and hurriedly fled. Fong Qin did not chase after them. These small fries were not worth it. Brother Fong, it's really you. Xian Yuan Feng hugged Fong Qin excitedly. Xian Yuan Qin stared at Fong Qin and said, I didn't expect the famous Green Bamboo Island Lord to come and save us at such a critical moment. Xianin Dao Ancestor also sighed. Back when Dao Ancestor magic was chasing Fong Qin, he saved him and brought him to the old Hua Islands. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had grown to such a level. Dao Ancestor. Fong Qin was very respectful to Dao Ancestor Black Een. He would never forget his kindness. Island Lord, you don't have to be like this. Dao Ancestor Black Een laughed. Fong Qin shook his head and said, Dao Ancestor, I will never forget your kindness to me. Brother Fong, why are you here? Xian Yuan Feng asked curiously. Fong Chen explained briefly and then asked, Where are you going? I'm very tired from running around outside. I want to return to Clear Sky Island to live in seclusion, Tao Ancestor Blackeen said. If you don't mind, how about living in seclusion on my green bamboo island? Fong Chen asked. Tao Ancestor Blackeen glanced at Xinyuan Fong and his sister. The two of them were very excited. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Tao Ancestor Blackeen nodded. He brought Tao Ancestor Blackeen and the other two back to Green Bamboo Island. It did not take long for Tao Ancestor Blackeen to settle down. Whoosh, Fong Chen stretched and said, I feel like my state of mind has changed a lot after going out for a walk. At this point, he basically did not have much to worry about in the lower realm. He could finally cultivate in seclusion and peace. Green Bamboo Island was very lively with people coming and going. The people of Silver Moon Island were very used to living on Green Bamboo Island. The villagers of the Saints' Village were also very happy. Their Lord Saint's name shook the world, and the Saints' Village was rising. The old faker's injury was basically healed. The little mouse couldn't bear the loneliness. Instead of accompanying Fong Chen to practice, he went to find the old faker. In the seclusion area, Fong Chen sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, and his avatar arrived. They're here. The clone looked exactly the same as the main body. The two of them sat side by side. The seclusion this time was of great significance. Fong Chen simply summoned his doppelganger and set up 1,000-fold time acceleration around him. With Fong Chen's current means and control of the true meaning of space and time, he could maintain 1,000-fold acceleration for a long time. The main purpose of this seclusion is to raise my cultivation and comprehend the space-time book and the heavenly imperial sword art. Fong Chen had already made up his mind. Raising one's cultivation base was relatively easy. The most important thing was the comprehension of the heavenly imperial sword technique and the space-time book. Therefore, he decided to let his doppelganger comprehend the heavenly imperial sword art while his main body comprehended the space-time book. Up till now, he had basically mastered the space-time shape cultivation system. What Fong Chen wanted to do was to raise the space-time book to a higher level. Buzz. His main body began to comprehend the space-time book. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. The true meaning of space and time had reached the peak of the 9th grade. Its power was very strong. There was a reason why the 6 giants thought so highly of Fong Chen. It was a peerless true meaning. Moreover, it was the top true meaning. With such a true meaning, Fong Chen's future was limitless. Time passed by bit. After half a year of seclusion, the doppelganger had mastered the heavenly imperial sword technique. Sword Qi surrounded his body. His understanding of the sword Tao had become deeper. The heavenly imperial sword technique was a divine technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could split mountains and was very powerful. After cultivating the heavenly imperial sword technique, the doppelganger also began to comprehend the space-time book. In half a year, Fong Chen cultivated the space-time book to the 6th level. Although it was only 1 level, Fong Chen felt that the true meaning of space and time had changed a lot. He was a little confused about the specifics. In the following time, Fong Chen immersed himself in cultivation. In the lower realm, as time passed, the human race's ruling power became stronger and stronger. Some unknown forbidden lands were also under the control of the human race. After a lot of hard work, the human race's holy master finally stepped into the eternal realm. After entering the eternal realm again, the human race's holy master's aura became even sharper. He was the true number 1 on the universe combat power list. The situation of the 5 great sacred lands would not change in a short time. In the demon-subduing world. Ever since the demon-subduing world was made public, the disciples of the 9th heaven could freely enter and leave the demon-subduing world. Many of the disciples had gone out to temper themselves. As for the demon subduing world, he sat alone in the garden. There was a complicated look in his eyes. I've waited for so many years. There's no rush. The demon subduing world felt that he could not control the excitement in his heart. Ever since he learned that Fong Chen had found the door of guidance, his mentality had been a little strange. Fong Chen's potential is strong, but he's just entered the God realm. He won't be able to help me. It's not easy to have a glimmer of hope. I can't let it be killed, the demon subduing world said in a low voice. He knew very well how cruel the God realm was. Ordinary martial artists would die if they were not careful. The competition in the God realm was even crueler. In the lower world, Fong Chen's strength was already at the top. But in the God realm, he was just a martial artist at the bottom. I can't be impulsive. I must wait for the right time, the demon subduing world said to himself. Clear Island, Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe was an outstanding prodigy of Void Sea City. If not for Fong Chen's appearance, Yuan Tianhe would not have been grounded for 1,000 years. Today, the Void Sea City Lord and the Bi-Family Patriarch had discussed and decided to release Yuan Tianhe. Back then, he was grounded for 1,000 years to avenge Fong Chen. But now there was no need for that. Yuan Tianhe was already the 7th strongest on the universe combat power list, standing at the top of the universe. Yuan Tianhe's promise of 1,000 years still lingered in his ears. Arriving at the forbidden area behind Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord smiled bitterly and immediately opened the door. Creak! The door opened, and the Void Sea City Lord entered. He had not seen Yuan Tianhe for many years. He wondered how he was doing now. Did he give up on himself or work hard to cultivate? After passing through layers of restrictions, he arrived at the underground cave. The Void Sea City Lord saw a martial artist with disheveled hair who was cultivating. Voila! Yuan Tianhe opened his eyes. City Lord. Yuan Tianhe's voice was hoarse, and the aura around him was incomparably thick. Judging from his aura, he had already stepped into the creation realm, and his cultivation was not bad. Not bad. You grew up in adversity. As expected of a rare genius in Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord praised. City Lord, the 1,000-year confinement is not over yet. What are you doing here? After the baptism of time, Yuan Tianhe was even calmer. Yuan Tianhe, from today onwards, your 1,000-year confinement is lifted. You can leave this place, the Void Sea City Lord said. Hearing this, Yuan Tianhe was a little stunned. Then he asked in confusion, why? There's no need for that. The Void Sea City Lord shrugged. Do you still remember how you were confined back then? Of course I remember. If it wasn't for Fong Chen, I wouldn't have been confined for 1,000 years. When Yuan Tianhe mentioned Fong Chen, he was full of anger. Just treat the 1,000-year agreement as a joke. You are a genius of Void Sea City. I don't want to see you fall. I hope that after you leave, you can cultivate well and revitalize Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord said. Since you want me to leave early, then the 1,000-year agreement will be brought forward. Yuan Tianhe stood up and walked out of the underground cave in a sorry state. When he reached the surface, the Void Sea City Lord stopped Yuan Tianhe. Yuan Tianhe, you don't have to look for Fong Chen. The reason your confinement was lifted is because of him, the Void Sea City Lord said. He came to plead for leniency? Yuan Tianhe frowned. The Void Sea City Lord shook his head. Because you are no match for him. I don't want you to throw your life away. You think so highly of Fong Chen. Yuan Tianhe was a little angry. If you knew what Fong Chen has done these years, I'm afraid you would also give up on this idea, the Void Sea City Lord said. His cultivation base is very strong, Yuan Tianhe said. He's 7th on the universe's power rankings. You can think of him as one of the top 7 people in the universe, the Void Sea City Lord explained. Buzz, Yuan Tianhe's head shook and his body trembled. Chapter 1651. Even if Yuan Tianhe didn't know the universe combat power ranking, he could understand it literally. In the entire lower realm, he was one of the 7 most powerful people. 7th on the universe combat power ranking. A series of news made Yuan Tianhe's face turn pale. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood seeped out of his palms. The Void Sea City Lord quietly watched Yuan Tianhe. He knew the latter's inner struggle. He might as well let him vent. When he was grounded for 1,000 years, Yuan Tianhe was full of confidence. He even said that after 1,000 years, he would kill Sanguinati with his own hands. However, only a few years had passed, and Feng Qin had already grown to such an extent. I can't accept this. Yuan Tianhe's voice was full of unwillingness. He looked up to the sky and roared. His hair was disheveled, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. The Void Sea City Lord just watched Yuan Tianhe vent. An hour later, Yuan Tianhe finally finished venting. He was originally worried that Yuan Tianhe would fall into decadence and never get up again. However, the Void Sea City Lord thought too much. Yuan Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were full of passion. If Feng Qin can do it, I, Yuan Tianhe, can do it too. After saying that, Yuan Tianhe resolutely left Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe, where are you going? The Void Sea City Lord hurriedly asked. I'm going to travel all over the lower realm to improve my strength. Yuan Tianhe's heavy voice came from afar. From that day onwards, no one in the lower realm saw Yuan Tianhe again. So many years later, when Yuan Tianhe appeared in front of the world in a powerful manner, the entire lower realm trembled. Of course, this was a story for later. On Green Bamboo Island, time passed, and Feng Qin's understanding of the space-time book became deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Feng Qin had completely understood the space-time cultivation system. It had to be said that the space-time cultivation system was a very special cultivation system. The space-time book had gone from the previous 5 levels to the 9th level. Now that he had mastered the 9th level of the space-time book, Feng Qin's concealment techniques had become even more effective. Now that he was hiding in the void, even the human race's sacred leader would not be able to find him. The current him was the true king of concealment. After the space-time book reached the 9th level, the true meaning of space-time underwent some subtle changes. Although it was very small, Feng Qin still caught it. Around him, in the space-time aura that had originally permeated the air, there was suddenly a trace of tiny gray light. The appearance of these gray lights made Feng Qin feel like he was dreaming. He shook his head and stared at the gray light in shock. What is this? For a split second, Feng Qin felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. This feeling was very strange. The appearance of the gray light caused the power of laws in the world to surge. The entire sky above Green Bamboo Island was covered in darkness. The deafening sound echoed throughout the sky. Feng Qin looked up at the sky as a thick gray light descended. When the gray light descended, he even felt that time and space were in chaos. That is, Feng Qin's heart was filled with shock. The gray light was at the law of space-time? However, he had never heard of the law of space-time. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the vast lower domain. All the gray light surged toward Feng Qin. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin's aura was completely retracted. In just a few short breaths, Feng Qin felt that the true meaning of space-time had undergone an earth-shattering change. The power of law. Feng Qin vaguely felt that the gray aura should be the product of cultivating the true meaning of space-time to the extreme. It was very likely to be the power of law. Buzz! When the sky became clear again, Feng Qin stopped cultivating and slowly stood up. It has been 3 years. Feng Qin sighed. On the path of martial arts, time flowed like water. It was indeed so. Now he finally had a deep understanding. In these 3 years, Feng Chen had gained a lot. So much so that he found it hard to believe. First of all, he had cultivated the heavenly imperial sword technique to the extreme. When he cultivated the heavenly imperial sword technique to the extreme, he realized that the power of this divine technique was many times stronger than he imagined. Secondly, the space-time book had reached the 9th level. Finally, the true meaning of space-time that even Feng Chen was not too clear about had undergone an essential change. The gains are indeed not small, but Feng Chen grinned. After 3 years of hard work, it was time to improve his cultivation. In fact, for the current him, there was not much difference between a 1st-level Imperial Emperor and a 9th-level Imperial Emperor. However, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Whoosh! Feng Chen opened his big hand and activated the long river of laws in his sea of qi. Rumble! The long river of laws rumbled as countless power of law of fire poured into the long river of laws. The long river of laws expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Feng Chen's cultivation was also rapidly improving. 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. When his cultivation increased to the 6th level, the expansion of the long river of laws finally slowed down. Finally, his cultivation crossed the threshold of the 6th level and reached the 7th level. In fact, if he forcefully increased his cultivation, he could still reach the 9th level. However, Feng Chen gave up because the expansion of the long river of laws could not keep up with his cultivation. Even if he increased it, his foundation would not be stable, which was not good for him. Let's go with the 7th level. Restraining his aura, Feng Chen inwardly said, as long as he stabilized the long river of laws and increased his mastery of the laws of fire, he could easily reach the 9th level of life and death realm. But for now, Feng Chen was already satisfied. If the current me goes all out, even Monarch Blackblade might not be my opponent. Feng Chen inwardly thought. In 3 years, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. If Monarch Blackblade was still at the same level as 3 years ago, he would definitely not be his opponent. Moreover, with his current strength, he should be able to unleash 100% of the dark, demonic wheel's power. Artifact Spirit. Feng Chen communicated with the artifact spirit. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has increased. The artifact spirit congratulated. As the artifact spirit, it was naturally happy to see its master's strength increase. Can the current me unleash the dark demonic wheel's full power? Feng Chen asked. The artifact spirit directly said, Master's strength is close to the limit of the life and death realm. However, the dark demonic wheel is a supreme treasure of the divine world. If you want to unleash its full power, it is still somewhat lacking, unless Master can cultivate a law to the limit. However, with Master's current strength, you can unleash 90% of its power. That kind of power far surpasses 9th level divine weapons. At least, it is similar to Realm Lord Fu Mo's sledgehammer. The artifact spirit continued. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded his head. He finally had a relative understanding of his own strength. He stretched his body. After 3 years of seclusion, he could finally come out. At the same time, he also realized that he was about to leave the lower realm and head for the divine world. Although I am reluctant, if I want to protect my loved ones, I must increase my strength. Feng Chen inwardly said. The divine world was the core of the entire universe. It was also the place where all the experts of the universe gathered. The lower realm was nothing more than a mortal world to the divine world. The stage of the lower realm was ultimately too small. Feng Chen was a soaring eagle. His stage was the divine world. He had already made up his mind. Therefore, when he came out of seclusion, he was prepared to say goodbye to his loved ones one by one and head to the divine world. The tremors in the sky above Green Bamboo Island attracted the attention of the entire lower realm. The 6 giants arrived shortly after. He came out of seclusion. The human race's holy master's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Qin. After 3 years of seclusion, you must have gained a lot, right? The Luo clan's master asked. Fang Qin, the battle 3 years ago ended in a draw between us. I have been cultivating diligently for the past 3 years. Let's fight again today. Black Blade Monarch directly appeared in front of Fang Qin and said with a smile. While Fang Qin's strength had increased, Black Blade Monarch had not been idle. He was ranked 6th on the Universe Combat Power list, while Fang Qin was ranked 7th. He wanted to test the results of his 3 years of cultivation. Sure, Fang Qin smiled. Fang Qin, I have developed a killer move in the past few years. I will not hold back later. You must be careful. Black Blade Monarch reminded him. Chapter 1652. Fang Qin appeared to be quite relaxed as he fought against Monarch Black Saber once again. After all, he knew how much his strength had improved over the past 3 years. Therefore, he was only testing his strength by fighting against Monarch Black Saber. Fang Qin, I'm going to make my move. Monarch Black Saber chuckled as a saber intent lingered around his body. The 5 authorities were astounded seeing this. It seemed like Monarch Black Saber was treating Fang Qin with great importance. Otherwise, he would not have executed his ultimate move right away. Monarch Black Saber was called Black Saber because he had formed a saber with the force of the rules in his Qi. The Black Saber was extremely powerful, equivalent to Monarch Black Saber's natal artifact. Normally, he would not use it so easily. Apart from the authorities, no one was able to force Monarch Black Saber to use it until now. Buzza terrifying saber intent instantly swept across the entire square. Fang Qin wore a calm smile as he unleashed his strength and threw a punch forward. Dong a 1,000-fold increase in strength. A terrifying force instantly swept toward Monarch Black Saber like a punch capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Crack! The formidable sword intent surrounding Monarch Black Saber was shattered into pieces. This scene caused the 5 great leaders in the sky to be dumbfounded. This Monarch Black Saber was astounded. Fang Qin's strength had improved significantly, allowing him to break through his defense with a single punch. Monarch Black Saber, I've heard that you've been nurturing a black saber in your Qi. Just use it, Fang Qin said smilingly. Fang Qin's intention was clear. Their strengths were almost on the same level, thus there was no need for him to waste his time. Monarch Black Saber's eyes flickered after hearing this. Fang Qin, you're indeed very powerful. I won't waste any more time. If you can resist my saber, I'll admit my defeat right away. Whoosh! With a thought from the Black Blade Monarch, an overwhelming saber light soared into the sky. Following this, a black saber the size of a palm appeared above his head. As soon as this black blade appeared, it caused the surroundings to become oppressive. In an instant, the primordial spirits of the warriors on Green Bamboo Island trembled. What happened? Many martial artists who did not know what was going on screamed in horror. How peculiar! Fang Qin said to himself as he stared at the black blade. This black blade was different from ordinary black blades. It was very strange. Although you are very strong, you are still unable to withstand my attacks. After summoning the black blade, Monarch Black Blade's eyes shone brightly as saber chi surged around him. Kill! Monarch Black Blade used his killer move, causing the world to change colors. The black blade whistled through the air at lightning speed. It brought with it an extremely terrifying power and arrived beside Fang Qin. Just as the black blade was about to touch him, Fang Qin's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 giants changed drastically. 3 years ago, although Fang Qin's concealment technique was very strong, it was still traceable in their eyes. But now, they could not sense Fang Qin's existence at all. Sacred Master, your primordial spirit has merged with the universe will. Can you sense Fang Chen's existence? Yuan Gu asked anxiously. The others also looked at the human race's sacred master with fervent gazes. The human race's face was gloomy as he closed his eyes, seemingly using the universe will's power. Pucci! After a while, the human race's sacred master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Waves of shock surged in his heart. What's going on? The giants asked worriedly. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Even using the universe will, I can't find Fang Chen's traces. The human race's holy master's words shocked the other big shots. How is this possible? The few of them were completely confused. There was actually such a powerful concealment technique in the world. Even if it was the true meaning of space-time, it should not be like this. At this moment, their gazes towards the battlefield became very complicated. Swoosh! The black blade carried a terrifying blade, Qi, as it hovered in the sky. As long as Fang Chen appeared, it would immediately attack him. In the void, Fang Chen observed the black blade for a while, and then said, "It's about time." After that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Monarch Blackblade. Without saying anything, he directly used the heavenly imperial sword technique. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shot out. Monstrous sword Qi shot into the sky. Oh no! Black Blade Emperor hurriedly controlled the black blade to block the sword lights. Crack! In the process of blocking the sword lights, a crack appeared on the black blade. No! Monarch Blackblade immediately retracted his black blade and shouted, "Stop!" The black blade was Black Blade Emperor's natal weapon. Once it was damaged, he would also be implicated. Crash! Seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his attack. The solemn atmosphere on the battlefield instantly disappeared. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Black Blade Emperor's face was a little pale. He looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. You freak! Even when he used the black blade, he was unable to withstand the attack. His intrinsic weapon was nearly shattered. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was not an enemy of Fang Chen. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Hee. Fang Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Black Blade Emperor curled his lips and then said, I lost. The 5 leaders in the sky landed on the ground. They looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Not bad. The human race's holy master nodded. Kid, your potential is too strong. The big shots were praising Fang Chen. However, he had an idea in his mind. He wanted to challenge the human race's holy master. After chatting with the leaders for a while, Fang Chen cupped his hands at the human race's holy master and said, Holy Master, may I challenge you? Hearing this, the others were also slightly stunned. They did not expect that Fang Chen, who had just defeated Black Blade Emperor, would challenge the human race's holy master. The human race's holy master was number 1 on the universe's battle power list. Although Black Blade Emperor was in the same realm as the human race's holy master, he did not dare to challenge him. The human race's holy master was very strong. Ordinary peak life and death realm emperors could not compare to him. Fang Chen, do you really want to challenge the holy master? Yuan Gu asked. Yes, Fang Chen, you may have defeated Black Blade, but that does not mean you have the strength to challenge the holy master. The spiritual race's master said. However, Realm Master Fu Mo had a different opinion. He had a faint feeling that Fang Chen might really have the strength to challenge the human race's holy master. Fang Chen, the holy master, was injured. If you challenge him now, it will be unfair. Realm Master Fu Mo said. The holy master is injured. Fang Chen only then noticed that the holy master's expression was not good. He was very curious as to how the holy master was injured. Little did he know that the holy master had not hesitated to use the will of the universe in order to track him down. This caused him to suffer a backlash and be slightly injured. The human race's holy master waved his hand and said, "My injuries are not serious. Since you want to fight with me, I'll satisfy you." The human race's holy master was very strong. Following this, Fong Qin truly experienced his strength. He exchanged 300 moves with the human race's holy master and barely managed to remain undefeated. As expected of the human race's holy master, if I want to defeat him, I'll have to use the dark demonic wheel. Fong Qin inwardly said. In terms of pure strength, he was simply not the human race's holy master's match. After 300 moves, the human race's holy master gradually suppressed Fong Qin. However, from start to finish, Fong Qin did not use the dark demonic wheel. If he used it, he would definitely injure the human race's holy master. There was no need for that when two people were exchanging pointers. After an hour, the battle finally ended. Dong the two of them landed on the ground. The human race's holy master had a whole new level of respect for Fong Qin. Given time, you will definitely surpass me. The human race's holy master had high hopes for Fong Qin. Then he took out a brush, waved his hand, and recompiled the universe combat powers ranking. As for Fong Qin, he was ranked second only to him. Do you have any objections? The human race's holy master asked. 88. 8. The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Fong Qin was able to fight the human race's holy master to such an extent. This level of strength was something they could not compare to. Even the arrogant Yuan Gu had no choice but to admit defeat at this moment. The world would belong to the younger generation in the future. Fong Qin is probably the youngest person to be in the top 3 since the creation of the universe combat powers ranking. Yes, he has cultivated for less than 100 years and is ranked second on the universe combat powers ranking. This is simply unimaginable. Chapter 1653. After recompiling the universe combat power list, the powerhouses left one after another. Only Realm Lord Fu Mo stayed behind to talk to Fong Qin alone. Realm Lord Fu Mo had taken good care of Fong Qin during his growth. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had now. Moreover, he had promised to find a way to save Realm Lord Fu Mo's true body after entering the God Realm. Fong Qin. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very satisfied with Fong Qin. The latter's growth was beyond his expectations. I thought it would take at least 100 years for you to enter the God Realm, but I underestimated you. However, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect that in such a short time you would be qualified to enter the God Realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. He wasn't a match for Fong Qin in a one-on-one fight. He had watched Fong Qin's battle. His concealment skills weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, if he used a hammer, the outcome would be unpredictable. Realm Lord, when I enter the God Realm, I'll do my best to help you save my true body, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded in satisfaction. If there's anything you don't understand before you enter the God Realm, you can ask me, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. This is all I can help you with. Hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fong Qin was really puzzled and wanted to ask, Realm Lord, I do have something to ask. Fong Qin cupped his fists. Is there a space-time law in this world? The scene of that day appeared in Fong Qin's mind. The true meaning of space-time was surrounded by a gray aura. It was very shocking. It seems you still know too little about laws and rules, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. I'll explain it to you in detail. Laws and rules are the foundation of the universe's order. Laws are supreme and laws are inferior. There are countless laws in the universe, but there are only 6 kinds of laws. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice was very heavy when he talked about laws. 6 types of laws? Fong Qin asked, puzzled. That's right. Since the beginning of time, Since the birth of the universe, the order of the universe has never changed. There are countless laws, but there are only 6 types of laws. They are the only 6 types, and they are irreplaceable. Realm Lord Fu Emo said, "What are the 6 rules? Time, space, destruction, creation, reincarnation, destiny. These 6 great laws have existed since ancient times." Realm Lord Fu Emo said, "And the space-time laws you speak of don't exist at all. When it comes to time and space, there are only laws." Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. Yu won. The 6 great laws that had existed since ancient times. Just hearing about them made one's blood boil. However, the rules are still too far away for you. What you need to do now is focus on comprehending the laws. The more, the better. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice pulled Fong Chen back from his shock. He frowned slightly and said, "Realm Lord, do you think there are any martial artists who can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws?" Realm Lord Fu Emo raised his eyebrows and said, "They should only exist in legends. Perhaps you'll know the answer when you go to the God world." Fong Chen nodded, but he was even more puzzled by the aura in his body. What exactly was it? He could clearly feel that it wasn't the aura of true intent, but he didn't know what it was for the time being. Next, Fong Chen asked a few questions about cultivation. In the end, Realm Lord Fu Emo left. He told Fong Chen that his clone couldn't enter the God world for the time being. Perhaps one day they would meet in the God world. Not long after Realm Lord Fu Emo left, a group of acquaintances came to Green Lake Island. Fong Chen wasn't surprised at all. After all, his old friends and acquaintances would come to Green Bamboo Island to look for him. The Sky Puppet Race. Fong Chen spread out his divine sense and found that the newcomers were from the Sky Puppet Race. The leader was the patriarch of the Sky Puppet Race. At the edge of Green Bamboo Island, the Sky Puppet Race was led by the patriarch onto Green Bamboo Island. Patriarch, do you think the Green Bamboo Island Lord will help? Although the Green Bamboo Island Lord joined our Sky Puppet Race, he's high and mighty now. He probably looks down on us. Sai, we have no other choice, so we came to ask the Green Bamboo Island Lord. Don't talk about it. Wait until we see the Green Bamboo Island Lord, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, my good friend won't see you, Fong Chen said with a smile on his face. Greetings, Green Bamboo Island Lord. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch led the group and cupped their fists. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so reserved." Seeing Fong Chen's gentle attitude, the Sky Puppet Race's group relaxed. Island Lord, we came here to ask for a favor, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said directly. The Sky Puppet Race treated me well in the past, and my good brother Ching Ho is also a member of the Sky Puppet Race. As long as I can help, I will definitely help, Fong Chen said with a nod. Hearing this, the Sky Puppet Race's group rejoiced. It seemed that this trip to Green Bamboo Island wasn't in vain. Island Lord, we came here for Ching Ho, the patriarch said helplessly. What happened to Ching Ho? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Ching Ho is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Puppet Race. He thoroughly studied the Tao of puppetry of the Sky Puppet Race. After that, because the Sky Puppet Race's old site lacked cultivation resources, Ching Ho took our Sky Puppet Race to the outside world. After several months, our Sky Puppet Race finally found a place to settle down on an uninhabited island in the Old Flower Islands. Who would have thought that danger would descend at this time? Several life and death realm experts took a fancy to our Tao of puppetry and held Ching Ho hostage, forcing him to refine puppets day and night. Moreover, they threatened us to go out and search for materials. If we were delayed, our entire Sky Puppet Race would be destroyed. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In other words, Brother Ching Ho has been held hostage. Fong Chen said gravely. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said he's been held hostage for about 5 years. During this time, Ching Ho has been refining puppets. Because of this, his Yuan spirit has been damaged and his cultivation has dropped. It's a tragic sight. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Fong Chen's body. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch immediately felt incomparably pressured and involuntarily retreated. Where are they? Fong Chen asked. They're in the Old Flower Islands. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch told Fong Chen the location. The latter said, "You guys can stay in Green Bamboo Island for now. I'll go save Ching Ho." After saying that, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. UU3, Old Flower Islands in a remote area. There was an uninhabited island here that was verdant and lush. There was a plaza at the center of the island. In the square, a martial artist whose ribs were chained was refining a puppet. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled and his mind was dispirited. His vitality was gradually fading away. When will these days come to an end? Ching Ho was in great pain. He had thought of self-detonating countless times, but in the eyes of life and death realm experts, he didn't even have the ability to do so. Don't be lazy and work. Just as Ching Ho was thinking, a whip ruthlessly lashed out at Ching Ho's body. Ching Ho's back immediately split open, and he was in great pain. Helpless, Ching Ho could only continue refining puppets. The life and death realm expert, standing in the distance, looked at Ching Ho and sneered. "Humph, trash like you dares to say that you're good brothers with Green Bamboo Island Lord. If you're Green Bamboo Island Lord's brother, then I'm Green Bamboo Island Lord's father." Clearly, this life and death realm expert didn't believe him. Green Bamboo Island Lord was high and mighty. Apart from the human race's holy lords, no one in the lower realms could match him. How could he know a nobody like him? "If you don't want to die, work quickly." Holding the whip, the life and death realm expert berated. "Also, the time limit for your Sky Puppet Race's other groups is almost up. If they can't make it back in time, you'll definitely die." Ching Ho endured the humiliation and continued refining puppets with great difficulty. After refining day and night for several years, cracks had appeared on his Yuan spirit, and his vitality was fading away. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. When Fong Chen arrived at this desolate island, he just happened to see the life and death realm expert whipping Ching Ho. Chapter 1654. Seeing Ching Ho in such a sorry state, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His fury caused the sky to change color. "Ching Ho!" Fong Chen let out a deep voice. He floated in the sky and walked toward the center of the island. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on this desolate island. The life and death realm emperor who had whipped Ching Ho frowned, not knowing what was happening. "What's going on?" In an instant, several other life and death realm emperors rushed over. What a powerful aura! There seems to be an expert nearby. Could it be the helpers of the Sky Puppet Race? What's there to be afraid of? So what if the Sky Puppet Race found helpers? The life and death realm emperors stabilized themselves and raised their heads. Suddenly they saw a shocking scene. A young warrior, bathed in lightning, strolled over in the sky. This scene created a very strong visual impact. That is, the life and death realm emperor with the whip had a surprised expression as he asked coldly, "Let's go over." In an instant, the life and death realm emperors arrived at Ching Ho's location. Ching Ho, who had fallen into despair, sensed the changes in the sky and tried his best to raise his head. When he did, he was stunned. For so many years he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. If there was anything he was looking forward to, it would be Green Bamboo Island Lord. "Brother Fong!" Ching Ho roared in a hoarse voice. His face was filled with an excited smile. Fong Chen had really come. This meant that the Sky Puppet Race had succeeded. He was very excited in his heart. Dong! Bathed in lightning, Fong Chen quickly walked over. In the sky, terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded his body. Lightning flickered around his body as a terrifying aura spread out. Fong Chen arrived at Qing Ho's side and waved his hand. Immediately, all the chains binding Qing Ho's body broke. Yu won. Qing Ho, I'm late. Fong Chen supported the injured Qing Ho and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, I didn't expect to see you again. Qing Ho's face was filled with joy. However, his primordial spirit had been severely damaged after all these years of refining puppets. After seeing Fong Chen, he immediately relaxed. Immediately, an even bigger crack appeared on his primordial spirit, and he fell unconscious. Fong Chen supported Qing Ho as a powerful force emerged from his body and poured into Qing Ho's body. After ensuring that Qing Ho's life was not in danger, Fong Chen asked the little mouse to guard him. As for himself, his cold gaze landed on the few life and death realm emperors who were rushing over. Brat, who are you? You dare to come here and ruin our business? The whip-wielding life and death emperor loudly berated. The others also threatened Fong Chen one after another. Some life and death realm emperors were even prepared to attack. He's my brother. Fong Chen pointed at the unconscious Qing Ho and said in a deep voice. At this point, Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously. How dare you treat him like this? Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save your brother? What a joke! The whip-wielding life and death realm emperor sneered. He thought that Fong Chen was just a random helper that the heaven puppet race had found. You can die now. Fong Chen looked at the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The few life and death realm emperors looked at each other in dismay, searching for him. Pucci! Fong Chen's palm appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor's chest, crushing his heart. Voila! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fong Chen returned to the distance and stood there quietly. Bang! Holding the whip, the previously arrogant life and death sovereign emperor fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sudden change made the remaining life and death realm emperor's expressions change drastically. A trace of fear actually appeared in their hearts. Who are you? The leading life and death realm emperor asked in horror. Green Bamboo Island Lord. Fong Chen reported his name. Immediately, the faces of the life and death realm emperors turned pale as they retreated. You too. You're Green Bamboo Island Lord. Run. They had already personally experienced Fong Chen's methods. Even if they were fighting one-on-one, it would be impossible for them to kill their companions so quickly. Therefore, when Fong Chen said that he was Green Bamboo Island Lord, they didn't doubt him at all. One of them even roared. Immediately, the few figures scattered, preparing to flee. You want to flee? Fong Chen didn't intend to let them go. If he let such scum go, who knew how many more people would suffer? Voila! Using the time book, Fong Chen's speed reached the extreme as he punched out several times. Bang! Bang! Wherever the fist light passed, the life and death realm emperors immediately screamed before their corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the few life and death realm emperors were all killed by Fong Chen. To Fong Chen, killing them was like cutting vegetables. Then, Fong Chen quickly arrived at Qing Ho's side. Boss, Qing Ho's Yuan spirit is severely damaged, but his life isn't in danger. Little Mouse said. Fong Chen nodded and said, I'll think of a way to recover his Yuan spirit. Let's return to Green Bamboo Island first. After saying that, Fong Chen and Little Mouse brought Qing Ho back to Green Bamboo Island. The desolate island became completely desolate. Although the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen had settled down, their hearts were no longer on Green Bamboo Island. In the courtyard, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch sat on a stone bench with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for the other clansmen, they were pacing back and forth with heavy hearts. Patriarch, will Ching Ho be all right? I wonder if Green Bamboo Island Lord can successfully save Ching Ho. Just as the atmosphere was extremely heavy, Fong Chin returned. The patriarch immediately stood up and quickly went to welcome Fong Chin. When he saw Fong Chin supporting Ching Ho, his eyes turned red, and he was extremely excited. Ching Ho. The patriarch received Ching Ho and cheered. You three. On the side, many Sky Puppet Race's clansmen cupped their fists and thanked Fong Chin. Thank you so much. Fong Chin waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he said, Brother Ching Ho has been forced to refine puppets these past few years, causing his Yuan spirit to be damaged. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Everyone, don't worry. I will do my best to help Brother Ching Ho recover his Yuan spirit. Hearing Fong Chen's promise, the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen were overjoyed. 3 days later, Ching Ho woke up leisurely. In these 3 days, Fong Chen had fed him a lot of spirit pills and miraculous medicines, which also played a great role. Although Ching Ho's primordial spirit had not fully recovered, the hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. He's awake. The Sky Puppet Race's clansmen stood in the room and stared at Ching Ho. In front of the bed, Fong Chen was taking Ching Ho's pulse. Brother Fong. Ching Ho wanted to get up, but he was stopped by Fong Chin. Brother Ching Ho, rest well for now, Fong Chin said. Ching Ho nodded, feeling warm in his heart. After so many years, Fong Chin had become one of the peak experts of the lower realms. While he was a prisoner, Fong Chin was actually willing to kill a life and death realm sovereign emperor for him. He, Ching Ho, would never forget this kindness. As if guessing Ching Ho's thoughts, Fong Chin chuckled, Don't think too much. You should properly recover. The Ching Ho I knew in the past was not so sentimental. Hearing this, Ching Ho nodded heavily. Actually, the hellish torture over the past few years had both advantages and disadvantages for Ching Ho. The disadvantage was that refining puppets for a long time had seriously injured his Yuan spirit. The benefit was that refining puppets day and night had made Ching Ho's accomplishments in the Tao of Puppets even more outstanding. Now he had completely grasped the Tao of Puppets of the Sky Puppet Race, and he even had a lot of his own comprehensions. Ching Ho believed that it wouldn't be long before he could lead the Sky Puppet Race to rise again in the lower realms. There were joys and sorrows. However, Ching Ho was an optimistic person. The damage to his Yuan spirit wouldn't affect his life. Moreover, he could slowly recuperate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal. In just half a month, Ching Ho could already move freely. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen was very happy. Brother Fong. In the past few days, Fong Chin had been preparing to head to the heavenly continent. Ching Ho found the latter with a smile on his face.